audiobook by Fate's Reader. Don't forget to subscribe and like the channel for more epic series. Drop your recommended novel in comments below. We love to know what you want to hear next. Supreme Magus. Chapter 46, A New Beginning. Almost 4 years had passed, and over time many things had changed. 2 years ago, when Lith was still 10 years old, Rena had reached adulthood. She participated to the Spring Maiden Contest, winning it by a landslide. Between the clothes from the Count, the makeup from Kayla, and the beauty treatment from Lith, she had basically no competition. She has soon started to hang out with several young, promising bachelors before finding the right one. His name was Sinton, and he was the son of the blacksmith. After dating for almost a full year, they were ready to marry. In that same year, Tista had reached her growth spurt at the age of 12. She was officially healed from her congenital condition and had started to practice fake magic under Lith's and Nana's guidance. Her mana core had become deep green, and according to Solus, there was still space for it to grow at least up to bright green. Tista was finally able to get out of the house without supervision, starting to make friends with the children of the neighbors. It was too late for her to try to attend a magic academy. She barely knew the basics of chore magic, but she didn't mind. After being prisoner of her own body for so many years, she had no interest in perpetual challenges. The only thing she really wanted was to enjoy her new life, trying out all the things that had been forbidden to her before. Becoming a magica and inheriting one day Nana's business was already beyond every expectation she ever had. Even Lith's household had deeply transformed. Between his magic, the help from the Count, and all the money he was able to earn, the walls were now made entirely of stone. Only the floor and the roof were still wooden. He had also built a new bedroom for himself that served as a study too. Lith was getting too old to keep sleeping with his sisters, and had no intention of moving in with Tryon. He demanded his personal space and privacy, and since he was the one paying for it, no one could make any objections. As for Lith himself, he had changed deeply, at least physically. Despite having yet to become 12 years old, he was already 1 meter and 60 centimeters, 5 feet 3 inches high. His thin and scrawny build was only a memory. Now he had broad shoulders, his muscles were well developed, but not ripped, rather cleverly chiseled. He didn't want to stand out, nor to carry useless weight. Lith wasn't planning on becoming a soldier, after all. He was plenty content with a far from average build and a body that was able to react instantly, according to his will. His mana core was still cyan, but not deep anymore, halfway through the light cyan that would precede the next evolution. A mana core on the strong end of the spectrum had proven to be much stronger than the previous ones, but at the same time, it put a much stronger burden to Lith's body. He had reached a bottleneck that couldn't be overcome with training or study. Only after hitting his growth spurt, his body would become strong enough to allow him to refine further the mana core. Before such event, the use of accumulation would bring to him only pain and no benefits. And accumulation is the breathing technique that allows Lith to absorb the world energy into his mana core, making it grow stronger through expansion and shrinking cycles, with the mana core turning of a lighter color at every cycle. See the end of Chapter 7 and Chapter 9 for more details. Also, since now all of his clothes had the Lark's household crest on either the shoulder or the chest pocket, he made full use of his newfound authority, protecting the village in Nana's absence. For a fee, of course. The only criminals he would take out for free were those with a nice dead or alive bounty on their heads. Lith would strictly deliver them feet first. Now that he was almost 12, the number of spells and the skill level he could reveal had increased exponentially, since now he officially had more than 6 years of magical training. Seeing him fly around, or hunting for pelts or bounties, had become a common occurrence in the Lusha village. By having 3 healers and 2 protectors, the village kept growing in fame, size, and population. It was only thanks to him that Rena and Sinan were able to date each other. Previously, the idea of the son of an artisan marrying the daughter of a humble farmer would have been preposterous. Inside, though, Lith had changed very little. He was still the cynical, mistrustful, broken man he had always been, with no real friend or loved one outside his family and solace. Having to deal with criminals, chasing away profligate boys that molested his sisters, and interacting with the nobles, had further rooted in his mind the idea that mankind, even in the New World, was a plague that he had to avoid. His only real confidant was Solace, and despite all her attempts, she had not been able to change his mind, even one bit. He was also in a very bad mood. Damn it, Tier 4 spells are really hard. I can manage to reproduce them with true magic, but I still feel they are somewhat lacking. Either when I cast them with true or fake magic, something keeps feeling amiss. Yeah. Solace mind nodded. Maybe it's just my impression, but this kind of spells is supposed to hold some deep and profound concept that we are not able to grasp. Maybe if we had access to Tier 5 books. Ifs and buts are just a waste of time. Who would have ever thought that Count Lark wouldn't buy them? He is still dead set to send me to the Lightning Griffin Academy, no matter how many times I repeated I preferred being homeschooled. Well, you knew how stubborn the Count can be. Also, from his point of view, not buying the books kills two birds with one stone. He manages to save a mountain of gold and forces you attending the academy at the same time. During those 4 years, Lith had relentlessly tried to convince the Count that an academy was not good for him, even resorting to use the need to protect his family and the village as a leverage. But the Count was immovable. Dear Lith, you have a dire need of the academy, and I say this only in your best interest. I cannot stress out how important it is to learn how to properly interact with your peers and establishing the right connections. Not to mention that you have no friend of your age. You need to socialize, fall in love, even. Otherwise, you'll grow into a cranky and cynical man. Been there, done that. Solace giggled. Also, don't worry for your family. As soon as you enroll, they'll gain a newfound status, and until your graduation, the Magic Association will take personal care of them. At that point, not even the most reckless madman would try something funny. Lith had run out of excuses and could not tell him the truth. He was sick and tired of being looked down by nobles and foreign merchants, and even resorting to violence or intimidation after a while had lost much of its luster. Lith just wanted to be left in peace and treated with respect, like any normal human being. He didn't know how long he could suffer the contempt and abuse from his so-called peers at the academy, before shoving their high and mighty attitude up their throat after taking detour through their *SES. The idea of not being able to practice true magic, spirit magic, and fusion magic was enough to give him a big headache. In an academy, he would be crippled, losing all of his advantages to not blow his cover. It was a lose-lose situation. Litha's mood was made even worse by the thought of Rena moving out the household. After what happened to Carl, he had developed an obsessive-compulsive need to know where everyone was at any given time. He needed to feel that everything was under his control to be in peace with himself. If you really love them, you have to let them go. Solace tried to console him. After all, academy or not, when you reach 16 years and leave the house, what are you going to do? Stuff them and store them in the pocket dimension? You need to learn to let go and focus on what's really important for you. If you really wanted to make them your puppets, you wouldn't have cured Tista. Her illness was the perfect leash, yet you willingly choose to free her. They are not Carl. The whole world is not filled with trash like the one that killed him. Litha's mind recognized the truth in her words, but his heart refused to. It would keep screaming, F***ck the world. They are mine. 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 Is this what a father feels when his children leave the nest? He couldn't avoid noticing that even Raz, despite all the smiles and happiness he showed, was actually quite depressed losing his eldest daughter. If I'm like this with adults, I'm afraid to discover what I would become if children were involved. It seems I am destined to be single for life. Now that Lith was 11 years and a half, he had reached the minimum age requirement to apply for a scholarship at the Lightning Griffin Academy. Count Lark was waiting for him at his manor, from where they would travel to their destination by stagecoach. According to the Count, flying in the vicinity of any building owned by the Mage Association was strictly forbidden. Even to get in the vicinity was needed a special pass and to have set up an appointment through the proper channels. The academy wasn't that far, but using a stagecoach would require several hours of boredom. While looking through the window, Lith could only hope that all those years of preparations and self-sabotaging would pay off. Being actually accepted in such an institution away from home would be the beginning of his worst nightmare. Supreme Magus. Chapter 42 Odd Developments. It was in moments like that that Lith felt how heavy a bottleneck was. Normally, in such a situation, he would use accumulation, turning a downtime into a training session while also studying how his body was developing. But now that option was unavailable, and being stuck in such state for almost a year, he knew his body inside out, to the point of memorizing where every impurity was located. After half an hour, he was about to fall asleep. Hope the Count doesn't mind me snoring a little. Lith, why don't we open Nana's goodbye gift? I'm really curious. Solus said. I'm not. That stingy old hag just gave me a piece of paper. I bet it's a list of souvenirs she wants me to buy for her. A small friendly bet was better than doing nothing, so he took out the small envelope and read its content. Lith had lost the bet. It was a brief letter. Dear Lith, now that you're going to a magic academy, away from the prying eyes of your parents, you deserve to know the truth. Sure, magic holds a forbidden spell that I never taught you. Now you are old enough to know. It followed a short but precise description on how to use darkness magic on himself to avoid unwanted consequences from the intimacy with girls. It was a birth control spell. The letter closed with a, remember to always be a gentleman and have fun. You'll thank me later. With love, Nana. What a dirty old lady. I'm not even 12. Lith couldn't stop from laughing out loud. The idea of Nana being the one worrying about his sex life was hilarious. Is this about something Lady Neria wrote? An anecdote? Can I see it too? The Count was very curious. Seeing Lith laugh was a rare occurrence. After reading the message, Count Lark became purple from embarrassment. The scene made Lith laugh even louder. Oh my, the Count is such a softy, getting flustered by such stupid thing. Sometimes he seems straight out of manga. Lith, this is no laughing matter. The Count said, I appreciate Lady Neria's concern, but I still find it ill-timed and vulgarly expressed. The matters of the heart should be treated with more tact, especially with someone young as you are. Lith couldn't help but renew his laughter. He really called it matters of the heart. It's just sex, man. The light mood didn't last long. The long trip soon made both the men fall asleep. When the coachman woke them, they were already arrived. The sight of the Lightning Griffin Academy was truly impressive. The building itself seemed an enormous castle, straight from the wet dreams of a medieval engineer. It was impossible to see it clearly. They were still too far. The academy was in the center of a huge forest that extended in all directions as far as the eye could see. That explains why it's so distant from populated areas. It is basically a county of its own. The forest may even have an extension superior to the Tronwoods. Lith thought, why do we stop here? We are still very far. How are we supposed to reach the academy? The Count was excited like a kid in a candy store. Don't worry and follow me. He brought Lith to a small brick house on the edge of the forest, where two men were sipping tea while idly chatting. The Count introduced himself and showed them their permits. The man that was now holding the papers whispered a few words. The ink rearranged itself, coming out of the sheet and forming some kind of magic circle on the ground. Even the permits are a magical item? Lith was shocked. I sensed some mana coming from them, but I supposed it was just some kind of magical seal of authenticity, not something this complex. Solus explained, **T. We are completely in the dark about magical items, and there's no mention of it in any book we read so far. Either we find a way to correct this situation, or our travels will be much more difficult in the future." Following the man's instructions, Lith and the Count stepped inside the circle that instantly became a translucent yellow sphere. It gently rose up in the air before starting to fly at breakneck speed toward the castle. Despite it was moving faster than Lith ever did before, they felt no different than standing on the ground. This thing is like gyrostabilized. What a brilliant idea. For the first time, Lith was almost regretting his choice. Almost. The trip was short, but Lith still managed to see many huge magical beasts running inside the forest. They even almost collided with an eagle the size of a Piper aircraft. Its eyes were full of scorn, shrieking at them something that sounded a reprimand. "Is it me? Or are there only magical beasts in there?" Lith asked the Count, who nodded. "Yes, magical beasts and monsters, of course. They'll explain everything to you once you enroll." The Count had a fatherly tone, but Lith could clearly hear a hint of condescension. "I told you so like." The sphere landed on a balcony before dissipating. A 20-year-something girl wearing a magician robe was waiting for them. She guided them through magical escalators and corridors before leaving them into the headmistress' antechamber. She had talked via a small communicator amulet the whole time, giving orders about menial duties. In Lith's experience, that meant bad news. Whenever he had a job interview, the secretary attitude towards the applicants was a tell about how the company treated his employees and what were their expectations about a candidate. She had ignored them the whole time, not giving them a tour or an explanation about any of the magical marvels they had encountered. For someone who wanted to be rejected, though it was good news. The Count was too mesmerized to notice. His eyes were moving to every single piece of furniture, his mouth agape in admiration. The room itself was a prodigy. Despite no visible source of light, be it windows, torches, or light stones, every nook and cranny were lighted as the morning sun was shining above their heads. "What do you think of this?" the Count asked as a rhetorical question, expecting Lith to show an enthusiasm equal, if not superior to his. "Honestly, I find it pretentious and stuck up. Everything in a room feels like his master is looking down on us, trying to intimidate the guest and put him in his place." "Really?" The Count's dream bubble popped up abruptly. "Yeah, I mean, little splendor is fine, but this? It's too much." He pointed at the gold decoration that kept shifting to silver and platinum, at the gemstones embroidered at every corner, like shining eyes staring at them with contempt. "Also, how do you explain otherwise that girl rude attitude? She barely looked at us at all." "Oh dear." The Count gulped. "Now that you point that out, this room resembles very much the king's antechamber for the unwanted guests." "Is there such thing?" Lith was curious. "Yes, is kind of an open secret. The king's room has more than one waiting room, depending on how much he cares about the visitor. The one for the unwanted guests is filled with tacky stuff like this, to remember the visitor the crown's power. It's also filled with painting depicting the previous kings and queens slaying rebellious nobles or mages. Depends on whom he wants to pressure. Like these ones." Lith pointed to many magical paintings. All of them were short movies, showing how the Mage Association got rid of entire families of unruly nobles throughout history. The event depicted would go to the point of showing the bloodshed the mansions set aflame before starting to tell their story back from the beginning. "Precisely." The Count swallowed loudly. Expecting to have to wait for hours, Lith made himself comfortable, trying to get asleep again. He wasn't disappointed. When the Count woke him up, he could see from his face that he had quite some pent-up stress. He had waited patiently for long enough to get the message. "Don't say a word. If we want to salvage this thing, we need tact and diplomacy. Leave everything to me," Count Lark said with barely a whisper. The headmistress' office was much less tacky than her antechamber, resembling very much a common principal office from Earth. She was a woman at least as old as Nana, but time had been kinder to her. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes were full of energy and life. Unlike Nana, she was ready to live a long life and stood straight as a string. Her hair was almost completely gray, only some shade of yellow still remained. She wore a robe with the colors of her academy. It was of a light blue, while all the decorations were of a bright yellow, most likely gold. The way its fabric had been woven made it seem like every movement of the headmistress was the wind moving through the sky, while the gold embroidered appeared and disappeared like sudden lightnings. She had only smiles and nice words, but Lith's instinct could sense no warmth in her. "Dear Count, we haven't met for too long." She extended her hand to him. "You are too kind. It's only my fault that I can't bring you enough promising youths." The Count's poker face was impeccable. All traces of stress and anxiety had disappeared. His words were calm and gentle, like meeting a long-lost sister. "Please have a seat. Sorry for the long wait, but as you know, this is the busiest time of the year." The apology sounded fake, like a $3 bill. "Do not apologize. I completely understand. Now, sorry if I go straight to business. I do not want to waste any more of your precious time." The Count took out a folder that contained a chronicle of all feats Lith had accomplished, together with his official merits count. The headmistress pushed the folder back. "No need. We always do a full background check on every applicant. I must say that you brought me a really interesting fellow." This time it was Lith turned to gulp loudly, cold sweat going down his spine. "What the heck did I do wrong?" She took out a folder of her own, much thicker than the previous one. "I can see that this young man, Lith, has earned a lot of merits by healing the poor and by getting rid of many of the menaces that threatened your county. Did you know that the criminal underworld has nicknamed him Scourge? Beats me how the heck my beast title reached their ears. How can delinquents and magical beasts view me in the same way?" Lith thought. It seems that he likes his bounties dead as a doornail, and that's good. Being merciful with the scum of earth can only bite you in the back, sooner or later. He also had quite a number of magical challenges with some noble youths. And that's bad, right? Lith clenched his fist, full of expectation. That's good too. A true mage must not fear to defend himself or his name. In our business, talent and power are more important than etiquette. Not to mention that those who have not the skill should not fly too close to the sun and then complain about getting burned. Lith felt like the earth was collapsing under his feet. So, instead of sabotage, I self-promoted all this time, F***ck me sideways. But suddenly Lith's hopes revived, like a phoenix risen from its ashes. Sadly, I must say that he doesn't meet the requirements for a scholarship. I'm really sorry. F***ck yes. I forgive you, deceiving be *tch. I did it, and that's what matters. The Count turned pale as a ghost. May I know why? Talent, skill, heart. I dare to say he's the best one I ever brought here so far. His voice was broken. Lith felt bad for the poor man. Of course you can. You deserve to know. You see, the real problem lies not in your protege, but rather in his mentor. Excuse me? Blood flushed back in the Count's face. Neria is a fallen mage, akin to a disowned son of the Academy, if not of the whole Mage Association. Like for nobles is forbidden to help a relinquished of their own. The same stands for us, or at least for me. She has brought shame to the institution, and up to this very day, she keeps meddling with us. Not to mention that even if indirectly, Lith has been involved in the purge of 2 noble households. As a mage, I can't stress enough how despicable I find dragging the Mage Association into every single petty squabble. It's an abuse of power, and I want to send a message to all the rogue mages out there by rejecting her disciple. You could try bringing him to other academies, but I think their answer will be the same. What? The Count was now bright red, his eyes almost popping out from the rage. Lady Neria has protected and helped Lustria County for years, while everyone else did nothing. This young man saved my life, my family. He did what he did only for self-preservation. And you're telling me that you're willing to ruin his life for your own petty revenge? For politics? How dare you speak to me like that in my office? The headmistress jumped up from her armchair, her eyes glowing with power. Idare. I double dare and call this bullsh *t. Lith never thought the Count to be such a brave fighter. You were just sacrificing a mage, and a powerful one, for your own political gain. Lith, let's go. The air stinks in here. Before going out the door, the Count turned back, yelling, "This doesn't end here. I'll let everyone know how the Lightning Griffin has stooped. You'll never get again a single copper coin from my county or any of my retainers. And by the way, he is the inventor of the chessboard on your desk." The door slammed behind them, without giving her the opportunity to rebuke. "Men, seriously? So much for tact and diplomacy. You're a small cog in a big machine. Your threats are nothing but wishful thinking." Lith's happiness was clouded by the worries about the consequences that the Count's fit of rage could have on both his homeland and his friend. Count Lark had fought for him fiercely, and that was something Lith would never forget. Supreme Magus. Chapter 48, Helpless Rage. The Count was true to his word, and the news about what happened in the Lightning Griffin Academy spread like wildfire in Lustria County. The villagers of Lucia and its outskirts were simply outraged. Life was already hard as it was. The idea that even if talented a commoner had to suffer from political plays was a slap in the face of all their hopes and dreams. Despite her attitude, Nana was a savior to most of them, to the point of considering her part of their own family. Countless people knew all too well that without her, too many babies would have never been safely delivered. Seeing their benefactor treated as a plague, tainting everything she touched, was too much to bear. The same thing applied to those few noble families she associated with for her personal affairs. Hundreds of letters were sent to Count Lark, who in turn forwarded them to the king's court. Now that he had regained his cool, he realized how of little importance was his county and funding to such a large institution like an academy. Even if coupled by so many letters, his official complaint about the headmistress violating the rules to pursue her political agenda was bound to rise little, if no interest in the court. He sent it anyway. Surrendering to fate without even attempting to fight was something that he would have regretted his whole life. Lith's family was as furious as helpless, cursing the academy for its unfairness and themselves for their impotence. Lith was the less disappointed one from such turn of the events. One way or another's plan worked, and that was good. On the other hand, though, that trip to the academy had been an eye-opener about how ignorant he was about the new world and how fake magic had developed through the centuries. Solus had confirmed to him that while the rude secretary had a deep cyan mana core, the headmistress had a fully developed blue one. Lith had always felt so proud being one of the only 2 cyan core holders of the county, but not anymore. He started regretting not having the possibility to at least check the other students and personnel of the academy, even if just to collect data about what was the average power level in the outside world. Now that he was forced to follow his original plan, he had discovered so many unexpected flaws in it. The first and most annoying one was being forced to rot for another 4 years in Lustria County, where his talent was doomed to stagnate. On their way back, the Count had confessed to him that rather not wanting to purchase Tier 5 books, it was actually impossible for him. It wasn't only a matter of price. That would be enormous anyway, but he lacked the connections to obtain them. He had already acquired all the books he could, which included only those that the Mage Association was willing to share with the general public. To get more, he would need either a stroke of luck or the association had to change its rules. Both the events were highly unlikely. That meant that he was stuck with Tier 4 spells that he had learned without understanding their purpose. It was frustrating for him, like memorizing a mathematical equation just to pass a calculus exam, but knowing that you had been incapable to comprehend the underlying meaning of it. And during all those years of boredom, all the other magicians in the world would continue their education, shaving off 4 years of magical practice from the advantage he held. Lith was still better than his peers, because while they started their studies at 6 years of age or later, he had already started as a newborn. But soon all his hard work, the sacrifices, the hunger, would all turn out to be a fool's errand. The second flaw was that he had completely underestimated the importance and distribution of magical items. He hadn't seen much, but it had been plenty enough to give him an itch in his head he could not scratch. If it was possible to create such useful items with fake magic, then with true magic he would likely be able to wield and create superior version of those items, getting an even upper hand against other magicians. Now, instead, he had no idea how they worked or how to acquire them. With enough knowledge, it could be even possible to help Solus regain her powers faster, maybe even reforge her or something. F***CK. I'm not just a frog in the well. I'm a frog in a well in the middle of nowhere. Considering everything I saw in less than an hour, is not surprising at all that true magic is still a secret. A fully magically equipped fake mage could probably fight with me on equal footing. I have no idea of the scope and availability of magical items. Even if somehow I manage to keep expanding my knowledge, my future travels are bound to be much more difficult than I had previously anticipated. The only silver lining is that outside the biggest families, they should not be too much common, and that I managed to avoid 5 full years of being a bullied cripple. But before calling myself lucky, I need more information. I'm starting to suspect that I underestimated my circumstances a lot. Nana and Lark have a lot of explaining to do. Lith took flight and moved towards Nana's house. The Count was just a magic enthusiast, after all, while she had actually attended to one of the 6 big academies, so she was bound to have much more inside knowledge. At his arrival, he found out that Count Lark was there too, and had sent some villagers searching for Lith. Both of his patrons wanted to speak to him. Since the waiting room was filled with patients, Lith helped Nana and Tista clear the queue so that Nana could leave Tista in charge and take a break for their talk. Once inside Nana's living quarters, the 3 of them sat around her kitchen table. First of all, Lith, allow me to apologize. I never expected that old hag of Linnea to be willing to escalate our enmity to the next level. Making you pay for my mistakes, whether true or alleged, is beyond unfair. But aside from that, from what I hear from Tista, you are taking this situation all too well. You still don't understand how wronged you have been, and that's also my fault. I stupidly respected the Academy rules and kept its open secrets. But since they are playing dirty and Lark is still willing to submit to apply in your stead for the remaining 5 big academies, I need to play dirty too and violate my oath. If you want to have even a 1% chance of being admitted, you need to give your 100%, if not more. Enough with this crappy whatever attitude of yours. There's a lot at stake, and we need you to take this seriously. Lith knitted his eyebrows. What oath? What secrets? What are you talking about? I read that stupid Academy pamphlet countless times. Sure, unless some miracle happens, I will not get to study Tier 5 spells, but that's it. I can still become a member of the Mage Association. To be honest, the idea of spending 5 years locked up with arrogant rich kids trying to stab me in the back is far from alluring. I can easily imagine what they would put me trough day after day. So, if it amounts to just some books, then thanks but no thanks. Nana shook her head. It's so much more than just books. You see, you are right about the being looked down upon and the daily bullying. The problem is that you are wrong about everything else. In your case, just like me, you wouldn't need 5 years, just 2. How exactly? 2 years were still a long period of time, but much more manageable than 5. He had to concede her that much. The first 3 years cover the basics of magic. They teach things like the importance of accuracy in hand signs, accents, that kind of stuff. Unlike you, many kids have to learn etiquette, history, geography, all kind of topics, not just how to read and write. Otherwise, they would be an embarrassment for their parents. In a court life, they must also learn how to ride a horse, swordsmanship, playing an instrument, everything their parents need to brag about during social events. Lith nodded. That, of course, takes time. Time that they cannot dedicate to the magical arts, hence needing to study the basics of the basics, even chore magic. You don't expect a young duke doing chores, do you? Those like us, instead, need to go to the academy only for the last 2 years, and the endless benefits it brings. At the words endless benefits, Lith's mouth was watering, his mind starting to second-guess his decisions so far. What kind of benefits? Have you ever thought why even the rich and the nobles send their kids there? If it was just about books, many students would rather avoid all the competition, just like you, and study in the safety of their homes. What makes entering in one of the 6 big academies so alluring are the 3 benefits that only them can grant. The access to all kinds of spell books, the possibility to take 1 or more specialization courses, and even more importantly, the free access to magical items. Lith's mouth was agape from the shock. Nana used his uncharacteristic silence to strike the iron while it was still hot. No matter what the tier, there are countless spells out there. Those you have studied here and at Lark's house are simply those that the Mage Association deems so common to be released to the public. All the best spells, especially from Tier 4 and 5, are strictly controlled, and getting hold of even a sliver of knowledge is incredibly hard. Only in a great academy, you have free access to every topic, without restrictions, allowing you to build a great grimoire even before you set your foot out of the door. If you get admitted to the 4th year, everything of Tier 4 or below will be yours to take. What about the specializations? That's complex to explain. Let me make you a simple example. You are a healer, right? Should you choose to become a master healer, not only you would be taught spells that even allow to regrow lost limbs, but most importantly, the secrets on how to more easily create your own light spells. The same applies to every specialization. What's your specialization? Lith asked. I'm a war mage. Nana puffed her chest with pride. I was taught the secrets behind air magic, and back in the day, I could have wiped out whole battalions all by myself. Lightning hasn't many applications, but when it comes to destruction, is second to none. But now let's get down to the juicy part, the one that I still regret the most. The possibility to have access to a myriad of magical items. Supreme Magus. Chapter 49 Doubts and Regrets. Lith's interest was really piqued, so he let Nana continue, keeping his questions for later. Based on how a student performs, she is able to gain or lose points. Individual points or group points? Lith felt so dumb. He had not even finished his previous thought that he already had been forced to contradict himself. I swear, if there's some kind of retarded household competition, I'll take back every second guess I had about my choice. Nana raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Do you even remember what did I tell you the last time about the academies and their students? Should you put a juicy slab of meat in front of ferocious, hungry beasts, do you expect them to cooperate for it? No, they would rather eat each other hard out. Of course, the point system is individual. It's very similar to the merit system, but instead of gaining credit from the kingdom, you gain it from the school itself. The points are the only currency allowed inside the academy, and with them, you can afford lots of things. Magical potions, enchanted items, and even rare ingredients for you experiments. Obviously, the higher the value, the higher the price. From the long pause, Lith assumed that she had finished and was waiting for his questions. What are magical potions? It's the first time I hear about them. Magic potions are like special spells in a vial. The most basic are alike to healing spells, but between the infirmary and the fact that everyone knows light magic, they are rarely purchased. The more precious are those that allow the user to become temporarily faster, stronger, or even harden her skin if she suspects she will be forced to a melee fight. What about mana potions? Mana what? Isn't there any kind of potion to quickly restore one's mana? Nana laughed heartily. Kid, knowledge is shared on voluntary basis. If any master potionist ever discovered something like that, he would keep it for himself. At least that's what I would do. Lith was underwhelmed. Potions seemed a poor imitation of his fusion magic. Not only they are consumable items, but you even have to waste your time bringing them around and replenishing your supply when needed. Plus, fake mages don't even have something like invigoration. The only good thing about potions is that I can pretend to use them while I use fusion magic instead. Aside from that, they are not very interesting. And invigoration is the breathing technique that allows Lith to quickly regain mana and stamina to the point that he's able to go on for months without needing to sleep. The longer he uses it, the shorter its effects last. The only way to reset its effects is to actually sleep. See Chapter 8 for more details. I understand, is what he actually said out loud. What kind of magical items can be purchased? Every academy has at least 10 Forge Masters residents. They act as both teachers and researchers in the magical field. They usually put out for sale their lesser works, but they can even bring out high-grade magical items when the academy wants to stir up a rat race, like right before the final exams. The most useful items I had were a dimensional amulet and rings from Tier 1 to 3. The dimensional amulet allowed me to bring around whatever I needed without suffering its weight, while the rings were able to store spells of the same tier, allowing for an instant cast. Lith didn't miss the strict use of the past tense while referring to her possessions. He felt sorry for her, but instead of hyping him, her speech was having the opposite effect. A dimensional amulet? Is it some kind of magical storage item? He played dumb. Nana nodded. Brilliant as usual. Yes, dimensional rings and amulets can store anything inanimate up to a fixed volume of space, regardless of the weight. The lowest class has only a few cubic meters available. The highest class can store even 50 cubic meters, 65 cubic yards. The size of a whole small house. The underwhelming feeling was getting deeper. Solus, how much can our pocket dimension store? At the moment, the storage can hold thrice as much the so-called highest class, and is still expanding. The library space, or Solispedia, as you call it, is now around 30 cubic meters, 39 square yards big. And it's also expanding. Lith's poker face was good, but not that good. Nana could see that he wasn't impressed at all. What's with that face? Do you understand, or not, that whatever you get during your studies, you get to keep it once you graduate? Have you any idea how difficult and expensive it is to purchase even the lowest magical item? Lith closed his eyes while rubbing his forehead. How can I even pretend to be interested in something that I already have, or I can do better? Sure, those things would help me greatly keeping hidden my true magic. Whenever I employ an instant cast, I could use the rings as a cover. But that's it. Being an expert liar, Lith knew what his limits were. So, he changed topic. The Forge Master's job seems really interesting. Is it possible to specialize in such field? Does one need to also be a blacksmith to become a Forge Master? Yes, it's among the available choices. And no, blacksmithing is not required. A Forge Master does not create anything. He just imbues objects with magical properties, be it a ring, an amulet, a chair, or even a day dress. They can't possibly master all the craftsman jobs. Most of them prefer to just learn the basic of their favorite trade, though. So, a Forge Master specialized in rings will know something about goldsmithing, and so on. That's really interesting. And for once, Lith wasn't just pretending. Out of the 3 topics, the only ones that really interested him were the books and the specialization. With an endless supply of knowledge, he could easily recreate or invent all kinds of spell with true magic. But that was still something that he could figure out on his own, with time and experience. Becoming a Forge Master, instead, would be a priceless treasure for him. Lith had no knowledge about such arts. Hence, he could never grasp even the basics without an external help. But once he had uncovered the underlying principles of Forge Mastering, coupling them with true magic in the Academy's library, he would be able to unlock infinite possibilities. Just the ideas about magical items that came to him on the spot were enough to give him an adrenaline rush. But when his excitement was at his peak, a sudden thought sent chills down his spine. Before getting my hopes up, can you explain to me how one does get points? There's no such a thing about daily challenges between students, tournaments, or something, right? Nana laughed her *s off. That's such an idiotic idea. Not even the wildest rumors would go that far. Otherwise, they would be called magic graveyards instead of academies. There's already enough violence going around as it is. If any headmaster started to reward students for their behavior, only a dozen mages would graduate each year, and no one would make their children enroll. A war battlefield would be much safer. Lith could sigh with relief. One of his biggest worries had just faded away. Points are earned mostly through how a student performs in class and during practical exercises. Any feat that benefits the academy, like sharing personal spells, gives additional points. But the real motherlode are the quarterly exams and the finals. All points can be converted anytime, even after graduating successfully. That's why there is so much competition for the top spots. Beware thought. Even if discipline won't give you any extra point, it can easily make you lose a lot of them. Aside from failing tests repeatedly, is the only way to lower your score. If it goes to negative, you'll be forced to compensate by giving back everything you might have already bought. That's how I lost everything I had. Nana sighed, her voice filled with sadness and regret, tormenting her neck where probably her dimensional amulet used to be. Count Lark intervened, explaining their reason to hide such things from him. We didn't tell you any of this before, to not put you under any more stress, and to not raise your expectations about your future too much in case of failure. Most of the applicants get rejected. In the past, when such knowledge was publicly available, there have been countless suicides among the youths that either couldn't bear the pressure or handle the failure. Especially for those of humble origin, being admitted in a magic academy is the only way to escape their destiny. To a lesser extent, the same could be said for nobles and merchants' sons that are not in the line of succession. I can see that happening. But honestly, I don't see the point in telling me all this. It's not like I got rejected for lack of trying. He lied. What do you expect me to do? Travel through all the county looking for magical beasts? Cause disasters just to be able to solve them? Honestly, I don't think there is any amount of merits that could change my situation. The Count shook his head. We don't expect you to do anything but your best. You have spent years trying to dissuade me to not send you to the academy, and don't think that I didn't notice your total lack of enthusiasm during our trip. You acted the whole time like it was all about someone else, someone you didn't care about. You didn't stand up for yourself. You only wanted to get out of that room. Well, maybe you were right, but maybe I just wanted to avoid the headmistress killing you on the spot. Also, it was you telling me to shut up. It would have been beyond stupid adding oil to the fire. Lith wasn't lying. In that moment, when he had saw the headmistress' eyes overloading with mana, he had been seriously worried about the Lark's family destiny and had decided to drag the Count away as soon as possible. Point taken. You are right. Count Lark sat down with a depressed face. Bottom line, we still have a few cards to play. Most likely, nothing will come out of them. But if by any chance we succeed, we need you to do more than sit on the sidelines. That's the point. Supreme Magus. Chapter 50 Darkness Falls. That long conversation had been pretty exhausting for Lith, adding new weight to his burden. Not for the information he acquired. All in all, he felt his opportunity were still pretty good with or without an academy. The only adjustment to his plans was that after joining the Mage Association as a de facto Outer Circle member, a rogue magician, he would need to rack up merits as soon as he could to get himself an apprenticeship with a good Forge Master. Normal merits would do him no good. He needed those he could earn as a Magico, serving the Mage Association as best as he could. The only real problem with his current situation would be rotting for yet 4 more years, like the proverbial frog in the well. The reason why Lith felt so down was that he had finally realized how much his friends had invested in him, not only in terms of money, but also time, passion, and hopes. It wasn't the failure bothering him, but the fact that with his brash and uncaring attitude, he had hurt their feeling, treating the whole thing as a joke. Lith had to admit that in their shoes, he would feel like having casted pearls to a swine for years. Sure, Count Lark wasn't as judgmental as him, but Lith could see how deeply he cared and how wounded he was after the last rebuke. It was the first time that Lith felt that by having won an argument, he had actually lost the war. But aside from second-guessing, there wasn't much he could do at that point. So, he promised himself to reconsider everything with a fresh set of eyes if the opportunity arose, and decided to move to a more pressing problem. Lith had yet to solve his problems with Tier 4 magic, and asking Nana was out of the question. It would reveal too much to her, exposing how deep his comprehension of magic was, despite being a self-taught. The only card he had yet to play was to ask the help of his friend, the Re-King in the west of the Tron Woods. Thanks to his cyan mana core, Lith had become less scared of it, and during the last few years they had developed an odd relationship. Lith would use him as a confidant, sometime asking it advice about fire and wind magic, the 2 elements the Re could use. In exchange, Lith would help him with the problems in the east zone of the woods. After Urtu's death, there wasn't a magical beast strong enough to take its place, and from time to time the power struggle among the various factions would affect the balance of the forest. In those situations, the Scourge and the Protector would join hands to force the magical beast to a truce. At the moment, Tier 4 fake magic was a mental bottleneck that neither he or Solus could overcome. Despite being able to cast all the spells he had found in the Count's books, they kept making no sense to him. It was something unacceptable, eating Lith from the inside. He had always hated riddles, unless he was the one giving them. Lith had almost arrived home when he caught a familiar smell. What the heck are you doing outside the woods? If someone sees you, it could trigger a witch hunt. The last thing I need right now is you having a bounty on your head and me having to explain why I'm not interested. I know, the Re replied, but desperate times call for desperate measures. A monster has appeared in the woods, strong enough to pose a threat for my cubs as well for yours. We need your help. I have never seen the Re scared before. Whatever this is, it must be damn important. Lith thought. After agreeing to help, the Re asked him to hop on its back before running at full speed towards the woods. Between the use of air fusion and its physical prowess, Protector was able to easily reach the 300 kilometers per hour, 186 miles per hour. It would be a short trip. When going so fast, the Ree would conjure a wedge-shaped wind blade in front of itself, so to protect their eyes and face from insects and dust that at that speed would hit them with the strength of a bullet. It would also create a slipstream effect, allowing it to go even faster. Lith's horsemanship amounted to the result of one lesson 2 lifetimes ago, so he needed all his focus and willpower to not fall down. The Ree had a thick and soft fur, but not being able to follow its movements, he was forced to use both earth fusion and light fusion to prevent permanent damage to his nether regions. What the F***CK it's this thing. Is it really necessary to go so fast? If it keeps like this, I don't know if there will be enough of me left to do anything. Quit whining, we are almost there. And yes, speed is of the utmost importance when facing an abomination. Lith's mind went through all the bestiaries he had in Solaspedia and all his tabletop and video games RPG memories before giving up. What the heck is an abomination? Why is it so dangerous? You don't understand. We don't call it abomination for what it does, but for what it is. They were headed north, in a region of the woods that he had never visited before. It started slowly, like the tension in the air before a storm. Only when they got deeper in the woods, Lith could understand what the Ree meant. Soon the grass started to thin out until there was none at all. The earth laid bare, with no undergrowth of any kind, dried and crumbling as after a month's lasting drought. The trees around them had their bark completely blackened out. They had no leaves nor branches left standing, resembling giant wooden stakes. There was no sound at all. Everything seemed out of a post-apocalyptic movie after a nuclear fallout. The natural landscape was completely destroyed as far the eye could see. After a while, Lith could clearly hear the sound from a battle, so he focused his eyes, enhancing his eyesight. They were closing in to some kind of moving shadow, locked in range combat with a Gylid, a stag magical beast with a shoulder height of over 2 meters, 7 feet, and weighing at least 900 kilograms, 2,000 pounds, its fur light brown with shades of blue. Attacking the shadow from the flank, there was also a SHYF, a puma magical beast as big as a tiger, with a shoulder height 1.5 meters, 5 feet, and weighing over 300 kilograms, 660 pounds. It had a honey-colored fur with shades of green. The Gylid is the king in the north, Lifebringer, while the SHYF is the king in the south, Reaper. Protector quickly introduced Lith to their allies. That thing is the abomination. Stay away from it as much as you can, or it will suck you dry like everything else. The abomination was oddly shaped. It could stand up on its legs, resembling a man with very long and thin limbs, or would stand on all four, becoming large and stumpy, like a pig a kid had drawn. What the heck is that thing? Lith unleashed 5 fireballs with a wave of the hand. The abomination was surrounded by a thin black fog, with a radius of 15 meters, 16.4 yards. By traveling through the fog, the fireballs shrank in size, and when they hit, the resultant explosions were half compared to their usual effectiveness. The abomination emitted a low-pitched scream that resounded of desperation rather than pain. The Ree howled, conjuring a pillar of wind that pinned down to the ground the shadow creature, allowing the other kings to rest and regroup. That's your idea of backup? A human. If someone ever thought that a stag could not look ferocious, by looking at the Gylid he would be forced to think again. Less yapping, more catching your breath. The SHYF panted heavily. If he's good enough to take down Urtu and Gerda, he's fine by me. Lith noticed that one of the SHYF forelegs was actually made of earth. The real one was unnaturally atrophied and dried. A prosthetic limb out of earth magic? What amazing control must it have to move it like a real one? I wouldn't even notice if the SHYF wasn't so close. Having noticed Lith staring at it, the SHYF explained. That's what happens when you are so arrogant to let the wither close enough to touch you. I would be dead if Lifebringer hadn't caught his attention long enough for me to escape. Wither? Isn't that an abomination? The Gylid scoffed. He wanted to reproach the Ree, but the pillar of wind was dissipating, so he preferred bringing Scourge up to speed rather than wasting time bickering. An abomination is when a creature of the forest fails to evolve. Normally, they die on the spot. More rarely, they lose control of the world energy, becoming mad. Abominations are incredibly strong, with exceptional powers that make them strong as monsters. Being mindless beings, usually a king is more than enough to put them down. In very rare occasions, we all gather up to kill a unique abomination, like in this case. It shouldn't be difficult to understand why we call it Wither. The Gylid pointed with its snout to the dead woods around them. How the heck did he do all this damage? Lith couldn't believe that 3 creatures of such power couldn't take down a single monster, simply by existing. The Re explained, wherever it goes, everything dies. Whenever we are about to kill it, its body becomes so formless that not wind, ice, or earth can pin it down. So, it escapes to a healthy zone of the woods, heal itself, and we have to start everything from scratch. We are fighting it from 3 days. We can't hold on much longer. That's why I decided to ask for your help, Scourge. Unlike us, all the elements obey your command. Lith nodded, tried to assimilate all that information. They're fighting from 3 days? Holy sh*T. That's some stamina. Solus analysis. Yes, Skipper, I mean Lith. All the kings have a cyan mana core, but the Protector is the one more likely to have a breakthrough in a few years. I meant the Wither. Misty aura, shadow body. Is it an undead? Lith watched the creature writhe and moan under the dissolving pillar. According to Earth's fantasy literature and the New World lore, undead were supposed to have red glowing eyes. The Wither's orbits were pitch black, like the rest of its body. It's not an undead. Its life force is nothing like I have ever seen before, and neither is its magic aura. What the heck could a black mana core mean? Supreme Magus. Chapter 51 Darkness Falls 2. Black. Lith was flabbergasted. According to their light spectrum theory, a black mana core would indicate the complete absence of any form of mana. In a world where even rocks had it, how could a living being have none? He immediately activated his life vision. Lith's original spell. See Chapter 13 for more details. F***CK me sideways. Despite the small build and the thin limbs, the Wither was emitting an energy signature stronger than the 4 of them put together. To his eyes, it was like staring into a black sun. The 3 kings and Lith surrounded the Wither with a square formation, alternating attacks with paralyzing spells. If the Wither moved in a direction, the whole formation moved along with it, try to prevent it getting closer or away. Lifebringer was capable of using earth and water magic, using the first to slow it down, and the second to attack with a torrent of razor-sharp ice blades. Reaper used both air and earth magic, using mainly air to restrict the Wither's movements and lightning to attack. Speed was crucial in inflicting damage. The black fog surrounding the abomination was capable to eat away everything, even sunlight. Protector's fire magic was useless. He could only use air magic, following Reaper's lead. Despite Lith's help, the situation wasn't getting any better. As the Wither weakened, it always started ignoring the attackers and forcibly moved toward a new area to replenish its vitality. Lith's and Solus's brains were spinning at top gear, trying to find a way to end the struggle. If it's alive, why can't we kill it? What are we doing wrong? After another 2 acres of woods were lost, Lith's life vision could see the 3 kings' mana and stamina dwindling. It was only a matter of time before the Wither had all of them for dinner. F***CK. Is this the level of strength of a monster? If it wasn't for the formation and their impeccable teamwork, I would have died within the first minute. Also, how the F***CK do they have so much energy after 3 days of this? I'm here from barely an hour, and had to use invigoration thrice to replenish my energies. I don't even remember when was the last time I actually slept. My timer is ticking even faster than theirs. Magical beasts are damn overpowered. Protector. Lith called for him, being the closest to his position. I'm going to get close. There's something I have to try. If I am right, you should notice immediately, so leave me there. If I'm wrong, pull me out as fast as you can. The Ree was too busy conjuring a lightning storm after another, so he just nodded. Lith broke the formation, entering the black mist. He immediately felt his body becoming heavier and heavier. His life and mana were slipping away with every breath, allowing the monster to get stronger again. If that thing has a black mana core, maybe is like a darkness elemental. That should mean that light magic is its weak point. I need to get closer to hit it with my most powerful healing spell. Light and darkness magic had by nature a shorter range than the other elements, and moved slower when casted against the target. Lith needed to get close enough for his next spell to hit, not giving the Wither enough space to dodge the sudden attack. As soon as Lith started merging his mana with the world's light energy, he felt a strong pull at the level of his mana core. The spell was getting drained even before manifesting. The Wither suddenly looked stronger, his body less ethereal. His low-pitched scream of agony was now a moan of pure joy. Suddenly Lith remembered the words of the Lachrys Silverwing, see chap 27. Hers was the only book he had ever copied from the first to the last word, reading it over and over while mulling over new spells. Lachrys Silverwing was a Magus, and most likely another true magic user. Her wisdom was something Lith treasured deeply. Damn it, how can I always be the stupid? This is not a video game. There is no such thing as elemental vulnerability. Magus Lachrys repeated it over and over. Light and darkness are not opposites, but two matching pieces of the same puzzle. Darkness' greatest bane is not light, but darkness itself. Lith canceled the healing spell, spreading out a dark aura of his own. The two forces started colliding, emitting black sparks every time they came into contact, trying to cannibalize each other. Lith's aura was weaker, but he was free to manipulate it whenever the two dark fields clashed, condensing it where the enemy's defense was weaker. The Wither, instead, was constantly harassed by the Three Kings' attacks, disrupting its focus and weakening its life force. The Wither's body was getting incorporeal again, but this time he could not turn his back and run. Otherwise, Lith's dark aura would consume it mercilessly. Lith was full of joy, intoxicated by bloodlust, and the pride of having finally cleared the mystery. That creature is not burning with power. Rather, it's bleeding it from every pore or whatever it has. That's why it needs to relentlessly feed on so much energy. Its metabolism is akin to a shark. If it stops, it dies. The Wither was getting weaker and weaker, its high-pitched scream filled with fear and pain. Thanks to their coordinated efforts, Lith's aura managed to consume a whole chunk of the abomination, giving Lith a sudden, unwanted enlightening. It was very similar to what happened with Solus the first they introduced each other. Lith was once again inside a memory. He could see himself as a young bear, striving to become strong enough to surpass Urtu's strength and become the new king in the East. Somehow, the young bear knew about mana cores and was able to refine its own in a way disturbingly similar to Lith's. But unlike Lith, the young bear was a natural at both earth and darkness magic, so it continued to relentlessly refine its mana core, even when it got painful. Its hunger for power grew along with the mana core strength. Tired of waiting for its body to develop naturally, the young bear decided to try at all costs to evolve the mana core from green to cyan, so to become strong enough to claim the title of king. It fought against the pain, bravely and recklessly at the same time, until it made it, but its happiness lasted less than a day. The mana core was too big and strong for its young body, and soon started to fall apart, while the energy contained inside started to leak out. Darkness magic went out of control. The survival instinct kicked in, trying everything just to survive a second longer. The young bear let the dark energy overflow until it became the Wither. Lith's bloodlust dissolved like a bubble. That poor B** started not a monster, he is me. A me who failed promoting his mana core, too eager to do things his way to care for the consequences. A me that just wants to live, fighting against an unfair life. Becoming aware of his opponent's story, Lith no longer wanted to play with it. Its screams of agony were a torture for his heart. "I'm sorry for what happened to you," he said. I'll do my best to give you a peaceful death." Lith's compassion didn't make him lose his cool. On the contrary, it gave him a renewed focus. He knew that to achieve his goal, he needed killing intent, not mercy, so he looked inside himself in search of hatred. He recalled his first life, his father's abuses, his mother's indifference, until the day Carl died. He remembered the burning anger and desperation, how it peaked before Carl's murderer got his joke sentence. His angriest day happened when he was planning Carl's funeral. Out of the blue, after ignoring their lives for years, his mother had the gall to come to his door. Crying, she asked for his forgiveness, offering to pay for Carl's memorial service. Lith could still remember his eyes seeing red, his right hand holding her throat, trying to squeeze the life out of her. That woman, that seemed too strong and cruel when he was little, was now a frail little thing. She begged him to kill her, to let her atone for her mistakes and join her little boy in the afterlife. It was then that Lith's anger burned brighter than ever. He threw her out of his house, alive and well. Too little and too late. UB*TCH. I hope you live a long and miserable life, knowing that for both your sons you were nothing but an embarrassment, a SH*T that they flushed out of their life as soon as they could. Those were their parting words. In a corner of his mind, Solace was crying for him. Yet she couldn't avoid noticing that despite all he had done, Orpal amounted to nothing in Lith's mind. His existence was merely an annoyance. Focusing all that rage and anger in his fist, Lith released a stream of dark energy that struck the Wither's mana core, forcing it to crumble, unable to withstand the conflicting forces from within and outside. After that, the young bear agony finally ended. Its purified spirit finally able to return to Mother Earth's embrace, in search for a new life. Supreme Magus. Chapter 52, Unexpected Answers. After the battle concluded, everyone dropped down on the ground, finally able to relax. Despite the victory, there was no place for joy or celebration. The Tron Woods would bear a scar that could take months if not years to heal. The three kings were already discussing how to rearrange the borders of their areas of influence to prevent future food shortages to affect them too harshly. Lith, instead, was still pondering on the young bear memories, comparing their lives. It was only because he had been reborn in a good family that he had not ended up obsessing with power, being able to afford taking care of his body. In its place, with the fierce competition of the wilderness, he may have been tempted of doing the same. All his life up to that point had been all a huge risk/rewards assessment too. Lith had simply been luckier. It was the second time in a single day that his victory had been hollow. He started to feel depressed, making the adrenaline rush dissolve much faster. Soon exhaustion would have taken its toll. He needed some real sleep. Before going home, thought there were still some things he had to do. First, he gave the SHYF a whole boar to eat. Then Lith proceeded to heal its atrophied leg. He couldn't do it before, because the fatigue from recovering from such a wound, coupled with its already debilitated state from the prolonged battle, would have made the SHYF faint. Being a healer was almost a second nature to Lith at that point. He also wanted that whatever happened next in the woods, they would face it on their own. Lith had already enough on his plate. All he wanted was to sleep and eat for a week straight. Second, he finally could express not to one, but to three powerful magical beasts his doubts about Tier 4 magic with a practical example. With the energy he had left, Lith executed with true magic a scaled-down version of the Tier 4 lightning god's finger spell, weaving together fire and air magic to conjure a small sphere of plasma. The real deal would be bigger, hence doing more damage, but also requiring much more energy. Because of its nature, plasma was highly volatile and would disperse at the smallest mistake. It could indeed generate temperatures in the orders of 1,000 degrees, even striking with surgical precision, but it was incredibly slow to move, and Lith couldn't find a single practical use to justify spending so much mana in just one spell. Both the Re and the SHYF were natural air magic masters, so they could immediately understand the nature of the spell and its underlying effects. "That's just useless," Reaper blurted. "It's the prettiest waste of mana I have ever seen." Protector laughed. With much less energy and effort, you could wipe away an entire acre of the woods. I think the problem is not you, but the spell itself. According to what you told me in the past, humans deems each other so stupid and untrustworthy that they divided magic into steps, or tiers, as you call them. In my opinion, either the human that invented that CR*P did have more free time and brains, or the spell is incomplete on purpose. Are humans really so idiotic? To teach their cubs how to kill a prey, but not where the best parts are. The SHYF was flabbergasted at the idea. Another dead end. Lith sighed, his depression getting worse. The Re was his last hope to make head or tails of the magical conundrum. I'm sorry, Scourge, the Re said. But us magical beasts have a much more practical view about magic. Most of your human issues are either senseless or idiotic to me. Another problem is that we are incapable of controlling the whole world energy. Only king-level beasts can manipulate 2 elements, while the most complex spells you showed me sometimes use 3 or more. I would love to help you further, but between my duties and this tragedy, I need to focus on avoiding the impending famine. Saw the Re and the SHYF left him, starting to discuss how to make the whole forest, especially the zone most damaged by the wither, survive the coming winter. Lith could feel his headache getting worse by the second, so after bidding them goodbye, he started to move as fast as he could towards home. So much for a second and third opinion. If the Re is right, then we are F***ed up big time. No academy means no tier 5 spells, which in turn implies that we will be stuck with tier 3 as our main source of inspiration. Not to mention that I really do not envy all those students that waste a whole year of their life practicing incomplete spells. Actually, I've been pondering about what Nana told us, and I think there is yet another possibility. Maybe tier 4 and fire are so rare to come around because they are strictly related to a mage specialization. Solus suggested, what if the lightning god's finger isn't an offensive spell, but rather an energy source for constructs? Or maybe it's the only way to carve magic runes in the hardest materials used for weapons or armors. We know nothing about forge mastering, potion brewing, or anything related to indirect magic. F***CK. You are probably right, and that adds insult to our injury. Seems we are destined to live 4 very uninteresting years. As soon as he came home, Lith refused to move a finger, going to bed right after dinner, hoping that the next day would bring him good news. Yet months passed, his birthday was getting closer, and so was the deadline for applying to any academy. Meanwhile, Count Lark hadn't been sitting on his hands. He had used every single opportunity, every pretext, no matter how flimsy, to seek audience with the king, and when that failed, he worked his way down the court's hierarchy. He had pestered everyone so much that many would hide at his presence, or pretend to not even notice him to not give any opportunity to persist in his fool's errand. But the Count was a stubborn man. He knew rules and regulations inside out, and by using real problems related to Lustria County as a cover, there was only so much they could do to avoid him without setting a dangerous precedent. He was able to endure hours-long waits like they were nothing, and then still have the energy to plead for his case until his hosts were so exhausted that to get rid of him, they had to at least promise to consider his claims. When Headmistress Linnea talked about wanting to send a political message, this wasn't the result she was hoping for. Soon her name would get associated with ingenious curses and swearing, and so her bloodline until the 7th generation. Count Lark soon became a hot topic, receiving the same degree of attention an impending flood or plague would get. One way or another he achieved part of his objective, making the whole court discuss the possible implications that Headmistress Linnea's new rule could cause in the future. Was it really worth to bar the road to a promising magician because of how or where did she learn her spells? Why punish the victim of a crime just because she had asked to uphold the law? Should a headmistress of such an important institution be allowed to change the rules of admission on a whim, without any form of control? An important discussion like that needed time, but most importantly peace and quiet, so the court unanimously resolved to grant Marchioness Distar, the true ruler of Lustria County, extraordinary powers to face Count Lark as she thought best. In other words, she was left with the short end of the stick. Now Count Lark would relentlessly pester her, while everyone else would live happily ever after. Marchioness Distar already had her fair share of trouble. Tranquil Lark was just the icing on the cake. She pondered more than once to use her newfound authority to behead him, but her good sense and all her personal advisors stopped her. Lark was one of his best retainers. He was sincere, didn't skim on the taxes, never had sordid affairs that she was forced to cover up. Not to mention that under his guiding hand, Lustria County had been flourishing for over 20 years, without that the Marchioness and her mother before her had ever to move a finger. It was a well-oiled machine and honest to boot. Replacing him would cause her much more trouble than executing him would prevent. Having her back against a wall, she decided that honesty was the best policy. Lark was a loving father, after all. Maybe he would understand her position and leave her alone if he knew the truth. After granting him the 37th audience in less than 3 months, she explained to Count Lark her family's plight. As you know, the higher you get, the more trouble you incur into. A few weeks ago, my family experienced an attempted murder. Thanks to the safety measures we have surrounded ourselves with, it failed. But it didn't pass without consequences. One of the assailants managed to reach my daughter. Her magical protections took the brunt of the hit, reducing a death blow to slightly more than a pinprick. All is well, that ends well. The Count commented. The Marchioness had to stop herself from slapping him to death, rubbing her forehead instead, trying to calm down. I wish. Because of that pinprick, my daughter has been cursed. Cursed? Count Lark's monocle jumped out his orbit from the surprise. Usually he would scoff at such preposterous concept. In all his years of exploring magic curiosities from all over the world, he had encountered curses only in the bedtime stories he read at his children. But the Marchioness' glare induced him to put his monocle back in place and let her continue. Yes, cursed. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen it firsthand. When a healer tried to help her, preventing a scar, instead of disappearing, the wound became bigger. I tried everything, calling renowned master potionists, healers, medicine women, shamans. Nothing worked. Now the only thing that keeps my ever-bleeding daughter alive is the constant consumption of potion and the help of my personal magician, Ains. As you know, he is considered a genius, maybe the best ever graduated from the Black Griffin Academy. To make things worse, when the assailants understood they had no chance of escaping, they chose to blow themselves up, destroying all the evidence. There was no one to interrogate, nothing left to examine to understand what they had done. This is fantastic, the Count thought. This is terrible, the Count actually said, keeping his best grieving face. Supreme Magus. Chapter 53, Unexpected Answers 2. I know you will call me an old fool, but I think I have the solution to your problem. If you are referring to your little protege, you are more than a fool. You are certifiable. I tried. Ains tried. I could write a book with the names of all those who tried. I can only hope for Krishna Manohar, the god of healing, to return soon. Only he can save me from this anguish. The only reason he is not here yet is because that goddamn lunatic is nowhere to be found. He is doing his experiments in some remote village, forsaken by both humans and gods. He even left his communicator behind to not be disturbed. My mother always said that bachelors are unreliable, and damn if she was right. If that be Asterisk Astard had a wife, a husband, even a cat, someone would know where to find him. I completely agree with you. Only a married man truly understands the burden of responsibility. Count Lark suck up to her. But allow me to say that you are underestimating my protege. Lark ignored the ferocious snarl from the Marchioness and pushed forward. As I told you more than once in the past, he is blessed by the light. I'll share with you a family secret. He actually helped my daughter with a similar problem. Your daughter was cursed? The Marchioness rose an eyebrow in disbelief. Sadly, yes. It plagued her life for years. Count Lark knew that the best lie was the one shrouded by a half-truth. Kayla had always called her acne a curse. After all, what do you have to lose? If I'm wrong, we'll leave, and you will never hear from me again outside official business. Is that a promise? It was too good to be true. I swear on my ancestors. If he fails, The only things we will ever talk about are county matters. After shaking his hand to seal the deal, Marchioness Distar had him contact Nana, which in turn called Lith. When he arrived to Nana's house, Ains was already there, waiting for him. He was a man in his mid-20s, wearing a full black robe that covered his entire figure except his head and hands. He had long fingers, pitch black hair and eyes, with some odd black shades that seemed to devour sunlight at contact. Ains had sharp and intelligent features, with a blood-red gemstone embroidered on his chest. Aside from the tacky gem, that's the kind of man I would gladly marry one of my sisters to. Too bad he is too old, noble, and tacky. Lith thought. Ains gave him an odd look, but his eyes didn't betray any emotion. My liege requires you help, young Magico. Do you know how to fly? Lith nodded, swallowing back a snarky remark. Then go in that direction as fast as you can. Ains pointed at northeast. I'll follow you closely. Lith pretended to cast a personal spell, wriggling randomly his fingers and counting backwards from 10 to 7 in English. By mimicking the he coupled his best flying spell with the slipstream effect one, reaching a speed close to 500 kilometers per hour, 311 miles per hour. It took Ains only a bit of effort to catch up with him. Not bad. Purple Mana Core guys are really impressive. Both Solus and Lith wanted to see with their own eyes what someone with such talent was capable of. Impressive. So young, and he already has devised some personal spells. Maybe the old lunatic isn't so crazy after all. When they reached the Marchioness house, Ains moved so fast through all the barriers and guards that Lith didn't manage to take a proper look around. He had to spend all his energies just to keep up with his pace. Before he realized it, he was in a fancy parlor. Both nobles stood up at their arrival. That was fast, Ains. The Marchioness seemed pleasantly surprised. The young one seems to have more than one ace up his sleeve. Is this commenting my skills supposed to be subtle or something? Seriously? How stupid do you take me for? Lith was seriously pissed off, but the looks from the Count and his guilty conscience kept his mouth at bay. The Marchioness gave Lith an abridged version of the story, dragging him to her daughter's bedroom without giving him the time to think or even express his opinion. I get it already. You don't have any faith in me. Quit dragging me around like a F***king parcel. Lith thought. He was seriously considering failing on purpose, just to get even with her. But from Lark's troubled face, his instinct could tell that there was more at stake than the life of a girl. Just from his countenance, Lith could deduce that the Count had exerted a lot of pressure just to get him to that spot. Lark had faith in him, and judging from the Marchioness' expression, she was clearly expecting, if not straight wishing, for Lith to fail. It wasn't the time to stand on the sidelines anymore. He believed that if the Count assumed he could do it, there shouldn't be any risk playing his blessed by the light card. After catching his breath, he performed more finger wriggling while counting up from 1 to 3 in English while activating Invigorate on the poor girl. It was a beautiful young woman in her early 20s, with only cotton gauzes to cover her chest area, compressing a huge wound 10 centimeters 4 inches wide that cut her diagonally from the left shoulder to the right hip. After a few seconds, he could only say, "Interesting." The Marchioness scoffed. Everyone before him had said the same word. And it's not a curse, just some kind of magically laced poison. What? The Marchioness lost control, stamping her feet on the floor. You heard me. Lith was tired of being looked down upon, treated like some illiterate barbarian. It's a slow-release poison that disrupts the effects of light magic, turning any attempt to cure it into a new wound. Simply brilliant. It's almost impossible to cure such condition. Almost. The Marchioness knitted her eyebrows. Are you saying you can cure her? Yes. He nodded. It will take about a week to make the proper adjustments to one of my spells. It's the same thing I did for Count Lark a few years ago, just more complicated. They hadn't arranged together this speech. It was the truth. It was just like Kayla's acne. Only instead of removing natural impurities, he had to remove the artificial ones in order to make the healing possible. Kid, my daughter's life is no joke. I tried. Ains tried. She pointed to the black, obsessed mage. Are you sure? She tried. Lith thought. Solus, didn't you tell me she had just a red mana core? Indeed, and is still red. Try scanning her clothes, accessories, anything that doesn't have any mana. Her beret, Solus exclaimed. It has no magic flow, but that's impossible. This means that even items capable of hiding one's talents do exist. Forge Master is definitely a specialization we have to take. Pretty sure. I will be back in a week, and... Lith tried to move, but the Marchioness stood in his way. If what you say is true, you'll stay here and cure her as soon as you are finished, not a second later. Lith was enraged even more. He was being taken hostage by a grief-struck madwoman abusing her power, but remained silent. Both Counts Lark and his family were in danger. When Marchioness Distar noticed Lark's shocked gaze, she had already gone too far. It is never wise mistreating a healer, my liege. Ains used one of his personal spells, sending in her ear a whisper that only the Marchioness could perceive. Healers tend life, but how you relate to them changes their attitude and care toward their patients. If Manohar is unavailable in the future, if this Lith can actually do what he says, do you really want to make an enemy out of him? Please save my daughter, the Marchioness said with a deep bow. If you manage to heal her, I will send you to whatever academy of your choice. I swear to the gods. This is much better, Lith thought. The following week was pretty stressful for him. Being paranoid, he was sure the Marchioness or one of her servants would spy on him 24/7. Lith had to sleep every night and spent the following days pretending to experiment with hand signs and accents. He could actually cure the girl right off the bat, but that would have been too fast. Lith had followed Count Lark's advice, preparing himself for revealing at least part of his talent. When Manohar was his age, he had solved a similar case in less than 3 days. Lith didn't want to appear as good as him, so he took as reference another contemporary great healer whose records were stored in Solaspedia. I can't be too much of a genius, but being average is out of question. To achieve what I want, I must be treasured, but not envied or used as a paragon. Scoring 90 out of 100 is more than enough for my needs. A week later, he entered again in the young lady's bedroom, under the eyes of her family and Ains. Lith first put his hand on her sternum, taking control of her mana flow and forcing the poison to move in a single spot before extracting it. Then, he made it float in a bubble before dripping it in a vial he had made prepare beforehand. After that, Lith executed his best healing spell, closing the wound in one go, without leaving a mark or a scar. The girl immediately regained a healthy pink color. Her breathing turned from quick and shallow to strong and steady. Marchioness Distar couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly unwrapped the gauze, barely giving Lith and the male side of the family the time to turn around. Doing it left him full of regrets. Be strong, old man. We are still physically young. There are still plenty of wonderful breasts waiting for us in this new world. Think of it as an investment. It's better to start our relationship with our new backer with a clean slate. While the Marchioness was hugging her daughter, sobbing, Ains took the poison to analyze it, while Lith exited the room, waiting for the permission to go back home. Supreme Magus. Chapter 54, A Good Start is half the job. A few days later, Marchioness Distar summoned Lith once again, this time in a proper polite way, giving him time to prepare and an explanation for their meeting. They met in a neutral territory in Count Lark's lounge. Contrary to etiquette, the noblewoman stood up when he entered the room, making a curtsy even before Lith had greeted or bowed to her. Welcome, young mage. Thanks for saving my daughter's life. No one knows how much time she had left in such conditions. I actually do, Lith thought with a cruel inner smile. She had barely 2 weeks left when I first visited her, before her organs started failing one after the other. Luckily, she has a tough skin, so I wasn't forced to play the sink or swim healing attempt. I wouldn't have cured her before at least 5 days. My safety comes first. I can waste time and lose opportunities, but I will not gamble my whole life for a stranger, no matter who he or she is. Also, I have several reasons to apologize to you. First, for how I treated you. I was rude and condescending. I shouldn't have tried forcing your hand, but I was desperate at the time. Your sister was ill too. I hope you can understand me. Lith inwardly sneered. You only say this now because I succeeded and you are afraid of needing my help again in the future. I feel no compassion for the likes of you. No need to apologize, your ladyship. Life sometimes burdens us with a weight we are unable to carry, and desperation can make even the best of us lose his morals," was what he actually said. He needed a new and more powerful backer. Being friends was of secondary importance. Their relationship was strictly business-related. It was important to lay solid foundations for it, putting aside pointless grudges. But he wouldn't forgive nor forget. If she failed or betrayed his trust, it was a good thing that revenge is a dish best served cold. The Marchioness shook her head. "I think that your forgiveness is still undeserved. I lied to you that day. I have no authority outside my marquisate, so I cannot guarantee your successful enrollment in any academy outside the Lightning and White Griffin." Her gown had many small pockets, hidden by the complex embroideries. From one of those, she took out a ring bearing the king's crest. "It's a long and boring story," she said, looking furtively at Count Lark, suppressing an ironic laughter. "But what it matters is that at the moment in my marquisate, I hold a power on par with the king, so both academies can only accept my orders." Lith wasn't yet completely convinced that going away, even for just 2 years, was the best course of actions. He decided to test the waters first. Wouldn't it be possible to be homeschooled? If you hold such authority, it should not be a problem giving me the same benefits I would get from an academy and private tutors. After all, the location isn't that important. It actually is. The forests surrounding the academies play a big part in both the points and grade system. Also, yes, if you insist, I could achieve what you asked, but bear in mind that my situation is merely temporary. Once the court finishes deliberating the current matter, everything would get back to normal, and I'm not sure to have all the resources you'll need. On the other hand, if you enroll in an academy now, it would be like according to a king's decree. And once inside, even if I lose my almighty status, you would be protected by the rules of the kingdom and of the Mage Association. No one would be fool enough to make an enemy out of the king. Archmages and royalty are deeply intertwined. It sadly makes sense. Lith inwardly sighed. It's best to exploit the situation to its fullest. Between her desire to make up to me, no matter her reasons, and her temporary king status, I should be able to get some extra safety measure. If only half of what Nana told me is true, I'll need every advantage I can get to avoid useless drama and pointless face-slapping. Understand. I think that going to the Lightning Griffin is out of question. The headmistress will probably want my head on a stick either way. I wouldn't be so sure, the Marchioness replied. Anyhow, with your talent as a healer, I had guessed you wanted to go to the White Griffin. You do know it's the school with the biggest light magic department, right? But of course, Lith lied through his teeth. But I'm also quite interested in the art of forge mastering. Which academy would be the best choice for such specialization? Any of them. Marchioness Distar shrugged. They all have good forge masters, but the great ones avoid academies like the plague. Artists like to be free, while in an institution they have to take care of paperwork, teaching the students items. All things that would keep them away from their research. Not to mention that for an academy forge master, keeping the nature of his research secret is much harder. To get funds from the academy, you have to share. All great mages hate sharing. That piece of news reassured Lith. White Griffin it is then. How long will the trip take? Lith recalled that Nana once stated that the academy was more than 500 kilometers, 311 miles, away from Lustria. Even if it was just for an audience, he would need to pack some clothes. From my house, considering that we first have to speak with the headmaster, and then you have to take your admission exam, I'd say 3-4 hours tops. You'll get home in time for dinner, that's for sure. Lith found difficult to do the math. Even flying at his top speed, he would need at least 2 hours to get there and back, not to mention that the Marchioness didn't seem the type to fly that long, messing her hair or dress right before meeting the headmaster. But they were already off a rocky start. Lith preferred to pretend to have understood everything, instead of flaunting his ignorance once again, destroying that little of respect he had gained so far. Seeing his conflicted expression, the Marchioness completely misunderstood the situation. Don't worry, young mage. It's just the admission exam. You will get the opportunity to say goodbye to your family and friends. The academy will not start before another 2 months. You have plenty of time to settle all your business. Lith thanked her with a deep bow. Please don't thank me yet. I hope you'll accept this as part of my apologies. She handed him a communication amulet, very similar to all those he had seen up to that point, except for the fact that it had only one rune on it, right on its center. To mark it as your own, just send some mana in the stone. Lith did as instructed. Both the gemstone and the lone rune lit up, like they had become scorching hot. To exchange your contact rune, you just need to make 2 amulets touch while they are activated. Both the Count and the Marchioness held their amulets out. Every time they touched, their rune got impressed on Lith's amulet and vice versa. The Marchioness amulet was completely covered in runes already. To accommodate the new one, all the other runes shrank in size, just enough to leave enough space for another of the same dimension. There's no limit to the number of contact runes an amulet can hold. She explained, this will help you get in touch with me or Lark if anything happens. It will also make staying in touch with your family easier. She gave him a little box, holding a second amulet. Only one person can activate it, so your family has to choose wisely. Lith bowed profusely. That gesture had taken a big burden off his heart. She had explicitly offered as his backer, and thanks to the amulet, he could always help his family through the 2 nobles if necessity arose. The appointment was set at the Marchioness house at noon. Lith always had trouble with time, so he arrived early to stay on the safe side. Servants treated him with the utmost respect, but were unable to hide their surprise. Clearly the rumors in the house had spread fast, and he probably didn't fit the image of the great healer that saved the young mistress that they had pictured in their heads. Marchioness Distar made him wait but a few minutes. She wore a simple day dress, her long hair down. It was impossible to suspect that she was actually the lord of the entire region. You are already here. Good. Let's move. On foot. Lith couldn't avoid asking. We could take a stagecoach, but it's a waste of time. The Mage Association's branch is right there. She pointed to another luxurious building, not even 100 meters, 110 yards away. Lith bit his lower lip, thanking fate for being still short enough to make impossible for her noticing his shocked expression when he wasn't looking up. The door was closed and with no guards, yet all she had to do was to press her family ring where the keyhole was supposed to be to open the way. The inside of the house resembled very much an embassy. The clerk at front desk stopped them in their tracks, asking for their proof of identity and the reason of visit. The Marchioness handed to him a piece of paper that appeared out of thin air. She probably has a dimensional something on her, too. The clerk passed the paper over a blue gemstone set into the desk. When both glowed of a pale blue, he said, everything seems all right. Your destination is right beyond the door. He waved at the wall at his right, appearing incredibly stupid in Lith's eyes. But then several rune markings appeared from the wall, forming a small ring of energy that quickly expanded, becoming big enough for both of them to pass through. A real dimension door. If I have to choose between healing and forge mastering, I'll take the second without any regret. It took but a step to travel all the distance between the capital of the Marquisate and the headmaster office of the White Griffin. Lith recognized it because it was almost identical to the Lightning Griffin one. The only differences were how the furniture was positioned and the headmaster personal effects on display. Books he had written, certificates of merit from both the kingdom and the association. They covered the whole wall behind his desk. No free king ante chamber. The headmaster was waiting for them. He stood up as soon as the door appeared, approaching Marchioness Distar and welcoming her with great warmth. Marchioness Distar, is always such a pleasure to meet an alumnus of our academy, even if she graduated before my time. Without waiting for her reply, he made her a deep bow that she reciprocated. Headmaster Linjos, is an honor to have the chance to finally meet you. I heard a lot about the incredible feats you managed to accomplish at your young age. It's no surprise at all that for you becoming the youngest headmaster ever. You are too kind. Excuse me for my bluntness, but I was really surprised by your sudden request for an urgent meeting. Has anything else happened to your family? Is there anything else that White Griffin can do for you? Linjos was deeply embarrassed. The academy was about to resume its activities, and Manohar was still unreachable. The headmaster had taken multiple notes to reprimand him sharply. Taking a short personal leave was okay. Disappearing for almost 6 months straight, not so much. Thanks for your interest, but my family managed to survive, one way or another. The reason for this audience is that I wanted to introduce you this brilliant young mage. He is pretty famous. You should have heard of Lith of Lustria. Finally recognizing the youth behind her, Linjos stepped back. A beehive had just walked unannounced in his office. Supreme Magus. Chapter 55, Politics and Ideals. Linjos was a man in his late 20s, about 177 meters, 5 feet 9 inches high. His ample mage robe made his build a mystery. He could as well be a mountain of muscles or thin as a stick. He had a perfectly shaven long face, a cleft chin, and an aquiline nose. His hair was chestnut brown with shades of silver. His brow eyes were brimming with intelligence and worry. Lith could almost hear his panicking thoughts. Judging from the difference in treatment Lark and Distar received, he must be aware of how powerful she is at the moment. I am really curious to see how this will play out. The headmaster's bushy eyebrows were wriggling like furry worms, while he was deciding how to face the unexpected event. He too has a light blue mana core. Solus observed. He is weaker than Ains, but stronger than anyone else we met, except for that be asterisk TCH Linnea. Blue must be the minimum requirement for the position. Well, this is really embarrassing to say, dear Marchioness, but I don't know if I can help you. Linjos considered Linnea's political stand bulls asterisk it. He had fiercely opposed her motion during the last headmaster's council. But he had lost, even if by a small margin. The rules were clear. He could only follow the regulations approved by the majority of the council. Well, I think it will be easier than you think. The Marchioness sat down on an armchair, inviting Linjos to do the same. Watching the headmaster getting ordered around in his own office filled Lith with joy. I wish it was me, being so powerful to make them all bend the knee. No more hiding, no more lies. Just unbridled power. What do you mean? Linjos asked after sitting behind his desk. You see, I am partially at fault for this whole situation. If I had just told the truth from the beginning, nothing would have happened. But I had my own reasons, so I hope you do understand how confidential it is what I am about to share with you. The headmaster's interest was piqued, and while Lith had no idea what she was talking about, he was a liar skilled enough to know when to shut up and get her back. Of course, everything you say will never get out of this room. You have my word. You see, I met Lith a few years ago, and I was so amazed by his skill and talent that I took him as my apprentice. She closed into the desk, almost whispering. Both men were taken aback by that revelation. So Neria actually taught him only the basics. It was actually I that imparted to him the ways of magic. The problem was, and still is, that my family is under the scrutiny of too many eyes. I have too many enemies. So, to prevent that one of them could snuff him out before he could achieve his true potential, we decided to keep everything a secret and let the world think that Count Lark and Neria were the ones actually taking care of him. That would explain a lot. Linjos exclaimed in shock. His achievements are too outstanding for someone without a proper background. Not to mention why the court has taken the matter so seriously, despite it came from a lone noble appeal. Well, CKU too, mate. Lith thought. This Lark one more time, and you and I will have a problem. Exactly. The Marchioness nodded, passing him several papers that came out from one of the rings she wore. I still can't afford the truth to see the light. You know what happened to my daughter. So, I would really like to avoid officially forcing you accept him with the authority entrusted me by the king. It would raise a fuss on multiple levels. I hope that you can understand my position, and that those documents will give you leverage enough to defend your standing if the council tries to reprimand you. Linjos read the papers and, at some point, almost jumped up from his chair. He is the one that cured your daughter and extracted the magical poison our labs are currently studying. He simply could not believe his eyes. The best healers among the Griffin Academy's staff had tried and failed, while this kid was supposed to have correctly diagnosed the nature of the illness and managed to cure it. I'm sorry for being rude once again, but all the testimonies come from your family members. The council will surely object that this is just a ruse to force their hand. This story is simply unbelievable. Go to the next page, please." She didn't even care to hide her smirk. The second page was also a statement. Ains was one of the witnesses and reported everything he had seen during that day, giving a professional assessment on Lith's skills, pointing out and describing the numerous personal spells he had witnessed him using. Linjo's went completely pale. Ains' testimony was a sworn one, just like the others, but coming from a mage, it had a completely different significance from that of a noble. Doubting his word was the same as calling him a liar and an incompetent. The consequences of that would be terrible. Despite being so young, his talent and power were beyond question, not to mention that the Black Griffin would become a sworn enemy of anyone who tried to taint their genius reputation. Such a heavy insult could even bring Ains to personally challenge whoever dared to question his judgment, and there was no headmaster that wanted to face him in direct confrontation, be it a magic duel or contest of wits. The two documents were more than enough to defy the will of the council without repercussions, but Linjo's wasn't the kind of man who acted on impulse. "The fact that I can doesn't mean that I must do it," he pondered. "Whatever I do, I will face a different backlash, either from the Marchioness or the council. From a political standpoint, there is not much difference, and that makes my decision much easier. If this kid is really so talented, it would be a crime against magic to blindly follow the orders of those old fogies. I remember well how they opposed me becoming headmaster, claiming I was too young, too radical for the position. It's time to teach them a lesson. They're wrinkly as *ES have been rooted to their chairs for so long that they have forgotten about the passion that teaching magic requires. I accepted the position the Queen offered to me because I was disgusted seeing how academies were being reduced to paper pushers, neglecting to nurture true talents and bootlicking those who were already powerful for petty political gain. The Marchioness waited patiently. Being thoughtful was a plus on her book. Only idiots and lapdogs would mindlessly charge toward danger. I will be glad to take your disciple in my academy, but only if he reaches the minimum requirements. Under my guidance, there are no favoritism in the White Griffin." Both the Marchioness and Lith had no objections. Lith had been instructed about the admittance test by Nanowell before his visit to the Lightning Griffin, and before going to the White Griffin, he had asked confirmation from the Marchioness. Nana's admittance had happened decades ago. Something could have changed over time, but from Destar's experience, the structure of the exam was still the same. Headmaster Linjo's used his communication amulet to assemble the heads of all the magical departments in the test room. Lith was curious about exploring the academy, but the headmaster opened another dimensional door, bringing them to destination. It was a big square room, with each side 30 meters, 33 yards, long, that seemed carved out a single huge piece of stone. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all smooth with no gap except for a door. The only pieces of furniture were several chairs lined up against a wall, where the Marchioness, the headmaster, and the faculty heads sat as soon as they came out of several dimension doors. Lith felt a new respect for fake mages. Compressing space with such ease, allowing instant movements, was something beyond his wildest dreams. When all the 7 heads arrived, the headmaster said, "Show us your basics." He was asking Lith to show his proficiency with chore magic, the foundation of all magics. If only you knew what you were missing. Lith inwardly smiled. Lith took a deep breath, stimulating his mana core to its maximum output. He stood straight, extending his right hand upwards, right above his head, generating a sphere of dazzling white light the size of a chestnut. His sharp earring could already listen to some whispered comments. Perfect silent light magic. Trivial, but effective. Hope he can do something better. I have so much paperwork in my office. Lith openly smiled, moving his arm clockwise, and when it reached 2 o'clock, a fiery fireball appeared. 2 kinds of perfect silent magic. Not bad for a commoner. Double casting, finally something interesting. The arm kept moving in a fluid movement, not letting them the time to chat. At 4 o'clock, a small thundercloud appeared. The audience started to get interested. Triple casting at 12 years. What the F***CK? Triple perfect silent. The arm reached 6 o'clock. A blot of pure darkness started consuming the light, pulsing with hunger. Both the headmaster and the Marchioness had already understood what it was, but while the Marchioness had seen Lith in action, Linjos was shocked. It couldn't be silver wings. At 8 o'clock rock, dust and dirt condensed into a small round stone, while at 11 o'clock a small bubble of water constantly shifted between gas, liquid, and frozen state. By the gods! Hexacasting with perfect, silent magic. That's almost Magus Silverwing's mana hexagram. The last student that managed to do that. The headmaster hit the department head with the elbow, forcing him to shut up. Lith's interest was piqued. Why interrupt him? Was the identity of the student a secret? There is no almost, he thought. His arm didn't stop. At the second round of his arm, the single dots of energy became connected by tendrils of power, forming a perfect hexagram inscribed in a circle. Through the shared connections, energy started to circulate until the single elements disappeared, leaving only a golden hexagram floating in the air. And if you have problems imagining the result, just look again at the book's cover, tongue sticking out. That was the reason why Nana had been admitted back in the day, and she had passed it down to Lith. Lachra Silverwing's mana hexagram was a rare feat that barely a magician out of 100 was capable to perform. It was an exercise that demonstrated not only mastery over all the elements, but also a deep understanding of the flow of mana. It emphasized the mental strength and focus. It was an unwritten rule that whoever was capable of casting the mana hexagram was automatically admitted, even if she was a slave. After that, Lith started to cast fake magic spells as fast as he could. Now he had to prove his mastery and control over the first 3 tiers of magic to skip the beginner's years. He was supposed to cast at least 20 Tier 1 spells, but he performed 30. He could have done more, but avoided to. Lith had already studied and memorized all the White Griffin records. If geniuses scored 110 out of 100, 90 out of 100 was a perfectly fine result for him. He didn't want to get too much spotlight, just enough to get his talent recognized and maybe turn some professors into his backers to spend the next 2 years in the most calm and peaceful atmosphere. He was there to learn, not to fight. Lith stopped at Tier 3 spells. Going further would be too dangerous. Not only he would have exposed too much talent, but he would also risk to skip even the 4th year. Specialization courses start on the 4th year, and Lith wanted to remain in the academy long enough to assimilate everything it had to offer about forge mastering and maybe even healing. Not to mention, he still needed powerful backers. When he finished, there was no applause or congratulations, but the convened mages huddled up, starting to discuss wildly. Their whispers were loud enough that even with his old earring, Lith would still be able to listen to them. Outstanding performance. The Marchioness had left the group as soon as the discussion started. She had no place in it. Thanks. Lith pretended being tired and short of breath. Do you think I'm in? Most definitely, unless heaven and earth turn upside down. Supreme Magus. Chapter 56, Bargains and Promises. Nice trick, by the way. Silverwing's hexagram is an uncommon skill for an admission exam, but generally those who are capable of performing it are fighting-oriented mages that don't apply to either white or black griffin. I must admit to have underestimated you. I would have never expected a country bumpkin to have such deep knowledge and to be able to exploit it to turn a good performance into an excellent one. They have not seen one of these in decades. F***CK me sideways. Lith's smug and thoughts were polar opposites. Even Anna didn't know about this, or she set me up. Let's hope my score isn't too high. I don't want some school princess/prince bother me because of it. In a matter of minutes, everything was settled. New dimension doors opened, and the mages disappeared without saying a word. Back into the headmaster's office, Linjos gave them the result. Congratulations, young. He remembered that Lith had no family name. Mage. Your admission at White Griffin has been approved unanimously with a score of 93 out of 100. Your actual score was 88, but since it has been years since an applicant was capable of performing the hexagram, we awarded you 5 extra points. 88/100? Lith thought. Either I limited myself too much, or someone is really cranky today. The hexagram proved to be a wild card, but luckily my score is still within the expected range. Linjos continued his speech, unaware of Lith's worries. I look forward to see you back here in a couple of months to start your specialization years. Here, this is some material you can study and revise to take your choice. The headmaster gave Lith 7 small books. The first 6 were about elemental specializations, while the 7th one was about item creation. Lith took them all avidly. Those are highly confidential. You're not supposed to show them or discuss about their content with anyone outside the White Griffin. Linjo's tone was dead serious. Lith gave his most heartfelt assurances. Perfect. Any question before I call in the wardrobe for your uniform? Yes, one. What is the academy position about bullying? As you know, I come from a backwater village. My father is a farmer, and I don't even have a last name. In my experience, even the best of us tend to look down upon me, if not worse. He threw a meaningful look at the Marchioness, who pretended not to notice. Headmaster Linjo's puffed his chest with pride, straightening up his back even more. Glad that you asked. Before my time, commoners' and merchants' children had quite a rough experience. But I have established a zero-tolerance policy for bullying and violence in my academy. I hope to set up an example for everyone. The Queen picked me up for this position because even as a student, I fought hard to defend the rights of the less fortunate. No matter their origin, powerful mages are too precious assets for the kingdom to allow some spoiled brats to ruin years of hard work. You have no idea how many Academy's alumni have defected our kingdom to get their revenge. The court is giving this matter the utmost importance. That's why I expect many heads to fall in the next years. Just thinking of how many brilliant mages, even geniuses, had their lives destroyed by abuses of power, made Linjo's heart bleed. Once they grew in power, they had left their home country with no hesitation, turning into a thorn in the side of the king. Their rage was unbridled. The only way to make them come back would be to wipe out entire ancient noble families. But that was something outside even the king's reach. It would start a civil war. He had to choose the lesser evil. But that didn't mean he would let that evil to keep eroding the kingdom's backbone. Yes, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. Lith didn't feel even a bit reassured by his words. As a hunter, I learned that a cornered beast is the most dangerous one. What if, hypothetically, I would be harassed by one or more influential people? I would stand by your side and give them the proper punishment. The answer was too quick. Man, this guy is green. Either he comes from a fairy tale or has not been in the real world long enough for it to bite his **s. Lith thought, I'm sure of your sincerity, but please think about it. Prince whatever harasses a country bumpkin and gets reported. It's just a victim word against someone who has at his back political and magical influence. What could you do? I would order for an exhaustive investigation, listening to all the witnesses. And what if the witnesses get intimidated? Or if there is no witness at all? Are you telling me you could still do something? Linjo's long face seemed to become even longer. No, I could not. Prince whatever would at worst get a reprimand. And I could only ask the staff to keep an eye on the bumpkin. Isn't there anything at all you can do to prevent this? Lith was seriously rethinking everything. Getting admitted with a high score and having just Count Lark as an official backer would make his permanence a nightmare straight from day one. With all the magical marvels you got, isn't there some kind of alarm? A panic whistle? A God's please, anyone save me device? Actually, there is. Linjo's words made Lith sigh with relief. From one of the desk drawers, Linjo's took out a big wooden box, twice as big, full to the brim of black, pearl look-alike spheres the size of a baseball. Lucky bastard. Even his drawers are pocket dimensions. I want to learn forge mastering so bad. These spheres are actually magical items called guilty ballots. The name was self-explanatory. Even in that world, justice was represented holding a scale. The jurors would cast their vote by setting black spheres on one of the plates for a guilty verdict, white on the other for an innocent one. Once you imprint one as yours, just like for a communication amulet, the guilty ballot will record every word and action happening around you as soon as you send some mana into it. A second mana pulse would trigger a call for help, alerting the academy staff that something is wrong. It would also work as a beacon for warp steps, allowing us to intervene immediately. Warp steps, Lith thought. I'm a man of tradition. Dimensional door sounds much better, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thank you very much. That's exactly what I hoped for. Lith grabbed one without a second thought. Wait, there's a reason why I didn't offer it to you immediately. Lith wasn't much interested, but he had to keep appearances. Is there any side effect? No. The ballad itself works perfectly. It has been made by the best forge masters, after all. The problem is that its use is socially frowned upon by both students and teachers. I must warn you that it's much more famous as the Coward's End. Lith hid his mouth with a hand, pretending to be in deep thought, while he was actually grinning in disgust. Yeah, right. I had enough of this bullsh *T back on Earth. You need to learn how to stand up for yourself, they said. A little bullying helps you build your character and prepare you to face real life and all that *AP. Then, all those as asterisk holes of teachers would be the first to cry when one of the victims committed suicide, or even better if they took up a gun to settle their scores. Seeing that Lith wasn't replying, Linjos continued. Very few students have picked a ballot, and even those who did usually returned it after some weeks. Isolation and ostracism are another form of violence I can do nothing about. And for someone away from home for the first time, a bad friend is better than none at all. It could prevent you from socializing, keeping everyone away from you, even those who could actually become your true friends. Please, have faith in me. I will stand by your side, no matter what. All the teachers I handpick share my vision and will do all they can to help you. Lith wanted to sarcastically laugh in the face of his groundless optimism and wishful thinking. Thank you very much for your concern, but as I can see it, it would be a thorny path with or without it. Besides, I decided to join your academy to quench my thirst for knowledge, not to make friends. Without the ballot, I would be in the hands of fate. With it, instead, if you are right, I will never need it, nor ever be forced to reveal I do possess one. If I am right, we both will have our backs covered, and you will have what you need to pursue your ideals. It's a win-win situation. Lith tried to be polite and accommodating, but in his mind, he could see several flaws in Linjo's pep talk. He admitted not being able to purge all the bad apples. This means that I need to be wary of both students and teachers. Not to mention that we barely knew each other. How can he possibly be so naive to expect me to take his word at face value? For all I know, he could as well be a strawman with no actual power that a rotten system has put into this place just for marketing. Only time will tell me if this guy is just a frigging paint job on a rust bucker or the real deal. Linjo sighed, but insisted no more. It hurt his pride and spirit seeing such a young man being so cynical. When he had started as a headmaster, he had always pictured himself as a charismatic figure, capable of instilling trust in his pupils. But being a mage, he was more pragmatic than idealistic and recognized the truth behind Lith's words. After Linnea destroyed his future, it's natural for him to be biased. I'll show to both him and the Queen that my methods work. The ballot is a sad relic of the past, born because of the incompetence of my predecessors. Nobles and commoners can and will go along. Linjo's thought. After concluding that matter, Linjo summoned in his office a wardrobe clerk that delivered a uniform way too big for Lith's size. It consisted of a white shirt, blazer, pants, a robe, and black shoes. The embroideries instead were of a pitch black color. At the moment, the uniform is at its biggest available size. Our forge masters enchant them so that they are able to perfectly fit the wearer. As you grow over time, it will expand, so you will not have to change it. The uniform has many other properties. They are all described in a note inside the chest pocket, with one exception. Linjo's took out his shirt's cuffs and an unused ballot, bringing them close. The black sphere suddenly disappeared. You do not possess yet any dimensional object, and you cannot walk with a ballot in your hand the whole time. So, our uniform's cuffs possess a hidden function, a very small dimensional storage that only applies to ballots. As far as I know, aside from us and the Forge Masters, no one is aware of its existence. Lith nodded, sending mana to the guilty ballot in his hand. The magical item absorbed greedily the energy, imprinting Lith's mana as its master. In many ways, it was similar to Solus, yet the differences were like heaven and earth. The ballot needed Lith's mana to function, not to live, and it was incapable of absorbing it on its own. Through his mana flow, Lith was capable of making it start/stop recording, projecting the recorded images and sounds. This thing is dead as a doornail. It's just like some kind of CCTV, and I'm the power plant. The uniform, thought, has some pretty sweet properties. Lith thought while skimming the instructions. Before leaving the headmaster office, Lith received even more booklets that described the Academy's history, its forest, how the student point system worked, and so on. There was enough to fill a small library. Thankfully, the Marchioness offered to carry them for him in one of her dimensional pockets. Damn it, if it wasn't for Solaspedia, it would take me months to read and memorize all this stuff. Between knowing the white griffin rules and regulations inside out and the guilty ballot, I should have what I need to survive the next 2 years. Maybe. Supreme Magus. Chapter 57, A Bad Start, is the other half. There is still some time before the start of the academic year. Lith spent most of it reading the headmaster's books and planning his future. According to the school records, most students would achieve only a specialization. Good and great mages would achieve 2, while attaining 3 or more was the sign of a true polymath genius. It wasn't enough attending the courses to be considered a specialist. One should also possess considerable talent in the field. And like most things in life, genius couldn't be evaluated with just numbers. Krishna Manohar, the resident god of healing, had only 2 specializations, simply because he had no interest in other topics. His second one was as battle mage, and even in his biography, it was mentioned only once for the sake of completeness. Yet Nana, having only 1 specialization, felt wrong on so many levels that Lith decided to take a pause from his studies to ask her why. Those days, the white griffin uniform was the only dress he would wear, not for swag, as much for practicality. It was capable of self-cleaning, getting rid of any dirt or sweat, and to offer some degree of protection from both physical and magical attacks. It allowed him to be more relaxed during his day life and when hunting. It was like wearing a full armor, but light as silk. It could withstand a bear's claw strike without ripping, but Lith would still feel the blunt impact. He had made many experiments to test its reliability and limits. Oddly enough, the protection was extended to his head and hands too, despite being uncovered. The robe, though, was still stored in Soulless Pocket Dimension. Wearing it would strengthen the protective effect, but it was too long and unpractical to use. It would get caught in trees, bushes, everything. Not to mention that being stealthy while wearing an oversized bathrobe was nigh impossible. I said this back on Earth, and I'll repeat it now. Mage's fashion sense sucks. Capes and robes are idiotic to wear. They make you so easy to grab and slam around like a carpet. Lith could have flown, yet he preferred walking. Those were his last moments of true freedom, and he wanted to enjoy them to the fullest. At Nana's home office, everyone showered him with praises and congratulations, giving the healer the time to speak with her former apprentice. Sorry to disappoint you, young sprite. Ever since Lith had saved Count Lark's family years ago, she had promoted him from little imp to sprite. But I only have 1 specialization. She winked blatantly, despite they were alone in her private quarters. Here is an unrequested advice. Life is unpredictable, and many things you'll need to survive are not written in any book. She winked again. You need to lean them by experience. I understand. Sorry to have wasted your time. Lith winked back. Do not apologize, dear. It's always a pleasure seeing you. And don't even think about leaving without saying a proper goodbye. Or when I'll die, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Please, if it's true that weeds never die out, then you'll probably outlive us all. Lith bought some fresh pastries and white bread before returning home. I can't decide if the idea of hidden specializations is more interesting or disturbing. I wonder if Nana's second talent is the real reason for her downfall. Maybe she was a magical assassin that either failed an important mission or was framed. Either way, to avoid repeating her mistakes, I must stick to the plan, get my specializations, and as much backers as I can. And to get them, being a healer is the best bait. The Martianists proved to me that no matter how rich and powerful, they are still scared **+ of death. Also, being a great healer brings you more clients than envy. If they see you as an asset, those in power don't feel threatened by your existence. Lith's last months went by peacefully. Count Lark held a small private goodbye party, attended by Lith's and Lark's family, Nana and Celia. Hylia, the first cook, still believed in #TeamRaz, so she went all out for the occasion. She even called him Young Master a couple of times, embarrassing both Lith and the Count. They didn't know if to laugh or cry. Rumors indeed die hard. The only sour note was the presence of Sinton, Rena's soon-to-be husband. Lith had still a hard time letting his sister go, so when he shook the man's hand, he reminded him 2 truths. Remember, when you marry a woman, you marry her whole family. Lith said out loud, triggering laughter and joy in the participants. And I know where you live. He threatened him, whispering in Sinton's ear when they were embracing. The Martianists had been invited too, albeit only out of politeness, but she could not intervene, and for a good reason. Her family had been attacked once more, and she had her hands full trying to identify the instigator. His first day of school, Lith left home before the sunrise. All his belongings were sadly able to fit in a chest smaller than an armchair that his father Raz had handmade for the occasion. Despite the happy circumstances, his parents cried like he was about to go to war. "Oh, Lith, promise to write me every day," sobbed Alina, his mother, while hugging him strong enough to squeeze the air out of his lungs. "Mom, we have the communication amulet, remember? Do you really want to wait for the mail to be delivered?" "Of course not, you silly. Call us as soon as you have a minute to spare," she said, throwing him into his father's arms. "Remember, little one, no matter how far you will be, you'll always have a family and a house here." Raz's cheeks were streaked with tears, his voice broken. "Far? Dad, between flight and warp steps, I'm barely an hour away from home. I'll be back at the end of the first trimester, in time for the spring festival." Lith was moved and confused by their feelings. Back on Earth, when he and Carl had left their home, their mother sent away gift had been changing the door locks. His sister's goodbyes were much more joyous. They were both moving on with their lives, and were happy that their little brother, too, was able to pursue his dreams. Trine was nowhere to be seen. Their relationship had never mended, and the more power and authority Lith gained, the more Trine felt a stranger to his own family. He had left home as soon as he turned 16, announcing his decision to perform voluntary military service and marry outside the family, leaving Tista to inherit the farm and the house. Lith left home, making the chest fly alongside him. Only when he was far enough, he stored it inside the pocket dimension and went pedal to the metal. He took it out before approaching the nearest Mage Association branch, keeping it floating while he walked through the warp step to the academy. An attendant accompanied him to his personal room in the 4th-year wing of the castle. To avoid hazing, each year had a separate wing for its classes, living quarters, even the canteen. Students from different years had no common spaces. After imprinting the room with his mana, becoming its master, Lith left his chest and dismissed the attendant. He had the map of the castle copied and stored in Solaspedia, hence needing no help to reach his classroom. Regardless of the chosen specializations, the students of the 4th year had some classes that everyone had to attend. Theory of combat magic was one of those mandatory courses. Asterisk. Lith was one of the first to arrive. The classroom was almost empty, except for a few students that had already occupied the desks in the last row. The classroom resembled a lecture classroom from a college, with a pitched floor and the desks arranged in a semicircular shape. At a first glance, it seemed to have a capacity of at least 200 students. In any other circumstances, Lith would have admired the perfect lighting of the room, the magnificence of the marble floor, the refined craftsmanship of the desks. Each one was made with the best materials available, drawing a merciless comparison with his old college. At that moment, however, his eyes were only noticing how all those present had sighed in relief seeing him. Judging from their positioning and nervousness, they were clearly trying to lie low and go unnoticed. Lith had walked enough in their shoes to know what it meant, and how futile their effort was. Poor guys. You still haven't learned that you can avoid trouble when it's the trouble looking for you, huh? Just like in middle school, the preys come early to avoid contact, while the predators take their sweet time. He chose a seat in the middle row, not too close, but not too far. He would still be able to see clearly the professor and read from what appeared to be a chalkboard. I would love to sit in the first row, but I bet that's the cool kids' gathering spot. It's better to avoid useless arguments and stay in the safe zone. If someone comes to bother me, it would be on purpose. Lith took out his notebook and inkwell to prepare for the lesson, hoping things to go smoothly. According to Nana, the real class hierarchy would be established from day one. Both he and Solus remained alert the whole time, while the classroom was getting filled with people. Some sneered looking at him. Others shook their head with a sad expression, deeming him too dumb or naive to know his place. It's very interesting, Solus said. The worst mana core I detected is bright green. All the rest are different shades of cyan or deep blue. It's not a surprise that so many of Lark's protégés failed at the admission. Yeah, Peachy. Not only I'm not the top dog mana core-wise, I cannot use any magic outside the fake one. Eyes on the prize, Solus, this is Sparta. Based on the glances I received, the situation may be worse than I expected. When only 15 minutes remained before the scheduled start of the lesson, 3 girls waddled in like they owned the place. Lith threw a quick glance in the back rows, and judging from the cowering behind the desks, the queen was in the house. After shaking his robe's right sleeve, he braced for impact. They were chatting among themselves, looking around the class like hungry wolves in a butcher shop. He could hear the one on point, a red-haired girl, say, "Let's give a new guys a proper welcome." They walked up the stair until they were in front of Lith's desk. "Hey, Shorty, what are you doing so close to my desk? Your filthy peasant smell makes me nauseous. Scram to the last row together with the rest of the garbage," said the red-haired girl that was barely 5 centimeters, 2 inches taller than him, while her 2 companions giggled and sneered eerily. What the F***? Lith thought. This seems out of Aesop's The Wolf and the Lamb fable. I bet that even if I was already sitting in the last row, she would harass me for not respecting my seniors or something. She is looking for a fight, no matter what I do. Solus, let's go with the worst-case scenario contingency plan. I'm sorry, Lith replied with his most innocent tone. According to the White Griffin rules, I have the right to sit whenever I want. You have no authority to order me around. Please, leave me alone, and we can all forget about this incident. Lith was really disappointed inwardly. At least on Earth bad girls were hot stuff. These 3, instead, were barely cute, with average curves and the charisma of a rotting opossum. "You insolent fool," she snarled at him. "Don't you know who I am?" At that point, Lith activated his hush spell on both his ears, preventing himself to hear the load of bullsh**t the girl was spewing. He knew his temper enough to know that otherwise he would have probably lost his cool, especially if she mentioned his family. Falling for their provocations would mean giving them and others an excuse to harass him. Hey, Solus, I can't read lips, but I guess she is making herself appear high and mighty, flaunting her family status, all while belittling me and my physical appearance. How close did I get? Very close. By my maker, this girl really has a way with words. If I had a body, I would kick her **s already. The things she is saying about you. She is just the worst. Not to mention those 2 harpies ganging up with her at the right time. Please, do not give me any details. I am already outraged. Don't add any more fuel to the fire. It's time to put the headmaster's word to the test. I won't stand for this **T1 more. Before he could complete the thought, Solus interrupted both him and the spells. That's your cue. Lith barely made in time to listen to the... Are you listening to me? For the God's sake, no. Sweetheart, your voice is so squeaky that it would make me rip my ears off if I had to actually listen to all your whining and ranting. The 3 girls were silenced out of shock. Sweetheart, someone in the classroom echoed. It's just a figure of speech, of course. Lith replied, as it had been the leader of the pack speaking. You're not blind. I'm pretty sure that, despite your overinflated ego, you know deep inside your rotten heart that you're almost as ugly on the outside as you are on the inside. We have nobles even in my backwater village, but you win the prize for the one with the longest stick up her A*S and biggest SH*T in her nose, hands down. That much I have to give it to you. Lith had only one way out of that situation. The least he could do was let off his chest all the pin-up rage. How dare you? The girl face had turned purple. Her eyes were popping out of rage and brimming with mana. Look, kid, the lesson is about to begin, and I'm already bored. Maybe you're used to scare people with your ugly mug and annoying voice, but I faced much worse in my life. Now scram, before I report you for harassment. This isn't your home. This is one of the 6 great academies. It has rules. Since they meant to harm him anyway, he would give them all the rope they wanted, hoping they would end up hanging themselves with it. The girl laughed heartily. Rules? I don't give a damn about the rules. I could kill you right here and now and get away with it in less than an hour. Do you think any of these cowards would dare to say a word? That anyone from a noble or magician family would waste even one breath for a filthy peasant? The likes of you shouldn't even be here. Your kind does nothing but taint this place and ruin magic's good name. Lith stood up indignant, ready for the grand finale. How dare you? I spoke with the headmaster when I enrolled. He said. The girl on his left cut him short. Who? That loser? My father says he is so young that he probably still wets himself at night. He is just a strawman, like all the headmasters. Added the one on his right. He is just a puppet in the hands of the great families. You are all alone in here. Country SH*T. The leader of the pack had regained confidence. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, a smug grin going from ear to ear. Now get your filthy A*S out of that chair, kneel to me, and lick my shoes clean. If you do it, I promise not to beat you too hard. Their fists were now set ablaze, their mouths and hands moving in unison, each one casting a different spell. Lith just took his right hand out the robe's long sleeve, revealing a small black sphere. Magic was gently coursing and pulsing within it. He put a front of her horrified face. The smiles and spells had disappeared. The whole class fell silent. Once more with feeling. Supreme Magus. Chapter 58, Aftermath. A Coward's End. The classroom exploded with exclamations of shock and outrage. Everyone knew what it was, but no one had actually used it in years, to the point it was considered just a myth. How despicable. The leader of the pack was desperately trying to search for a way out. This was the first time she had her back against a wall. You made me say those things. I just fell into your trap. It's all your fault. Lith laughed his A*S off. Seriously? That's your excuse? You made me do it. You did it all by yourself, and everything that happened since I walked in the classroom has been recorded. I doubt anyone would find an image of me begging to get my A*S kicked. She had realized the idiocy of her plan the moment she said it out loud, so she decided for a subtler approach. Look, I get it. We started with the wrong foot, but we can still fix everything. But of course, I can report everything to the headmaster or use the ballot for summoning help. Either way, you'll permanently be out of my hair forever. The girl turned as pale as a ghost, but refused to back down. Don't you have any shame? Incapable of doing anything on your own, hiding behind a crutch made for cripples and weaklings? It's no surprise that you commoners can't get any respect in here. You do not deserve it. Lith laughed even harder. Playing the pride card? Maybe if I was a 5-year-old, it could even work. But you know what? It's rich hearing a speech about shame and incapacity from you. The pot calling the kettle black. You are 3 years older than me, and together with your friends gang up against one. To make things worse, the only reason you did it was to torment someone you consider an inferior being, just because you think that you are untouchable. You can call me a coward for using a ballot, but then what's your excuse? You are nothing but 3 pathetic little girls, used to hide behind their parents, that cower in fear when they have to face the consequences of their foolish actions. It's not being brave or strong, when the only reason you're so cocky is because of your family name. That's cheating. If you really think what you're doing is right, you should attack me, ballot or not ballot, uncaring of the consequences. After all, the headmaster is just a puppet, your words. If the white griffin is really in your hands, what do you have to fear? But if you do not make a move, is because you know that you are wrong, and that you are just a hypocrite. She wanted to kill that little bastard, shove all his words down his throat, but she could not, and neither could her friends. They were already at risk of being expelled. The only option remaining was damage control. The headmaster had issued a zero-tolerance policy against bullying, and everyone in the court knew that there was the hand of the queen pulling his strings. Her father, Duke Hertia, had been crystal clear with her. Do whatever you want. I'll cover for you as long as you don't get caught red-handed. I don't give a sh*t about commoners or small nobles' lives, but I work too hard to lose everything for such a petty reason. If you are so incompetent to leave proofs, our family will be put under scrutiny, our assets frozen during all the investigation. I'd rather throw you to the wolves than putting the family name at risk. I can always have another daughter, after all. It's only my dukedom that's irreplaceable. Too many mages had defected the Griffin Kingdom after graduating from the academies, trading all the secrets they had learned in exchange for the promise of revenge and riches. The system had proven to be corrupt decades ago, but now it was crumbling under its own weight, snowballing out of control faster and faster. Despite the noble families and magicians' bloodlines had always opposed the changes, after losing 2 Magus-level mages due to the unfair treatment they had received, both the Queen and the Mage Association were out for blood. During the past year, Duke Monir's son had been proven guilty of causing a brilliant young mage to move to the Gorgon Empire, where he revealed to possess an outstanding talent. The Duke had defended his son's action until the verdict and ended up serving the same sentence. The Queen had stripped him of his title and all of his possessions, passing them to the next of kin. He took his life the day after, incapable of accepting the loss. The standstill between Lith and the girls lasted until Professor Trask entered into the room. Lith walked up to him, the ballot still in hand. Please, don't be a jerk. My day has barely started, but there's still plenty of time for going from the frying pan to the fire. Please, don't be a jerk. He wished as strong as he could. When Lith regained his cool, he noticed that Professor Trask was fairly young. He was pretty handsome, around 30 years old, 1 meter and 82 centimeters, 6 foot, high, and with the build of an athlete. His dark brown hair had a military cut, yet he had a stubble, no robe, and the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to the elbows, revealing his muscular arms. Seems more an adventurer than an academic. Either way, judging from his age, he should be one of the professors the headmaster handpicked. I need some frigging luck, he thought. Lith bowed deeply to him before speaking. Professor Trask, please, I need to report to the headmaster. My name is Lith from Lustria, and an odd light shone in Trask's eyes at those words. The sassy kid, I knew I recognized your face from somewhere. Man, did you really manage to get into trouble even before the first period? This academy is way shittier than I thought. Who's the jackass this time? Still dazed from the professor's medal, Lith managed to point at the 3 girls. I have no idea who they are. It's my first year too, you know? But I'm sure that with the cowards I mean the ballot, we'll solve everything in a jiffy. Go get them, Tiger. I'll wait for your return before starting the lesson. After almost drowning Lith with his words, the chatterbox stamped his left foot, opening a warp step straight to the headmaster's office. As soon as Lith crossed the threshold, it closed behind him. Lith greeted him with a small bow, too depressed to keep up with etiquette, handing him the gilt ballot without saying a word. Already, Linjos was even more shocked than Lith. Yes, I don't know the range of this thing, but they called it a proper welcome. So much for a safe environment. Linjos took the ballot, placing it on a small tripod. It projected a 3D hologram of the recording, starting from the moment Lith had taken it out from the cuffs. Contrary to Lith's expectations, even that phrase was perfectly audible by adjusting the audio settings. When it ended, Linjos was hiding his face between his hands, full of shame and embarrassment. I'm so sorry. I had no idea the situation is so dire. A headmaster that has no knowledge or control of his own academy. I must look like a fool in your eyes. That's quite an understatement, Lith thought, but since his entire academic career rested on Linjos' shoulders, he decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Headmaster, I don't mean to be rude, really, but that was the daughter of a duke. Right now, what really concerns me is what will happen to her, to me, and more importantly, what can you do to guarantee my family's safety? Lith was seriously worried about the consequences of that clash, but he couldn't back down again and again out of fear. Even forge mastering wasn't worth having his self-esteem and body broken every time some rich kid wanted to have fun at his expenses. Linjos didn't fail to notice how depressed and downcast Lith was, and that hurt even more than just his pride. He had failed another of his precious students. Don't worry about it. The three of them will be punished according to the rules. As I said to you the day we met, I don't do favoritism. You are the victim. Nothing will happen to you. And your family is safe. As a student, every single one of them is under the protection of the Mage Association. Not even a duke would dare defying their will. Yeah, right. Lith scoffed. Like I should have been safe here. Nobles shouldn't abuse their status, and so on. Again, I mean no disrespect, headmaster, but reality doesn't give a damn about should and could. People do things simply because they can, especially when they know they will go unpunished. What do you think would have happened if I didn't have the ballot? You would probably be scraping off the floor my remains with a spoon. Officially, my only backer is Count Lark, and to make things worse, a duke is a title even higher than a marchioness. I don't think Duke Hestia would be much impressed by a piece of paper that says, "Please don't. Be a good man." At those words, Linjos had a dazed expression. Then he shook his head and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Lith. I forgot you know nothing about these matters. After all, you are just... Is he really going to add insult to the injury? Lith thought. Yet Linjos stopped in time, managing to correct himself by the skin of his teeth. Unfamiliar of how seriously this kind of things are considered. You see, every magician, but especially the students that have yet to reveal their true potential, are all considered as properties of the crown. That's why all the Academy's uniforms are so flashy to the point of being almost tacky. It's a warning, just like for poisonous animals. Harming one of you, or using your families as a bargain chip, is considered an act of treason against the kingdom. Treason is the worst crime anyone could commit, is the equivalent of harming the king himself, and is punished by torturing and killing not only the responsible, but also his bloodline until the third generation, with no exceptions. It's an open secret in the court that once one gets admitted to an academy, a full team of royal spies watches her loved ones 24/7. That serves the purpose of protecting them from internal and external enemies. Without such precautions, envoys of the Gorgon Empire or any other powerful influence could coerce our students in betraying their country. No one would be so stupid to leave a gold mine unprotected. As much as it saddens me to say it, in all the Academy's history, the successful attempts can be counted on one hand. The real problem is what happens within the Academy walls. Records can be forged, and spies can get bribed. Lith thought, are you sure it's not better for me to drop off the Academy and take private lessons? Power and prestige are meaningless to me if I have to return to over my dead body. The headmaster jumped up from his chair. It was the first time for Lith seeing him angry. I didn't tell you earlier to not put pressure on you, but our labs have finished analyzing the poison you extracted. When they knew that you also applied for a master healer specialization, well, let's just say that the light department has the butterflies in the stomach at the idea of having you among their ranks. You have already been marked as an A-rank student. As such, your family security detail is composed only by members of the Queen personal units. Would you like me to tighten the security even more? Yes, please. The headmaster left the room to give the proper instructions, and Lith used that opportunity to contact the Marchioness, explaining her the situation and asking for help. Duke Hertia, I know him well. She said, he's a venomous snake, but he is very greedy. He would rather exterminate his whole family rather than losing an inch of authority or prestige. If Linjos said he will take care of it, you can believe him. I made a full background check on him. He is really the good guy he seems. Do you still have your extraordinary authority? Lith asked. Yes, why? If it was your family, what would you do? Everything I can, I get it. I'll make sure the association does its job properly and put some extra guards in Lucia. If anything happens, I'll make you know. After thanking her profusely, Lith interrupted the communication. A rank, so far so good. Lith thought, but he felt no joy for his achievement. I put myself in this golden cage. It's time to put its bars to the test. I don't give a shit about dukes, queens, and politics. If anything befalls my family, I will put everything I have to wipe out the Griffin Kingdom off the maps. Supreme Magus. Chapter 59. Alone in the crowd. Lith returned to the classroom with another warp steps, so the first period ended to be delayed by only 20 minutes. Professor Trask winked at him with a kind smile, sending him back to his desk before starting the lesson. The three girls had been forced to stand up alongside the chalkboard the whole time. There's no reason for you to get comfortable, since you're going to leave us soon. Trask had a cold smile the whole time. He seemed to be taking great joy from their misfortune. As soon as Lith returned, the three girls were called in the headmaster's office. Only then the warp steps closed and the lesson began. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Gian Trask, and I was born a commoner. He took a long pause, letting those words echo through the class, taking a mental note of whoever made a disgusted or disapproving face for future reference. Back in my days, I got rejected by the Fire Griffin Academy. I was forced to join the association as a homeschooled, and then work my way up as an adventurer until I managed to get my specializations. My talent has been acknowledged to the point that I was offered a position as a professor in this academy, and the Fire Griffin headmaster got fired for being an incompetent old fool. If any of you shares his vision, feel free to join him. Trask pointed at the door. No one? Well, then let's start with the good stuff. Theory of combat magic. You'll be asking yourselves, what the heck does it even mean? You all are proficient in the first 3 tiers of magic. What I could possibly teach you? The answer is how to keep you alive by revealing the true value of the so neglected chore magic. I know, the name is horrible, but since the dawn of academies has helped examiners to separate the wheat from the chaff. Have you ever asked yourselves why it was the first thing they required you to perform? Because here, inside one of the great academies, from now on you'll learn how to love and respect it with its true name, the first magic. First magic is the reason why a mage can live long enough to have children. Sure, is weak, but do you really believe you'd have the time for even a tier 1 spell if someone tries to stab you? The answer is, no, you wouldn't. Without first magic you would die, wasting all the time, effort, and money that your parents and the academy have invested in your formation. The lesson proceeded with Trask making examples of different life and death situations, and how to survive by using simple tricks of first magic. Most of the class was furiously taking notes. Only Lith and a few others of the over 200 attendees would look around, surprised by the ignorance of their peers. Can you believe it, Solus? Those noobs are taking notes with a frigging pen. Now I understand why this course is mandatory for all. I doubt many others have spent the last 8 years hunting and refining their skills. First magic. Solus pondered. For a second, I expected him to call it true magic. Most of the tricks he is explaining, you invented them back in the crib. If all his lessons are like this one, it will be quite boring. After 2 hours, the lesson came to an end. And that's it for the explanations. This part is covered, albeit less charmingly, in the first 20 pages of your book. For the next lesson, I expect you to know them inside out, together with pages from 20 to 50. The best way to learn the theory behind a fight is experiencing it firsthand, so we won't meet again in a classroom, but only in training rooms. From the 4th year onwards, you are required to get your hands dirty. You will study in your free time, if you need to. The same stands for all classes. The first lesson is explanatory, then comes only practice. Those who don't keep up will fail and be expelled. Remember that there are no second chances. Always give your best. All the students had worried expressions. One thing was reading and memorizing from a book, having an exam every 3 months. Another was being constantly tested day after day, pushing you to your limit. Since the next lesson was also a mandatory course for all, the class wouldn't change. There would just be a short break before the next professor arrived. Lith took immediately out the ballot, just to stay on safe side. As Linjos had predicted, Lith's desk was avoided like the plague. All the students threw him looks filled with contempt and disgust, even the commoners from the last rows. Well, at least they all agree on something, he thought. Lith stood up to stretch his legs a little bit, and he noticed that wherever he would go, people would make way for him, keeping themselves at least 2 meters, 2.2 yards, away. That's actually pretty sweet. I wish I had a ballot whenever the metro was too crowded or every time I got stuck in a line. He travels best who travels alone. Lith checked up his schedule. Professor Nailier was in charge of Principles of Advanced Magic. Another cryptic title. It's too bad they'd yet to give us our books, or I would already have stored them inside Solaspedia. I don't have the time to read it the old-fashioned way. Damn, if I hate riddles. When Professor Nailier entered the room, Lith's heart skipped a beat. She was in her mid-20s, around 1.7 meters, 5 feet 7 inches, high. Her face had an oval shape with delicate features. Her honey blonde hair with shades of purple were pulled back in a ponytail. She wore almost no makeup, accentuating her natural beauty. Despite her robe being completely buttoned up, it was not baggy enough for Lith's highly trained male eyes to be incapable of measuring her 3 sizes. With every stride she took, he was able to appreciate her soft curves more and more. Wow, she is stunning, Solas commented. After the swimsuit model Professor Trask, I'd say that Linjos had quite the taste in picking the new staff. Right, Lith? Lith. Solas was worried. Her host head was empty. She could only hear some kind of white noise. Lith, are you alive or what? She mentally screamed, making him regain his rationality. Solas, I'm in trouble. The woman that just walked in is a 10/10 on my personal scale. I never believed a real 10 could actually exist in real life. And even worse, this stupid body has just decided to experience its first crush. Solas was flabbergasted. Are you crazy? Right here and now, with all that is at stake, you want to become the teacher's pet. Do you think I have any choice? I know that a 12-year boy has less chances with her than a snowball in the sun. The problem is that my body doesn't give a damn. It was only a matter of time before hormones would screw up my teenage life. I need your help to keep my cool and avoid acting like an idiot. It's a lost cause, but at least we can do damage control. Please, I want to avoid shameful memories like those from high school. I'll do my best, Solas assured him, soothing his chaotic thoughts and draining the excess mental energy. Good morning, boys and girls. My name is Valisa Nailier. Nice to meet you all. Her voice was nothing special, but to Lith's ears was a choir of harps and violins. While looking around, she noticed that some spots in the classroom were packed, yet there were still lots of available seats around Lith. When she asked for an explanation, Lith raised the ballot in his right hand. Her upper lip curled up in an expression of disgust. Despicable. Her words sounded like she was trying to spit something disgusting out of her mouth. The whole class erupted with mockery and laughter strong of the teacher's support. Many students threw some trash at Lith, despite the ballot. Lith felt his heart sink. All the warmth he had felt until a second ago, the silly hopes and dreams of friendship bordering love that he had nurtured, burst like a bubble. Only cold and darkness remained inside of him, making even that pain feel good. That's right, he thought. Do you see now, stupid pubescent body? That's what happens when you lower your guard. Wishful thinking bears only sour fruits made of tears and disappointment. The silver lining is that I managed to put an end to this mad crush fast, sparing me countless humiliations. I must remember it, and remember it well. Rule number 1, trust no one. Always expect the worst out of everybody, and you'll never be disappointed. The class was still laughing when Professor Nailier roared. Silence. When the shower of garbage ceased and order returned to the classroom, she spoke with a voice full of rage, her green eyes reduced to 2 fiery slits. I wasn't talking about him, but about you filthy maggots. Or not, Lith thought, surprised by that sudden turn of events. She looked at the various groups of people all over the class, glaring at them with fury, while a blue aura emerged from her body, making her robe move like she was amid a storm. Her hands moved too quick for the eyes to see. Even Lith's heightened senses could only perceive a blur. Suddenly, one of the guys that had thrown trash at Lith was suddenly pulled toward Nailier. He was floating in midair, desperately holding his neck, gasping for air. Isn't that spirit magic? Lith thought, shocked. It closely resembles my spirit choke. I can barely spot any difference. Could she be a true mage, too? UB asterisk starts. She roared. Do you have any idea what the likes of you pulled me through during my academy years? Only because I was a pretty girl and my father was just a lowly knight, you guys always try to turn me into your plaything, harassing and molesting me every single day. But the worst always came from my so-called girlfriends. Her hands moved again, pulling another of those who had thrown trash. But this time it was 15-year-old girl, wearing a heavy makeup, always calling me a SL*T at my back, spreading rumors and trying to lure me into traps to give their male friends the opportunity to have some fun. And that only because I was more talented than them, so they needed to put me in my place. The only reason I'm still alive and sane up to this day is because I too took a guilty ballot. The two youths in midair had started to turn purple, their eyes shedding tears of fear and desperation. What's the matter? She mocked them. Aren't we just having fun among friends? According to your rules, might makes right. Not only I am a professor at this academy, I'm also an archmage, which puts me at the level of an archduke. She looked straight in the boy's eyes, grabbing his throat and lifting him up with only one hand. That makes your father's marquee title a joke. I could kill you right here and now, and then claim you tried our *P me. Not only no one would dare to doubt my word, I could even ask for satisfaction, personally wiping out all your filthy family. She then did the same to the girl, her feet daggling in the air in search of support. And what about you, Ugly B *TCH? Why are you not laughing anymore? Why don't you go crying to your mommy, Duchess Baron? I want to see her face when I will rip your heart out in front of her eyes and make her eat it raw as an apology for being weaker than me. Only when their faces turned blue for the lack of air, she let them go, throwing them away like trash. Professor Nailier immediately conjured water, washing her hands like touching those two could stain her very being. By my maker! Solus was blown away. Now, I finally understand. Headmaster Linjos didn't choose his staff based on physical appearance. He replaced the old professors with talented people that have been victims of his system in the past. This way, not only he is sure to have at his service someone that can truly empathize with the victims, but also people that will never back down in front of abuses of power. They are all hell-bent on revenge. If they cannot change the system from inside, no one can. Despite their symbiotic link, Lith wasn't able to hear a single thought Solus had sent to him. He watched the events happening in front of him in a daze, his mind blank, incapable of accepting reality. Please marry me. He suddenly blurted out loud. Supreme Magus. Chapter 60 alone in the crowd too. When Lith realized what he had done, it was already too late. His face blushed up, even the end of his ears turned a bright red. Smooth move, stud. Solus mocked him mercilessly. Too bad you forgot the flowers, the chocolate, and more importantly, the ring. What will she think of such poor performance? Professor Nailier giggled, making Lith turn to an even brighter shade of red. He felt so ashamed of himself that he could only hide his face between his hands, incapable of watching her, while banging his head on the desk. You F***king idiot! He inwardly screamed. Since when do I have a D***CK for brains? Just when I thought that things couldn't get any worse, I turn out to be my worst enemy. I'm honestly flattered by your feelings, she said while still chuckling. But I'm not into kids. I'm looking for a tall and strong mage as a life companion. If in 6 years I'm still single and you haven't changed your mind, I will be happy to resume this conversation. Lith wanted to cry and run away, spending the rest of his life hiding in the deepest hole he could find. But he had already made a fool out of himself. There was no reason to add insult to injury. He took some deep breaths to calm down, using water magic to cool down both his face and nether regions, finally regaining his focus. If I apologize, I will make everything worse, he thought. She reacted like I was joking. Let's play along. The more I stir it, the more it will stink. Now, before going back to the course's topic, one last word of warning for you scum. The next time I catch you doing something disrespectful towards one of your classmates, I will make every single one of you regret not having a guilty ballot. Are we clear? No one dared to reply. Perfect. Let's forget about your pathetic, miserable existences, so I can explain to you what principles of advanced magic is about. She approached the chalkboard. A long and thin piece of mineral appeared out of thin air in her hand, allowing her to draw a human silhouette. As you should already know from your first 3 years, every human possesses a certain degree of talent for magic. The extent of such talent is defined by the amount of mana one has stored into his mana well. Lith followed her speech with interest. So, they really have no concept of the mana core. He thought. An individual talent can be roughly split into 3 categories. The normal human. She hit the chalkboard at the level of the silhouette's knees, and suddenly the empty space within it was filled by a glowing blue light up to that point. The Magico/Magica. This time the mineral hit at the chest level, and the light rose up accordingly. And finally the Mage. The whole empty space within the silhouette was now filled to the brim with a pulsing blue color. While performing the first 3 tiers of magic, hand signs and magic words are the equivalent of a bucket that once dropped in the mana well allows you to extract the right amount of power. Hence, the spell casting will be successful as long as you are capable of forming a perfect bucket. Sadly, from tier 4 and up, this process no longer works. This kind of magic requires such an amount of mana that there are only 2 ways of extracting it from the well. The first one, that you can learn in minor academies or in the books available for purchase, is to create a bigger bucket. This method is feasible, but most of the time impractical. It requires so many magic words, hand signs so complicated that either your opponent is a rock, or you work with a team that keeps it occupied during a very long spellcasting time. Just like using a bucket too big and heavy, extracting mana that way out of the well requires much more time and effort than just using the old bucket twice. What the F***CK? This is exactly what I learned from Lark's books. This explains why it took me so long to perform them correctly with fake magic. The second one is only available in one of the 6 great academies. What I'm going to teach you has its roots in the first magic's multicasting skills. Professor Trask should have stressed already the importance of first magic, right? The whole class nodded. Multicasting means the talent to form and control more than one bucket at the time. Let's say that a mage capable of double casting potentially can control up to 2 buckets. That's the minimum requirement for Tier 4 spells. Some may require even 3, while only Tier 5 magic demands an even higher multi-casting capability. Please understand that all this talk about buckets and water is just an oversimplification. In advanced magic, mental visualization is a key element for success. You can choose to imagine it as a jar of wine, a chest full of gold, whatever fits your bill is fine. Always remember that the second method has a much faster cast time in exchange for a greater focus and mental strength. It's up to you to learn how to form and control more than one bucket at the time. Hand signs and magic words are still necessary to form the first one. Then you need to be able to sense it and generate as many copies as you can. Those who are incapable of learning such method by the end of the academic year will be dismissed as of insufficient talent. Money and status cannot help you. Only talent and hard work will guarantee your promotion. The lesson went on for another 2 hours, and soon was lunchtime. Lith was so engrossed in what he had learned that he completely forgot about his crush and the poor impression his previous marriage proposal could have left. He said goodbye to Professor Nailier before leaving the classroom, but didn't give her a second look or even a thought. The more I learn, the more fake magic does indeed resemble true magic, but most of the things she explained are completely wrong. The only right thing she said was about mental visualization. If one does not realize the existence of the mana core, the approach about magic is too passive to be effective. It's not a matter of water and buckets, more like about how to build and fine-tune a power plant that can provide energy for countless applications. According to her theory, a fake mage with 100 mana points can only produce as much energy. A true mage, instead, despite having the same amount of mana, by stimulating the core, can generate an output that depends on the situation, bringing it up to 120 or even 150 if necessary. Sure, the physical burden would be remarkable, but everything is better than being dead. Not to mention that this difference allows a true mage of versatility that fake mages can only dream about. Thanks to the Academy map stored in Solaspedia, Lith was able to move faster than anyone else. While others would get lost or needed to get directions, he managed to arrive at the canteen first. Once again, the skill of the Forge Masters left him speechless. It was nothing like his old high school cafeteria. There was no cash register, no need to form a line or pick up a tray. The room was of rectangular shape, 5 meters, 16 feet 5 inches high, with the long side 200 meters, 219 yards long, and the short side 110 meters long. Except for the door he came from and the floor, all the other walls have been turned into windows on the outside world. Lith knew that above the 4th floor, where he currently was, there was still the floor for the 5th year and many others. Yet by looking up he was able to see the brilliant light of noon. The room, like all the others, was perfectly lighted. The whole canteen was filled with rectangular dinner tables, each one capable of accommodating up to 6 people. The tables were evenly spaced among them, allowing to walk to and fro them with ease, even when the room was at its max capacity. Lith chose a corner table with a corner seat. Having a wall behind him and another at his left, no one could get to his back without him noticing. Interesting, they choose to make the cafeteria look like a panoramic restaurant, probably to let the students remember how the outside world looks like, and to avoid the claustrophobic feel that windowless rooms give. Once he sat down, he discovered that the chair was somewhat bolted to the ground. Lith could not move it, but as soon as but touched the cushion, the seat auto-adjusted its height and size to a perfect fit. The only thing left for him to do was placing his order. Lith put his hands on the table, injecting a small amount of mana, activating the embedded communication device. "I'll take filet steak, 2 centimeters, 8 inch, high, medium rare. Also, vegetables cream soup, a side, or roasted spiced potatoes. To drink red wine or beer are equally fine." A small warp steps appeared in front of him, delivering his order with the exception of the alcohol. "Sorry, sir," said a voice coming up from the still open warp steps. Only 16 years old students are allowed to drink fermented beverages, and only moderate quantities. You can choose between water, milk, and fruit juice. Lith sighed deeply. It would not be the same without some spirits to lighten up his heavy mood. "I'll take water." Soon he completely forgot about his problems. The Academy chefs were worthy of a 5-star restaurant. The meat was tender and juicy, without nerves. It simply melted in his mouth. The potatoes were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, spicy enough to make his blood run and pleasantly tickle his tongue. The cream soup was excellent as well, but Lith ate it for last. He hated vegetables, of any form and kind. Yet he left the plate clean. He knew how important it was keeping his diet balanced while his growth spur approached. He managed to enjoy his whole meal, ignoring the people around him and only looking at the forest outside. It stretched as long as his eye could see, and during his brief time in the canteen, he was able to spot many beasts and herbs he had never seen before. "I wish I could take seconds, but if I eat too much, I will be so sleepy that I will be barely able to pay attention. It's my first lesson for my master healer specialization, and first impression is very important." Despite considering himself to already be a great healer, Lith was really curious about Tier 4 light spells, since there was none in all the books he had previously access to. Over the years, there were so many things that I wasn't able to come up with a solution for, so many patients I've lost. This is my occasion to learn from the masters and impress them. If I manage to keep my status as an A-rank student, my life will be much easier. Supreme Magus. Chapter 61, A New Lesson. After finishing his delicious lunch, Lith had 1 hour off. No one had approached his table, and that made him actually very happy. He was very fond of his personal space. Not to mention he had no desire of wasting time doing small talk with a lot of kids. Despite his physical appearance, Lith's mind was that of a grown-up man that between his 3 lives had lived for almost 40 years. Except for being hormonal, due to his teenage body and being addicted to oxygen, there was nothing he had in common with his classmates. From that perspective, isolation was a blessing in disguise. If he spoke to no one, It was impossible for anyone to notice how different he was from his peers. He and Solus had already discussed during the meal, both regretting that for security reasons, the Academy would not make any book available for the studying until the end of the first day. "It's such a pity," Solus said. "If we had them, we could already put them into Soluspedia, getting light years ahead of the other students." Instant knowledge. Yeah, but I can understand the importance of this rules. Specializations are exclusives of the 6 big academies. If they just delivered them at the students' homes before the beginning of the year, their contents would be accessible to all the family members. This kind of knowledge can't be released without supervision. And what about once the students get the opportunity to go back home at the end of the trimester? Lith mentally shrugged. He stood up from the chair and started walking towards his room. By that time, they already have gained the status of students. According to what Linjos told us in his office, they are both protected and kept under surveillance. My guess is that the books can't leave the Academy's premises. The only things one can take out are what he has learned or copied in his grimoire. If you love your family, you will not put them into danger by disclosing state secrets that could cost them there in your life. If you hate them, instead, the moment they try to coerce you, you just need to rat them out to get rid of them for good. It's a win-win situation. Once back into his room, Lith called his parents. He had left home only 7 hours ago, yet the enthusiasm they showed him was like he had disappeared for years. "My little bae." Alina was on the verge of tears. "Are they treating you all right? Are you eating properly?" "Yes, Mom. Everything is fine." He lied through his teeth. "The professors I met today were all amazing. My classmates are kind of stuck up, but so far so good. Not to mention the food. I wish I could bring you some. It's just wonderful." Contrary to his expectations, time flew by, and he was forced to leave Tista in a hurry after giving her a consult about a patient of hers. All the activities related to each year took place on their own floor. The problem was that each floor was so big that getting lost or taking a long detour was pretty easy. In Lith's case, he had miscalculated the time he needed to reach the classroom. Only when he heard resounding the gong that announced the beginning of the lessons, he had realized how long he had spent chatting. Fuck. The first thing I'm going to reinvent as soon as I become a forge master is a damn wristwatch. How the heck does people keep track of the time? Solus calculated that even going double time, Lith would have not made it, so he was forced to run. To avoid smelling on his first day, he used water magic to collect the sweat in his palm as soon as it formed, sending it straight in Solus' pocket dimension. Despite all his best efforts, he was the last one to arrive. Luckily, the professor in charge had yet to show up. According to the schedule, Lith would have met Professor Marth, the very same that had created blood resonance magic. It was a great opportunity to get his attention and, maybe, if opportunity arose, share some of his knowledge with him. Having one of the light department's top experts as his backer, or even better as a mentor, could be a real game changer. Be cool, and try not to sound desperate, old man. Lith thought to himself. We have a full year ahead together, maybe even 2. I need to play my cards right, keep my admission score while improving my status. I don't give a damn about friends. The other students are useless. Allies, on the contrary, can help me keep my family safe from the like of Duke Hestia and provide me with the resources I'll need to set my own Forge Master laboratory. I can't waste years grinding for gold. I need time to travel and find the answer to my resurrection problem. The classroom was much smaller than the one for the mandatory lessons. It was a square room, with each side 12 meters, 13 yards. In front of the chalkboard, there were 3 rows of desks, separated by small corridors. It could accommodate comfortably up to 50 students, yet according to Solus, there were only 26 students attending, Lith included. He occupied the closest spot to the chalkboard, sitting near the other students. When they threw a mean glare at him, he just took out the ballot, forcing them to shut up and mind their own business. After what had happened that morning, they didn't dare to move away from him. Not to mention doing that would mean getting even farther from the chalkboard and the professor. The floor was even, making it already hard to see through all the heads in front of them. The man who walked in a room was outstanding in his own way. He was quite short, barely over 1.55 meters, 5 feet 1 inch. high, at least 60 years old. The top of his head was completely bald. The hair he had left on the sides was snow white, and so were his waxed handlebar mustaches. His belly was so big that it made hard to guess if he was larger than high. That, together with his pure white robe, made him resemble a real-life Humpty Dumpty. Hello, dear students. I'm Professor Vaster, and I'll guide you through your first steps in the Light Magic Master Healer course. Not everyone was as ignorant as Lith. Most of them already knew what Professor Marth looked like. Before Professor Vaster could finish his introduction, the class was filled with saddened groans. His disgruntled expression to such reaction expressed clearly how angered he was by that blatant lack of respect. I'm very sorry to disappoint you, but as you should have predicted, Professor Marth can't waste his precious time with the likes of you. The whole Light Magic Research Department rests on his shoulders, so you'll have to settle for me. Words cannot express how it saddens me to notice that even country bumpkins have more manners than the high and mighty nobles. He wasn't referring to just Lith, but to all the students that, thanks to their poor background, had failed to recognize him, looking at him with admiration despite his funny appearance. I have good news and bad news for all of you. The good news is that we won't spend 2 hours in this class. I'll just explain to you the differences between Tier 3 and 4 of healing magic. After that, we will move in the Academy's hospital. There we will do some trial rounds of our resident patients, giving you the chance to meet both Professor Marth and Professor Manohar, if we are lucky enough. The class exploded in cheers and applauses. What the heck? Lith thought. Where do they think we are? At the stadium. Back on Earth, my college professors would have skinned them alive for such behavior. Vaster had a very Earth-like expression at the moment. His hands were trembling with rage, dilating his nostrils at every breath. The bad news, he continued, cutting them short, is that it means I will start evaluating you all right off the bat. Even today's rounds will help us evaluate your skills, separating the gold from shiny trash. The room fell silent. Most of the students in the first row had lost all their enthusiasm. Some were having stomach cramps due to nervousness. Others seemed on the verge of puking. It wasn't at all as they had imagined their first day of specialization would be. Professor Vaster was delighted by the result of his speech, curling his mustaches with a sadistic grin on his face. Let's not waste any more time. I'm sure you can't wait to stop listening to my gibberish and become real healers, like your hero, Professor Marth. Man, I don't need Tier 4 magic to diagnose Professor Vaster a really bad case of envy syndrome. Being so petty at his age is really sad. Solus said, yeah, happens when you lose your throne to someone younger and more talented. I feel the same way. Lith replied, thinking how lucky his classmates were being born with cyan mana cores, without having to work hard for years to reach that level. First of all, who can tell me what are the greatest limitations of Tiers 1 to 3 of light magic? Lith raised his hand, but so did everyone else. Vaster chose one of them at random to answer. You with the snob face. Feel free to share with the class, he said, pointing to a girl with shoulder-length black hair in the first row. Professor, my name is actually... I don't care. Vaster cut her short. I expect at least half of you to drop out within the first 6 months. I won't bother remembering your names. Most faces turned red with anger, while Lith was inwardly smiling. If compared to most nobles he had encountered in the past, Professor Vaster was really polite. At least he didn't discriminate. He treated everyone like crap. Supreme Magus. Chapter 62, A New Lesson 2. The black-haired girl was simply outraged. She belonged to one of the ancient noble families, admired and respected in all the Griffin Kingdom. She had always been treated like a princess of royal blood. No one had ever dared disrespect her. Now, not only she had to endure all those harsh words, but also had no way to bite back Professor Vaster. Threatening a mage belonging to an academy was like spitting towards the sky. It would always backfire. All he had to do was give her a bad evaluation to put an end to her career as a healer. Having 5 siblings and being at the bottom of the line of succession, magic was her only redeeming feature. She could only swallow her pride and answer. The lower tiers of light magic have 2 insurmountable limits. The first being that light magic can only enhance the recovery of the patient. If he or she suffered from excessive blood loss or is already on the verge of death, healing magic is useless. The second limit. Okay, enough. Your turn, edgy face. He cut her short, pointing his finger at Lith. The second limit is that it cannot regrow lost body parts, be it organs or limbs. Clean-cut fingers or extremities can be reattached, but only if well preserved and within an hour from the amputation. Correct? Incorrect. Vaster almost sounded disappointed. Now, who can tell me how, hypothetically, the first issue could be solved? Everyone raised his hand, once again. You with the pauper face. He said to a petite girl with long brown hair, sitting a few desks away from Lith. Because of her small and scrawny build, it was hard to imagine her 12 years old. She looked barely a day past 8. Clearly, she had suffered from malnutrition for a long time. Lith's sixth sense told him that the Academy's uniform was probably the first pretty clothes she had ever had. With all the stress from her first day of Academy, the threats and insults from Professor Vaster had been the last straw for her. When she tried to answer, only hiccups came out. She was fighting back her tears. What a dick, Lith thought. His hand instinctively played with the ballot, but he didn't activate it. It was her problem, not his. She had done nothing for him when he had been bullied twice that morning. That made him eager to return a favor. His movements, though, didn't escape Professor Vaster's eyes. Oh, for fuck's sake. I had almost forgot about the bum with the ballot. If that thing is recording and he bothers reporting me to the headmaster, I will be in deep shit. Linjo's has been crystal clear that Professor's tough love is now considered bullying and has tried more than once to fire me. He's just waiting for an excuse to replace me with one of his angry lackeys. Damn it. I'm too old to lose such a good job. I'm so sorry, young miss. I didn't mean to offend you. There. Take your time before answering. His voice was suddenly all milk and honey, offering her a handkerchief from his chest pocket. Despite her frail looks, she needed but a second to compose herself. The only way to do it, she replied, sniffling from time to time, would be to somehow infuse the patient with an external source of life force. But that's impossible. I worked as a healer since I was 6 years old. I've tried countless spells and always failed. Light magic cannot create or pass energy, only nourish what is already there. The whole class nodded. Heck if I know, Lith thought. The only patients I have ever failed were those that arrived too late for being saved. Not even my true magic could transfuse life force. Correct, young miss. This time he sounded genuinely happy. The class was starting to think he suffered from severe mood swings. And don't worry, here at the light department, we will fix your growth problem in a snap. You have my word. After making sure to be outside hot waters, he resumed his snarky tone. The little one is right. Light magic cannot do it. No matter how talented the mage or how complex the spell, it's impossible. Yet Tier 4 light magic can. Anyone wants to take an educated guess? The classroom fell silent. No hand was raised. Professor Vaster sneered at their ignorance, puffing his chest. Oh, seems you still have much to learn. But you have come to the right place. The answer is, it's only possible by mixing it with darkness magic. What? How? The fuck? Professor Vaster ignored their shocked expression and the exclamations filling the air, while waving his hands in the air, generating with first magic a black and white circle identical to Earth's representation of yin and yang. The greatest legacy left us from Magus Silverwing is the knowledge that light and darkness magic are but one. They perpetually dance together in all things. When one pushes, the other pulls. When light steps forward, darkness steps backwards, and vice versa. When they are in harmony, life thrives. Otherwise, only death awaits. The key to Tier 4 light magic is weaving them together. Dark magic takes the energy from the donor, while light magic allows it to enter the patient's body without backlashes. Balancing them is the key to success. F***CK me sideways. Litho, how can I be so stupid? I read that goddamn book hundreds of times. I should have understood this years ago by myself. I wish I was more talented in magic, or at least smarter. Hey, that's offensive. Solus rebuked. I'm way smarter than you, and I have failed nonetheless. The real problem is that our approach to magic is too naive. By my maker, I hate feeling so useless. If only I still had my memories. Excuse me, Professor, I have a question. Snob Face awoke them from their self-pity moment. If here at the White Griffin we mix light and dark magic together for healing, what's the difference between us and the Black Griffin? Can't they do the same? The difference, dear Snob Face, lies in the purpose. Here at the White Griffin, we are proud of our light magic department, where we can cure almost everything. At the Black Griffin, they specialize in destroying things. The rest of the hour, Professor Vaster showed them again and again the simplest Tier 4 light magic spell, until everyone was capable of performing it. The fastest students turned out to be young Miss, an arrogant-faced kid, Snob Face, and Edgy Face in this order. Lith had done his best. He needed to experience the spell with fake magic before being able to reproduce and enhance it with true magic. Yet he ended up in 4th place. After that, Professor Vaster opened a warp steps that brought them right outside the Academy's hospital. Lith, by keeping open the portal for so long, the professor gave me the time I needed to clear its mystery. The reason why the staff can open them with such ease, it's because of the ring with the Academy's insignia they wear. The whole castle is a giant artifact. They simply use the rings to tap into its powers. If your uniform has so many functions, I can't even imagine what something as big and powerful as this building can do. Lith didn't reply. He just wondered how powerful Solus could be, compared to the Academy, if she regained her old power. He had only found mentions of magic towers in fairy tales, and they were described as something unfathomable. According to the lore, within his own magic tower, a mage was nigh omnipotent. But fairy tales also told about fairy godmothers, elves, sprites, and happy endings, and he had yet to meet someone that took any of those things seriously. When he had spoken about them with Nana, Lark, and the Marchioness, they had all mocked him for his childish daydreams. When the students entered through the double doors, they found hard to believe to their eyes. The Academy's hospital ward would put any Earth's hospital to shame. The floors were able to self-clean, the beds would move and massage the patients' bodies to avoid bed sores, constantly keeping in check their vitals. The air was fresh and clean, free of the smell of disinfectants that usually plagues those places. Everything looked more like out of a celebrity resort rather than a place where people went to die. "What a marvel of magic," said the arrogant-faced boy from before, a 15-year-old 1.65 meters, 5 feet 5 inches, high, with red hair. But I suppose it was to be expected, since you were the one designing the whole thing, Professor Vaster. "Uriel, my boy." Professor Vaster finally recognized him. "Long time no see. How is your old man, Dyrus? Being an archmage is a big burden. You must be ready to step in and help him as soon as possible." "My dad is doing fine, thank you. I'll send him your regards. With your help, I'm sure I will be able to keep up the family tradition. But of course, mage bloodlines are highly treasured here at the Light Department. I hope you'll show all those snotty nobles and poor commoners what a true magician is made of." "I stand corrected." Lith thought. "He does discriminate, just not the way I am used to. He seems to be a sucker to magical families instead of noble ones. I guess not every professor can be like Trask or Nailier." Just thinking her name sent a warm feeling through his body that Lith hastily suppressed. He despised himself for his weak, hormonal body, wasting his precious time and energies on teenage delusions. Lith could not afford any slip-ups. The trial round was about to begin, and he was determined to shine among his peers. Supreme Magus. Chapter 63, The Importance of Status. Professor Vaster was true to his word. He brought them to the hospital's intensive care unit, ICU, and asked them in turns to diagnose the nature of the patient's condition. Vaster would take notes about their answers, to confront them with the charts. He wasn't allowed to give them scores on their first day, but he didn't hesitate to harshly reprimand those who missed any detail, humiliating them in front of the class. Because of the nature of the task, the class was split into 2 groups, right after each one of them had examined their first patient. The following rounds allowed Vaster to further split the groups based on the student's degree of expertise. In the first group belonged those who had chosen the master healer specialization, lured by the prestige the title implied. Yet they lacked either any experience in the healer practice or the resources to have a proper tutor to make up for it. Vaster was immediately able to spot them, since they were only able to use Vinayar Rad 2, the ubiquitous Tier 1 diagnostic spell. In the second group, instead, there were Snob Face, Edgy Face, Young Miss, Uriel, and all those who had at their disposal a diagnostic personal spell, or even more than one. Much to his surprise, the Archmage's son Uriel was equaled in talent and precision by the Snob-Faced girl, while the Young Miss and the edgy-faced kid ran circles around even them, standing out like hawks among crows. Especially Edgy Face had proven to be capable of finding minor details that even the Academy's master healers had missed in their diagnosis. It was nothing big, but he was also able to suggest ways to improve their prognosis, hastening the healing process. Vaster hadn't arrived at his age and social standing by letting something insignificant, like his personal prejudices or preferences, stand in the way of his best interests. Commoners or not, those two smells of success. Even that snotty-faced brat is damn good, if she is able to hold her ground against a pure blood like Uriel. I have always been proud of my knack for recognizing true talent. I don't care if the spotlight I'm under is mine or someone's else. As long as I get to maintain my status and position, anything goes. I have to get in their good graces before anyone else. After they get famous, I would be a nobody. Right now, I'm all their world. Time to jot down some names and remember them properly. I'd say we have some winners. While talking to the top 4 students, Vaster's voice had lost any trace of sarcasm and disrespect. He spoke with a soft and amiable tone, like a grandfather talking to his beloved grandkids. Would you mind to introduce yourself properly to the class? It would motivate them to work hard enough to compete with you all. If they are delusional enough to believe they even have a sliver of hope, of course. He inwardly sneered. In his mind, Vaster had already separated the cream from the milk and the milk from the piss. He was merely being polite. My name is Freya Solivar. Like everyone else, she was wearing pants, not a skirt. So while doing the curtsy, she held up her robe instead. My mother is Duchess Solivar. I hope you have heard about her. Vaster's eyebrow rose, while he was racking his brain, trying to remember. Ah, yes. I heard only praises about how she managed to stop that terrible flood last year. Such an ingenious woman was bound to have gifted daughter. I'm sure you have a bright future ahead of you. He skipped Uriel. He doubted that even those boneheads could have missed him flaunting his status of Archmage Dirus Heir. After making a few gestures to one of his attendants, Vaster stood in front of the petite girl, smiling kindly. My name is Quilla from Syria. I'm 12 years old. Quilla didn't know etiquette or how to introduce herself, so she just made a deep bow while sharing what she deemed to be relevant. So young yet so skilled. You truly are a diamond in the rough. Vaster received from his attendant a bottle containing a purple liquid that he gifted to Quilla with a small bow. Here, this is one of the best tonics our master alchemist can prepare. Drink a glass of it every night before going to bed, and you'll grow up like a mushroom. I'm sure you'll become a beautiful lady. Quilla took his bait, line and sinker, blushing up to her ears for the compliments. She had never received anything so precious in her life, so she held the bottle like a baby, stuttering her thanks. Contrary to his expectations, Edgy Face had taken out his notebook, literally jotting down what the others had said. He made the brilliant move of using water magic to write instead of a pen. Perfect silent water magic. My gut never fails me. Vaster's smile widened. He was sure to have struck a gold mine. Showing respect to your competitors is always a smart move, young man. Following the etiquette books he had stored in Solaspedia, Lith took a step back, in sign of respect, towards Professor Vaster, before performing a deep bow. I always write down everything that's significant, to make it easier to remember. The 3 of them are the only ones worthy of attention. After all, after the poor figure he did during Professor Nailier's class, Lith was brimming with confidence. Thanks to invigoration, he was certain to have performed better than anyone else. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel any more like a frog in the well. He had finally found something he was actually the best at. After how his classmates had treated him, Lith didn't care to keep up appearances. He was already a pariah, someone they threw trash at without a care. He had nothing to lose anymore. Lith would treat them just like they did to him, with spite and showing no mercy. My name is Lith from Lusha. I'm 12 years old too. 12 years. Lith was already taller than him, and Lith is 1.6 m, aka 5 feet 3 inches high, so Vaster had failed to recognize him. I've heard so much around you. Heck, everyone here has. Guys, he was allegedly talking to the whole class, but he looked only at the other 3 to make sure they paid attention. Lith here is the one that cracked the so-called curse, a unique poison that had eluded even the best of us. Had you heard about it? Freya and Uriel nodded, while Quilla and many others shook their heads. Vaster's heart bleed at the idea of wasting so much paper, but he couldn't make a single copy of the report just for Quilla. The other students would have complained about such blatant discrimination. While his attendant was handing the reports, he kept tending at his gold mine. A 12-year-old hexacaster with great talent in light magic to boot, that's how he got his admission. Between his build, height, and everything they had learned in the last minute, Lith's classmates were looking at him with new eyes, even a hint of respect. Freya and Uriel regretted what they had done earlier. If instead of throwing trash at him, they had managed to get on his good book, maybe he could have taught them so much. For a second, Freya thought that she was the only one to have another chance. After what happened earlier, this Lith was clearly sensitive to feminine charms, and she was quite pretty. But when she smiled at him, opening her mouth to start chatting, he sent her a cold glare that sent shivers down her spine. His eyes were empty, like those of a predator that's about to rip its prey apart. Freya swallowed back her hopes and pretended that nothing had happened. Lith, my boy, you should smile more. If you keep glaring at everyone, how could they notice how handsome you are? Vaster patted his shoulder. Me? Handsome? What a bootlicker. How can he even think I didn't notice his 180 degrees turn of attitude? Lith thought, I think he knows you did. He just hopes you don't care. Solus replied. As for the handsome, yeah, you're not at Trask level, but maybe if you drop the teenage serial killer look. Quilla, too, was regretting what had happened earlier, but for entirely different reasons. She didn't do anything against Lith, but she hadn't helped him either. Like the others, she had always kept her distance. In hindsight, she maybe would have helped another commoner of her own age, but he was tall and scary, so she mistook him for a noble. Not to mention that her class scared her even more. Well, enough with the rounds, I already got what I need. Let me show you all where the real magica happens. Vaster walked them through few corridors and into another ward. The plaque above the door was self-explanatory, missing limbs. As you should have realized, this is where we move the patients that have lost one or more limbs after stabilizing their conditions. We can actually regrow them from scratch, but it's a long and difficult spell. Follow me. The ward was almost empty. Only a couple of beds were occupied. Unlike the ICU, it was filled with flowers and magic paintings, making the atmosphere soothing and relaxing. The walls were magic frescoes, depicting sunny woods, so vivid to seem true. Professor Vaster brought them around the bed of a 20-something-years-old blonde guy that was missing his right arm. Only a small stump remained. Students, allow me to introduce you Captain Zarin. He lost his arm in a skirmish against the Gorgon Empire while defending the northern borders of your kingdom. The man was clearly embarrassed. Unlike most of the ICU patients, he was awake and clear-headed. Despite they were politely greeting him, he couldn't help but feel like a horse at the market, ready to be probed and examined mercilessly. Suddenly, the ward's double doors opened again. The man that walked in drew the attention of all the staff and almost all students. From their gasps of admiration, Lith could deduce that he was either Professor Marth or Manohar. Bright blue manicore, Solus pointed out. My money on him being Marth. Not accepting the bet. Lith replied. Professor Marth, so nice to see you. Vaster said with a smile from ear to ear. I was just about to explain the fourth-year students the regrowth procedure. Do you want to do the honors? Supreme Magus. Chapter 64, The Importance of Status 2. Professor Marth was a man around 40 years old, about 1.78 meters, 5 feet 10 inches high, with thick blonde hair. Aside from his goatee, his face was perfectly shaven, revealing a calm and youthful appearance. Judging from the bags under his eyes and the slouching posture, it was evident that he lacked sleep. It was no wonder that he had asked Professor Vaster to stand in for him. When he saw the students, he straightened up, smiling at the small crowd. Gladly, dear colleague. Sorry to have missed our appointment, kids. Since Professor Manohar returned, things have been hectic. There's a lot he needs to catch up with. The class made a small bow, accepting his apologies, eager to learn from one of the two most famous heads of the White Griffin Light Department. First of all, the impossibility to regrow limbs or organs is a common misconception. The human body actually has such capabilities, but they are normally dormant. To temporarily awoke them is necessary a huge amount of energy. We are talking about so much mana that it's impossible for a single mage to perform the spell alone. Usually the procedure requires 2 teams. The first one to perform the spell, setting the regeneration process in motion. The second one, instead, has to give energy to the patient for him to survive. Otherwise, the strain from growing a full limb in a matter of minutes would drain his body of all the nutrients, killing him on the spot. Most organs are even trickier, since time is of the utmost importance. A single mage can regenerate small ones like kidneys, but bigger or vital organs usually require too much energy. It's best for a lone mage to keep the vitals stable while calling for help. Interesting, Lith thought. Based on the little I know, maybe the large mana expenditure is due to the fact that what they actually do, without knowing it, is collecting and stimulating adult stem cells in the patient's body. That or in this world they have a healing factor, but I highly doubt it. If I am right, with true magic I could do all by myself, but it would take days if not weeks. The on-off nature of fake magic makes things too hard for both the healer and the patient. True magic, instead, allows to divide things by steps, like I did for Tista. Professor Marth continued. You're in for a treat, since I was just about to start growing Captain Zarin a new right arm. The soldier smiled awkwardly. He wasn't feeling like a market horse anymore, more like a lab rat. The first step is to take in consideration the sex and the build of the patient, then choose the best limb template at our disposal. Template, Lith echoed, dumbstruck, drawing on himself reproachful looks from his peers. Yes, template. We can't allow the new limb to grow endlessly. The spell needs specific measurements to work properly. An assistant brought to Marth a cart full of wooden arms that the professor compared to the remaining limb, searching for the most similar one. Each of these models corresponds to a different spell. Here at the White Griffin, we have the biggest archive of regenerating spells of all the kingdom. I like to think that in part is thanks to my work. After choosing the best fit, Professor Marth called the rest of the team via his communicator amulet, forming 2 teams of 3 mages each. Technically, 2 mages per group should be enough. He explained. The third one is to be sure that everything goes fine. This is no war zone. There is no need of taking unnecessary risks. Both the spells took only a few seconds to cast. The new arm started to grow back at an amazing rate. After about half an hour, the new limb was completely formed. The class exploded into an applause. All the medical staff accepted it with a small bow. Captain Zarin was crying out of joy, flexing his new fingers. He still couldn't believe it. In his eyes, it was a miracle. He was a cripple no more. Soon he would be able to resume active duty instead of being locked behind a desk. The only discordant note in all that joyous atmosphere was Lith. He was closely looking to both arms, noticing the differences. The real one was much more muscular, with a higher bone density, plus the new one was even a little shorter. He offered Zarin both his index fingers. Squeeze them as hard as you can. After that test, he shook his head. Professor Marth, is it normal for the new arm to be so out of proportions and weak? He could see most of his classmates glaring or signaling him to shut up. Morons! He inwardly sneered. In any scientific field, researchers are always looking for curious people that make questions and challenge the standard knowledge. They have no need for trained monkeys that just follow orders. Without doubts, there's no progress, only stagnation. Kids are so naive. Yes, it is. It will take a couple years of training and therapy, but after that, it should be as good as the old one. Good catch is rare, seeing someone so young showing such attention to the details, instead of pestering me to teach him some spell. The praises made his classmates feel stupid as sheeps. Professor Vaster was giggling. I knew it. Pure God. Thank the gods for my knack. Why? Is there something wrong? What would you do differently? Martha asked. Lith pondered for a while before replying. He could not believe that such opportunity would have presented itself right off the bat. All those years spent preparing to teach Tista healing magic were about to get him an unexpected payoff. Professor, I do not mean to be rude, but how much do you know about anatomy? Professor Marth tilted his head by the side, surprised by the apparently silly question. I know everything I need. The shape and position of the bones, what and where the various organs, and so on. I'm a healer, not a doctor. I only need to know the necessary for magic to perform at its best. Realizing how shallow was their knowledge, Lith understood that the use of magic must have slowed down, if not completely stopped, the scientific progress in the kingdom. He wasn't disappointed, quite the contrary. It just made what he had to offer even more precious. Lith ripped off a blank page from his notebook and then used water magic to write down in detail one of his fake magic personal spells that he had created for Tista years ago. An image is worth 1,000 words, he said, handing the page to Professor Marth. Are you really willing to share your diagnostic spell with the Academy and the Kingdom? Professor Marth was dumbstruck, while Professor Vaster was pale as a ghost. He can't be that dumb. Why the heck is he giving up such an advantage against his competitors? Can my knack have finally failed me? He thought. It's not a diagnostic spell. Lith explained. It's something I created long ago to get a better understanding of the human body. I don't even use it anymore, but I think it could be critical to your research in this field. Both the professors sighed of relief. They both had seen too many talented youths so eager to please to make irreparable mistakes. Full of curiosity, Professor Marth studied the spell. It was really easy, without a doubt a Tier 1 spell. Done. Now, please use it on the captain's original arm. After performing the hand signs perfectly, Professor Marth said, Vinire mark Earth, generating a small wisp of light that on contact enveloped the arm in a warm white light. Suddenly his mind received streams of information that left him speechless. The spell was an intentionally weaker, flawed, and inaccurate version of what Lith was able to see thanks to invigoration. The difference between the two were like heaven and earth. The spell was incapable of showing injuries, to detect the mana flow or core or even the life force. To prevent Tista to accidentally stumble on true magic, Lith had made sure that everything was as he had planned. It had no hint about any of those elements. The only way to add them to the spell was rebuilding it from scratch and knowing already what to look for. Its purpose was to teach Lith's sister anatomy in detail, without dismembering humans like he did. As it was, Vinire Mark Earth did nothing more than show a fixed 3D imaging of the body part it was used on, giving the user a perfect understanding of the patient's body. This is... Professor Marth was flabbergasted, considering all the possible applications of the spell. You see, if I were in your shoes, using this spell... Hold that thought. Marth cut him short, running away with the page clenched in his fist. He returned, after barely a minute, dragging another man from the arm, like a petulant child. No means no, the drag man screamed. You cannot disturb me every time some stupid noble is about to die. Be it the king or his children, I don't care. If I spend another hour with all that paperwork, it will drive me crazy. For the last time, no one is dying. Shut up and listen. Everyone was pointing to the new guy like he was some mythical beast. Purple core. My money on him being Manohar. Solus yelled. Why do you keep trying to con me? What use do you have for money? While Lith and Solus were having a mind quarrel, Marth explained everything to Manohar, handing him the spell. After he performed it too, both professors looked at Lith with eyes full of expectation. Manohar was a man in his late 20s, with black hair and shades of silver. He was around 1.74 meters, 5 feet 9 inches, meters high, with a slender build and a stubble at least 3 days old. "Please continue," said Marth. "As I was saying, I would use this spell before sending the most valuable soldiers to the front to be able to recreate their original limbs if necessity arises. That would avoid all the side effects of the spell that you just showed me. Also, in cases like this one, I would take the information from the remaining arm and use it to generate a mirror image to replace the lost limb. The left and right limbs are not the same, but the result would still be much better than this one. And that is not all." Manohar chimed in. A crazy light had appeared in his eyes. "We could even devise a spell that's capable of taking that information by itself and generate the limbs accordingly. We could finally throw away all those useless templates, using only one spell instead of many." Everyone was shocked at the idea. Manohar often disappeared without notice or acted like a tantruming child, but that kind of madness was the sign of the true genius. He had been able to see farther than the spell's creator in a matter of seconds. Manohar took out his communicator amulet, opening the connection with the administrative department. "What's your name, kid?" he asked. "Lith from Lucia, sir." "Ah, I should have known it. Finally, another smart mage to talk to. You have no idea how hard it is for me. Only Marth and a few others are able to have a proper conversation. Everyone around here is so stupid." Harumph. A voice from the communicator amulet stopped his ramblings. "Oh yes, I almost forgot. Points assignation for the student Lith from Lustria for sharing a Tier 1 spell. 1,000 points. 1,000 points?" repeated the male voice from the communicator amulet in disbelief. 1,000 points, exclaimed almost all his classmates, becoming green with envy. 1,000 points? Asked both Lith and Quilla, that being for the first time in the academy had no idea if they were many or few. "Yes, 1,000 points. Is it so hard to understand?" Manohar was outraged by the academy having the gall to hire a clerk dumb or deaf, if not both. "I know it's too little," he said apologetically to Lith, "but I can't give you more until I discuss it with the board. Also, you'll get compensation for each and every one of your suggestions. Good ideas are priceless in the research field. Be kind and graduate quickly. I need more people like you and less idiots like this secretary around these parts." "Sir, the communication is still open." The clerk did a great job keeping his voice emotionless. "I know it's open, you idiot. That's why I'm telling you to get your ears fixed. I can't do nothing for your brain, but never give up hope. Magic advances every day by leap and bounds." The clerk politely hanged up the call. "How did you create this spell?" Marth's interest was piqued. The idea was simple yet groundbreaking. He can save it for his biographer. It was Manohar turn to drag Marth away by the arm. "To the paperwork for the life on me, and then to the board. You do the talking, I don't speak stupids." The gong resounded once more, marking the end of the lessons. After saying his goodbyes to Professor Vaster and to his 3 competitors, Lith walked away towards the prize hall. Based on his understanding, it was time for a little shopping spree. Supreme Magus. Chapter 65, Judging a Book by its Cover. In the White Griffin, like in all the 6 big academies, students from different years had no common spaces to avoid the older and stronger seniors to haze their juniors. This feat had been achieved simply by having each academic year take place on a single floor. On the ground floor of the castle, there was the welcome area for the visitors and the secretariat, where clerks would take care of the academy's paperwork. The first floor accommodated the first year of academy, the second floor the second one, and so on. Above the 5th floor there were the staff's living quarters and their personal labs, but most of the space was noted on the map as either empty or assigned to nondescriptly named apartments. Lith suspected that all the academy's private business, like the hidden specializations training courses, took place there. In that moment, thought, while looking at the castle map with Solaspedia, Lith wasn't wondering about the academy's mysteries. Rather, he was cursing its faulty design. Damn it. It's no wonder that the professors always move around with warp steps. I didn't realize it at first, but even a single floor is like a small city, much bigger than the whole Lucia village. The prize hall is quite far from the hospital. It will take me at least 10 minutes to reach it, and much more to return to my apartments. I hadn't planned on doing this much cardio. I'm tired. The only things I want to do are sleeping and eating. The only silver lining in this situation is that everyone is suffering the same fate. After the gong, Professor Vaster left on his own, leaving us stranded in the ward. With all that had happened during his first day, the psychological burden on Lith's mind was enormous. Facing bullies, holding himself to use true magic, being forced to tolerate so many idiots without kicking theirs *ES, was something he was no longer used to. Since his rebirth, he had always kept the human interactions to a minimum. Now he was constantly on alert. He couldn't lower his guard for a second, the ballot always at hand. He couldn't wait to lock the door behind him and finally have some peace and quiet. I don't know if we'll ever be allowed to use warp steps in here. Solus pondered. But why exactly aren't we floating, flying, or something? There is no rule against the use of magic within the academy, except if used to harm or harass others. Lith froze on the spot, face-palming because of his own stupidity. Either I'm too tired to think clearly, or you are definitely smarter than I look. I love you, Solus. Lith thought. I love you more. She replied. Lith pretended to cast a personal flight spell, and then zoomed away, sticking with his back on the ceiling. The 10-minute trip became a 1-minute flight at low speed. Lith couldn't risk crashing against someone else. During that time, Lith contemplated how having a symbiotic relationship had changed his life. He was not thinking about Solus having a 360 degrees 40/10 sight, her pocket dimension, or any of her capabilities. What never ceased to amaze him was how he had come of being used to think of himself as we rather than I in his own thoughts. Despite the terror that she had struck in his heart after their first meeting, Solus was now closer to him than his sisters. They shared even his dreams while he was asleep. When he arrived, the prize hall was a complete disappointment. Lith had imagined it like a library, but filled with magical treasures, with the shelves occupied by items and their descriptions. He had thought about browsing through them, asking the clerks help from time to time, but reality begged to differ. Squeezed between the battle mage and the war mage training halls stood something that closely resembled an ATM. On the flashing display, there was the blinking image of an open palm, so Lith followed the foolproof instructions, sending mana into it. The display turned bright, making a 3D hologram of a clerk appear. It was a chubby woman in her 30s, with a tired face that put Lith's to shame. Her eyes focused on his face. Lith could see her fiddling with some kind of crystal. You are Lith of Lucia, right? The crystal in her hands was projecting a detailed image of his facial features. Lith nodded. Is anyone there with you? Is someone forcing you to spend your points? No. Lith was cynical and paranoid, yet he was surprised by how bad things in the academies had to be to enforce such protocol. The woman pressed another crystal, and a bubble of light enveloped Lith. You're in a safe zone. No one can see or hear us now. Do you need help? I can send you a guard in a second with warp steps. Are you sure everything is fine? Yes, I am fine. Thanks for your kindness. 1,000 points on your first day. The woman sounded sincerely amazed. Kid, you have hit the mother lode. Feel free to check our inventory. On the screen appeared something similar to a web page that he could navigate through by using mana. Dimensional items prices range from the 100 to over 300 points. Magic storing rings costed 100 points per tier. There were also weapons available, but Lith had never held a real one. His training, back on Earth, made use only of wooden swords, knives, and spears. The balance was completely different, and without a proper training, they would be useless against a skilled opponent. Potions were the cheapest objects, costing 10 points each. The most expensive item was the uniform, costing 5,000 points. That would allow Lith to keep it even after concluding his studies, and have it looks changed to something less flashy. Sadly, there was no wrist or pocket watch available. He bought the cheapest dimensional amulet, ADP, one magic storing ring for each of the first 3 tiers, 600p, and a physical enhancement potion of each type, 30p. Lith now had all he needed to mask the use of true magic and Solus. The clerk sent him the items via warp steps one at a time, asking him to imprint them in front of her for security reasons. Even the potions were no exception. On his way back, he stopped at the canteen. It was too early for dinner, but he was in dire need for comfort food, so he stored a hot chocolate cup and some pastries before going back to his room. The books had yet to be delivered, so he could finally relax and contemplate his purchases. The first thing he did was use the speed, strength, and skin-hardening potions, comparing their effects with fusion magic. After filling them again with colored water, all he had to do was to pretend to drink one of those to be able to activate fusion magic without arousing any suspicions, as long as he kept the effect similar. Only when he went to the bathroom, he realized how big his room was. It was very similar to a one-bedroom apartment, around 50 meters, 55 square yards. It had a double bed in the top right corner. His chest was in front of the bed. A couple of meters to the left, against the wall, there was a wooden wardrobe. On the left wall, there was a hardwood desk and a chair for his studies, with a couple of empty bookshelves mounted above it. Furniture aside, the room was empty, making it appear even bigger. An inner door led to the biggest bathroom he had ever seen, occupying over a third of the room. There was a real toilet and a sink in front of a mirror, both with running water. Lith was on the verge of tears. After all those years, he had almost resigned himself to pee asterisking in the wind and poo asterisk and G in a hole in the ground. Even at Count Lark's home, the best he could get was a chamber pot. Most of the space, thought, was occupied by a bathtub big enough that could comfortably accommodate 4 people. Is it me, or whoever designed this room has a dirty mind? First the double bed, and now this. Lith thought. Makes sense, considering they are piling up teenagers without parental control. Remember the spell Nana gifted us before going to the Lightning Griffin? Solus pointed out. Actually, I had almost forgot it. But seeing how fast Tista and Rena developed, even at 12 years it mustn't have been hard for Nana finding a partner. I am tall for my age, but still hairless and shorter than most of my classmates. Not to mention that even the idea of touching a kid makes me want to puke. Lith then took the most magnificent, comfortable dump since his rebirth. That moment alone made every hardship he experienced since coming into the academy fade away like a bad dream. After that, he took a long hot bath, or at least that was the plan. He had barely dipped his body and lathered his hair when someone knocked at his door. I knew it. This should be the 4th law of thermodynamics. Whenever a body and soap meet, a parcel arrives. Furious, with a wave of the hand, he used water magic to remove most of the water and soap from his body, pulling out his uniform from the pocket dimension right on his body, like he had never undressed. As predicted, a clerk had come to deliver him all the books required for the 4th year of academy. Noticing his frown and wet hair, the clerk guessed what had happened and left after making Lith sign his register. After a bath and another call home, Lith went to dinner. He was about to consume a delicious stuffed blinker when something unexpected happened. His perfect solitude was interrupted by 3 known individuals approaching his table. Lith stopped them before they could sit down. Sorry, but we have a saying in my village. The best way to enjoy a blinker requires only 2 guests, me and the blinker. We didn't want to share it. We just wanted to sit here with you. Uriel said. Really? Lith knitted his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of associating yourself with a pariah? Uriel laughed at the idea, drawing all the eyes in the canteen. The only thing the others knew was that the 4 of them belonged to the same specialization. Expecting a fight to break out, the room fell silent. What's there to be afraid of? My father is an archmage. He can wipe out most of these guys with a finger snap. Besides, powerful mages should stick together. Yeah? What about the glass flask you threw at me this morning? Or the dirty handkerchief she hit me on the head with? Lith said while pointing at Freya, who became red from the embarrassment. How do you know it? I was right behind you. I'm that good. I admit it, we started with the wrong foot, but there's no reason we cannot be friends. Uriel said with a confident and charismatic attitude. Friends. Lith stood up. The audience even stopped chewing, trying to eavesdrop their conversation. That's the son of an archmage. Guess he doesn't fear the coward's end. I hope they kill each other. These were some of the comments that Lith and Solus managed to perceive. If you were in my shoes, would you really be friends with someone that first mistreated you, only to act all friendly when he has discovered your talent? My educated guess is no. You all should have been smarter and not have judged a book just by its cover. Lucky for me, you revealed your true nature, so I won't buy your nice act. I admit it. I was wrong and I apologize for that. Uriel was unrelenting. Lith had to give him that much. You may not like us, but try to be more pragmatic. If they see you with us, your life will be much easier. Point taken. Lith replied, but right now, I don't feel like making friends, maybe another time. He extended his hand to Uriel, who promptly shook it. Thanks for not threatening me with your dad's power. Much appreciated. Would have worked. Uriel asked with a smile. No, I would have called your bluff. Neither you or any archmage strikes me as someone so petty and short-sighted of making an enemy out of entire academy for something so trivial. Uriel accepted the compliment and walked away, closely followed by Freya. Quilla remained behind, staring at Lith with her big puppy eyes. Sorry for not helping you this morning, but I was too scared to move, she said in a low tone. They aren't bad guys. I think they deserve a second chance. They have been really nice to me. Lith snarled, closing his face to hers in a threatening manner, but his voice was actually calm and caring. Listen well, short stuff. Never trust people just because of a few cheap words or presents. To them, our talent is just a tool. They do not consider us as equals. People will always be nice and friendly until you serve your purpose, but the first mistake, they'll drop you like garbage. Stick to those two, but don't let them use you. And now go, before someone thinks we are friends. Either you take a ballot too, or stay the heck away from me. Go! Lith yelled the last word for the others to hear. In his eyes, Quilla was destined to end up like Nana, unless she managed to wise up and shed away her childish naivety. Finally alone, Lith sat back down and started to wolf down his dinner. You'll see, you bastards. It's only a matter of time before this young snake from Lucia becomes a dragon and swallows you whole. Supreme Magus. Chapter 66, Error of Judgment. The next day, after breakfast, Lith could notice that people were looking at him with astonished eyes. He had no idea if it depended by his new set of rings and the amulet in plain sight over the shirt. After all, only the user knew its quality. They looked all the same. Another possibility was that the news from a master healer class had started to spread. Either way, he didn't care. Lith just waved his hand to those who stared at him for too long, giving them the finger and forcing them to turn around. The first lesson would be with Professor Trask again, this time in theory of combat magic's training hall. While everyone else was on foot, checking the map from time to time, Lith flew straight to destination, arriving several minutes earlier. He spent that time with Solus, reviewing all the contingency plans they had prepared against Professor Nailier's dumbing effect. Thanks to Soluspedia, he had no need to read and memorize what was required for any lesson, but he still needed to practice the accents and hand signs. Knowing was not doing. Still, Soluspedia had given him a lot of spare time compared to his peers, and he had used that time to prepare for the worst. Lith had no idea if his new body was so much worse than his old one against hormones, or if his problem was psychologic. Maybe he was so disaccustomed to strong positive feelings that the unexpected first crush had been able to caught him off guard. All the good things that happened in his life, he had obtained them through effort and hard work. He wasn't used for things to go well just because of luck. Lith needed years of constant care and affection before accepting that his new family was composed by good people. And now, out of the blue, he had such strong feelings for a complete stranger that just thinking about her would make him feel all warm and fuzzy inside. If just the idea of looking into those eyes, bright green as a luscious forest during spring under the noonday sun, makes me weak in the knees and dries my mouth, I'm scared to death by what the real thing could do. Lith thought. Yeah, agreed. Solus sneered. It's only getting worse. You're only a few bad rhymes away to write her a poem. Yes. Lith inwardly sighed. The good thing is that unless I think about her, I'm able to be my usual self. I must avoid turning into a rambling fool if she comes near me. Solus, I'm depending on you in case sh*T hits the fan. Do your worst. The training hall was even bigger than a canteen. The space inside was completely empty, except for circular rings with a diameter of 10 meters, 11 yards, evenly spaced among them and spread throughout the whole room. Lith's train of thought was interrupted only when he saw Professor Trask arrive, followed by Headmaster Linjos. After all of the students had arrived, Linjos made them sit down on the ground. He had something to tell. If any of you is asking himself why Lady Hestia, Lady Vark, and Lady Karn haven't attended any of yesterday's lessons, the answer is they were busy packing their stuff. As a matter of fact, they have been dishonorably expelled from this academy. The terrible events that transpired yesterday have been added to their personal files. They can apply to other academies, yet I doubt anyone will give them even a probation admittance. I'm not telling you this because I want to threaten you. I just want you to realize that your actions have consequences. Life isn't a game. There is no do-over. More importantly, I want you to reflect about the society you want to live in. Does any one of you know that, despite at the beginning of each year 6 out of 10 students belong to the great noble families, 7 out of 10 of those that actually manage to graduate are just commoners, merchants, and small nobles? And why is that? Because while the nobles waste their time harassing others, thinking that their family name will always solve every problem, the others work hard, knowing how important magic is. They don't have the luxury of a second chance. If a noble fails, he just returns to his beautiful manor. His whole life is still planned ahead for him. Those who succeed, instead, have too much to lose, and their motivation keeps them focused. Most of the time, a huge part of that motivation is revenge. Do you realize how many mages have destroyed entire noble households because of past grudges? Do you really want to live in a world where commoners tremble in fear of the nobles, while the nobles in turn fear the mages? It's because of this flawed morality that our kingdom is slowly devolving into chaos. The Academy rules don't just protect the commoners from you. They also protect you from the mages of tomorrow. My Makes Right is all fun and games until you find someone stronger than you. Then, it becomes a nightmare where you can lose everything on a whim of your better. Law is a shield to defend the weak, not a sword to threaten others' lives. I hope that you all take my words to heart. Thanks for your time. As soon as the headmaster left the room, the air filled with comments about the news. It had been years since the last time someone managed to get expelled, and it only happened because a professor witnessed the events. It was easy to predict where the discussion was headed, so Lith took out the ballot and stood up near Professor Trask. He had joined the academy a little more than 24 hours ago, and all that looks routine had already bored him to death. Trask didn't miss any of it. Still blaming the victim. Our headmaster is really a good guy. He really believes in you lot. As for me, I believe that humans are too arrogant and self-centered to have any concept of pain outside their own. People are only able to empathize with things they experienced hard enough to get hurt themselves. That's why I took this job. The contrast between Professor Trask's handsome face and the cruel smile he made managed to make it even creepier. Between his veiled threats and the grins, the professor really seems a full-blown psycho. I doubt he'll receive many love letters from the female students. Harumph. Solus objected. The pot calling the kettle black. That's the same face you do almost every minute of the day. Do I really have such an unsettling expression? Lith was flabbergasted. Nos cheat, Serlok. Now, let me explain today's lesson. Professor Trask continued. These rings are special. Once activated, they become a closed cage. Nothing can get in or out. I can also modify their internal structure as I see fit. With a few flicks of his fingers, the pavement rose in different sections of the nearest ring, forming first a small corridor, then a stairway, and lastly an L-shaped path. You will enter in this ring in pairs. I'll prepare for you different scenarios, and in each one, there will be an assailant and a victim. The assailant can either use first magic or a knife like this. Trask showed them a blunt piece of metal that could barely pass for a wedge. The victim can only use first magic for self-defense. The scenario ends as soon either one gets a direct hit. Seeing a little too much enthusiasm in some of the students, he decided to make things clearer. I know what you are thinking, but it's not as it looks like. This room is for training, not fighting. It means that even winning every scenario, no matter as victim or assailant, won't necessarily give you any point. You are here to learn how to handle difficult situations. What it really matters is not the result, but what you learn from experience. There's a lot of you, so we'll use 2 rings simultaneously. Don't worry, it won't take long. This is a real-life simulation, not a bard's tale. Each try will last around 5 seconds, 10 if you really take things slowly. We have plenty of time. To follow the headmaster's wishes, I divided you in pairs composed by a commoner and a noble. Let's do a few warm-up rounds to give you an idea. Mr. Most Wanna Hear has just volunteered. Who else? Seeing no raised hand, he picked a random student. Solus, since I have impulse control issues, limit my output to Nana's first magic level. Copy that. In the first round, Lith was the victim, while the assailant was a 15-year-old girl with shoulder-length curly red hair. Despite she was at least 5 centimeters, 2 inches taller than Lith, she had no confidence in her physical skills, so she decided to use magic. When Lith saw that she was actually performing hand signs for first magic, he weaved together 2 spells. The first made a thick layer of ice appear under her feet, while the second was a wind blow, the equivalent of a push. When she tried shifting her weight to resist the push, she slipped, falling down head first. Trask started laughing his ass off. The fight had lasted barely 2 seconds. "I'm sorry, I really am," he said while helping her to get up, healing her broken nose. "I completely forgot he is a perfect silent hexacaster that made a living out of hunting since he was 4, while you led a pampered life, composing poems. There was no malice on my side. Gods are my witnesses." No one believed a single word he was saying. "Jokes aside, that was terrible on your side," he said to Lith. "Let's see if the problem is you or your opponent, who is capable of at least silent triple casting." Few hands were raised. "Okay, among you, who received military training?" Among the remaining ones, Trask picked the biggest guy he could find. It was a 15-year-old boy, already 1.77 meters, 5 feet 9 inches, high, weighing at least 80 kilograms, 176 pounds. His muscular body resembled that of a Marine. As soon as Trask let them start, Lith threw the knife at his victim, guiding and accelerating it with a sliver of air magic. The student dodged it easily, but not having any real combat experience, he kept his eyes on the knife until it clashed with the translucent yellow barrier that enveloped the ring. When he looked back at Lith, he was already in front of him. Lith's right hand released a blinding light with the same intensity of several cameras flashing together, while the left one was holding a small ice knife, aimed at the victim's throat. "Okay, stop." Trask appeared between them, grabbing Lith by the wrist. Once again, the battle ended a second after its start. "Kid, I don't remember stuttering. Your performance is a perfect example of what you don't have to do. Get off the ring. Minus 20 points for you, and that's because this was just a warm-up. The next time you do that, it will be much worse." Supreme Magus. Chapter 67, Impulse Control Issues. Lith came down the ring with a dumbstruck expression, trying to understand what had just happened. Maybe Professor Trask wanted to teach you respect for the opponent. By beating them like that, you abused your power, and that's exactly what the headmaster criticized earlier. Solus pondered. Trask caring for respect? After how he threatened everyone and how he laughed in the face of that girl. Unlikely. Lith stood there, watching the other students performing their training. As Trask predicted, every exchange was fast, but not as fast as Lith's. The performances he saw were mediocre at best. No points were assigned, but none were deducted either. He was about to ask Solus to replay for him the exact wording Trask had used, when he finally understood. In the following 2 hours, whenever it was his turn, Lith would let his opponent perform as her attack before neutralizing it when he played the victim, while as the assailant he would give them the time to react. Doing so costed him several defeats. Despite all his battle experience against savage and magical beasts, letting the opponent set his or own rhythm would sometimes put him at a disadvantage that was unsurmountable in such a limited space, with only first magic. Lith spent most of the time spectating the others, often clicking his tongue at a bad move or to his own stupidity. At the end of the lesson, Most of the students were mentally exhausted. The uniforms protected them from any harm first magic could do. But in such a competitive environment, even a simulated life and death situation was faced as real. Playing in both roles had made them realize how easy it was to take their lives. How big was the advantage that having a weapon granted during an ambush? Only very few of them were actually capable of using first magic properly. The others were forced to improvise on the spot, desperately trying to score at least a win. Lith was still fuming when Trask came to him. "Have you figured out your problem?" Trask asked. "Yes. This is an academy, not a battlefield. Hence my problem is an impulse control issue. During the warm-up rounds, I took my opponents down so fast that neither of us could learn anything from the training. In a real-life situation, that would be good, but this is just an exercise where I lost control on my pride and bloodlust. I risked to lead the others by example, making them so focused on winning to not learn either from their fights or those of the others." Trask had a pleased expression. "Not bad, kid. You avoided ranting about my allegedly unfair judgment and actually self-doubted yourself. Usually kids your age are incapable of introspection. For that, I'll give you 10 points for having learned your lesson, but the total still remains minus 10 points because I want you to remember it. A mage incapable of controlling his actions is a danger to himself and others." Lith bowed to him in sign of respect before leaving for the next class. 10 points were worth the professor's respect, yet he realized that his reactions were out of proportions. He was used to always be calm and collected, while now he was acting like a caged tiger trying to forcefully escape. "This is so unnatural for me. Why didn't I pretend to accept Uriel's peace offering yesterday? I had all to gain and nothing to lose. And today, I wasn't able to grasp the meaning of the exercise until it was too late. Could this be another effect of the hormones? Or is it my body somehow rejecting my mind?" The thought was quite frightening, so Lith used invigoration while walking, checking every nook and cranny of his being, searching for a clue. At first look, everything was fine. Everything was as he remembered from over a year ago. But then he noticed that the impurities in his body had moved a little toward his mana core. Yet that made no sense. It would only happen when he refined his internal energy, and he had long been stuck by the bottleneck. So Lith focused on his mana core and discovered the source of all his troubles. It was pulsing like a heart. At every beat, it would turn to a lighter shade of cyan, while turning back at its normal color when at rest. Oh, F***CK. My refining of the mana core has overlapped with its natural evolution. My core gets stronger over time, like everyone else's, but I have pushed mine so far that my body can't tolerate any further strengthening. My body and core will be at war until the latter isn't allowed to expand properly. That's why my first crush hit me so hard. The imbalance is also affecting my mind. From now on, I better count up to 100 before taking any decision. The fear of ending like the Wither sent chills down his spine. It was a fate far worse than death, and he could do nothing about it, but hope for the growth spurt to finally arrive. He was so depressed that when he reached the Principles of Advanced Magic Training Hall, he barely noticed Professor Nailier. The room was almost identical to the one they had just left, but instead of rings, strange contraptions occupied most of the space. They consisted of a small pedestal, from which came out a reverse test tube, 1.8 meters, 5 feet 11 inches, high, containing a black sphere made of metal. Every 30 centimeters, less than 1 foot, there was a mark on the glass for a total of 6 marks. I hope you have studied and understood the first spell of your book, as I recommended last time, because that's what we're going to do today. Contrary to all others Tier 4 spells, Lift works almost like an inferior spell. She recited the spell, Breza Real, and the weight inside the contraption in front of her rose completely above the first mark. The problem is, it has no use outside practicing higher magic. What you did just see is the effect obtained by casting it, as it was Tier 3. But she recited the spell once again, and this time the weight arose above the second and then the third mark before falling down. You can freely add as much buckets of mana as you want. Your goal for this lesson is to manage to rise the weight to the top of the bell jar. You have 2 hours. To barely pass, doing it just once is enough. 10 times out of 10 means passing with flying colors. Choose your station and start whenever you want. For those who don't remember the spell, you can study it now, but the time limit is always 2 hours, starting 5 minutes ago. Professor Nailier ignored all the swearing that followed the students taking their position. Is she crazy? This is insane. How can they demand for us to become hexacasters in 2 hours? If this is her way to get even with us for yesterday, I'll report that be *TCH to the headmaster. Those were the politest remarks addressed to her. Lith chose a bell jar in line of sight with Uriel, intending to use him as a beginner standard. According to the school records he had in Solaspedia, an A-rank magician was able to complete the exercise within half an hour, AB rank in more than 1 hour, C rank and below could fail. That gave him an idea of how much time before succeeding, but not how to begin. Since Uriel managed to start from the 3rd mark, he did the same just a minute later. The exercise was incredibly boring for Lith. For a true mage, Lift was an oversimplified spell that made getting the weight up to the last mark easy as cake. Compared to achieving the same feat with spirit magic, it was 10 times easier. Lith could have done it the first try, but that would make him too outstanding. The worst part was that the only way he had to measure time was for Solus to count the seconds. After 15 minutes, he allowed the weight to reach the 4th mark. After a little over 20, it reached the 5th, and less than 5 minutes later it reached the top. The bell jar turned red, emitting a ding sound. Lith was so startled that made a little jump back. Seemed someone finally made it. Professor Nailier came to his side. Her hair smelled like roses, making Lith's pressure spike. 20 points for getting the first spot without any help. She said in her communicator amulet. But are you capable of doing it again? She asked, coming dangerously close. Solus did go straight for Protocol Omega, generating cold spots under his armpits and at the back of his neck to avoid Lith sweating bullets. Yes, of course. He tried focusing on the spell again, despite having troubles swallowing down, like he had a tennis ball stuck in his throat. The weight rose once again to the top, producing another ding. Interesting. I can see the weight has a fluid motion. 5 steps. Yes, once you get the gist of it, is quite easy. He said, looking at her nose instead of her eyes. Okay, Sean. Since no one seems to be brave enough to ask for a hint, humor me. Try going slower, put half a second between every step. Lith did as instructed, discovering that the spell was actually really versatile, allowing to add mana freely, without fixed intervals, as long as the amount was always the same. Aubrey, now try faster, like you want to break the bell jar. Soon the situation degenerated in a series of faster, slower, and not so rough, be gentler. Despite she was clearly referring to the handling of the weight, carrying no double entendre whatsoever. Those words conjured in Lith's feverish mind images that were completely unrelated to magic. Despite doing his that morning, he had bandaged his nether regions, so that in the worst-case scenario, the rise of the spear hero would cause no bulge in his pants, keeping it sticking to his abdomen. Supreme Magus. Chapter 68, Racking Points. Well, we had just passed half an hour from the start of the exercise. Nailier said after her communication amulet emitted a low ringing noise. Seems I have nothing more to teach you about Lift. Now, do me a favor. Soon many will start to get scared or frustrated, and will call me for help nonstop. Be a dear and give hints or suggestions to your classmates stuck at least at the 3rd mark. I'll take care of the desperate cases. Lith had nothing to do for at least another hour and a half, so he accepted, rubbing his forehead and closing his eyes to not look at her face. Great! 10 points for demonstrating complete mastery of the Lift spell, and another 10 for helping me out. She made a smile so radiant that would have made Protocol Omega useless, despite Solus' best efforts. But Lith had timed correctly his thank you bow, avoiding her gaze, and immediately turned back. He had so many people to look down upon that he felt like a kid in a candy shop. Uriel had made no improvement, but Lith didn't feel compelled to help him. He'd rather preferred for his help to be openly required, if not begged for. After looking around, he noticed that Quilla too wasn't too far away. She seemed to be swamped at the second mark, sometimes managing to reach the third. She was 1.35 meters, 4 feet 5 inches, high, with such a scrawny build that she could hope to weight over 30 kilograms, 66 pounds, only if soaking wet. She looked so frail and weak that a gust of wind would be able to carry her away any moment. It's amazing how she managed to get a bright green mana core despite being so malnourished. If the tonic she received from Vaster really works, I wonder how powerful she will become. Lith thought. Need a hand? He asked. She was a commoner too, and up to that point, the only person that had apologized to him without a hidden agenda. Yeah, thanks. What am I doing wrong? Nothing. It's just that you failed to grasp the spell's explanation. Quilla looked at him with a downtrodden expression, racking her brain while her neighbors at the fourth mark were sneering at her. Lith was really tempted to kick them in the nuts, but alas, too many witnesses. If you remember, it mentioned that this exercise requires creating 5 steps, right? Right. Quilla nodded, taking a break to give Lith her undivided attention. Every step pushes the weight above a mark. So you may think that you need to create 5 steps, or if you prefer, 5 small pulses of mana, to push the weight up to the top. She nodded again. But the book never mentioned that you need to generate them all together. Lith gives you a wide window of opportunity to create the steps. Noticing that she still wasn't understanding, he dumbed down the concept. Imagine that you must walk a stair to get to an upper floor. You need 5 steps to do it, and it's your mana that creates them. Even if you can maintain only 2 steps at a time, it's plenty enough. You just need to get up to the second step. Let the first one dissolve, create the third. Move up to the third, rinse, and repeat. Quilla completed the thought. That's why the book called them steps instead of pulses or pushes. To be honest, the choice of words had puzzled me quite a bit. Lith nodded. Otherwise, it would require to be able to cast 5 pulses at a time, and it would be completely unreasonable for the second lesson. But Quilla was listening no more. After thanking him quickly, she went back to practice, managing instantly to always reach the third mark. In less than 10 minutes, another ding resounded. Her neighbors had long stopped sneering, and once they managed to find the courage for asking Lith for an encore, he was nowhere to be found. Quilla ignored their requests for help, working hard to master what she had just understood. After her, Lith helped Uriel and then Freya. He had yet to decide what to do with them, but he had nothing to lose in the exchange. He would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, showing them his superiority while also making them feel obligated. Managing to establish a relationship on equal terms with the heir of an archmage and the daughter of an influential noble would discourage his peers to show open hostility, if not force them to avoid any further harassment. Soon, his outstanding performance in the light department would be well known. Very few would dare to move against him once Martha Minoher had shown such interest towards him. All he needed was just another push, and all the young master/mistress drama would become a relic of the past. At the end of the lesson, Lith received 10 more points from Nalier, since many of those he helped had managed to completely understand the true nature of the exercise. That makes 50 points. Solus was ecstatic. Too bad we must also deduct the 10 Trask took away. It's no use crying over spilled milk. Lith replied. Besides, after lunch, we will have our first Forge Master lesson. I can't wait to get my hands on it. At lunch, Quilla, Uriel, and Freya tried to join him once again, and this time Lith didn't send them away. He was curious to see what they had to offer in terms of knowledge and power. Instead, he ended up swamped in small talk. Lith had completely forgotten what high school conversations were like, how teenagers mostly talked about boys, girls, or whine about their teachers. Seriously, Freya stabbed her lasagna like she had a personal vendetta against it. What kind of professor just puts you in a room and demands that you figure out everything by yourself? How big a jerk can she be? Lith listened on and off to her, so when the topic at hand became his area of expertise, he was ready to answer the question he had just misheard. At least a double D cup, he thought. By my maker, don't you dare say that out loud. Solus mind scolded him. I bet your family hired a tutor for you. Uriel chimed in, shaking his head at her remark. Yes, why? Only tutors spoon-fed magic. My father never explained anything to me unless I was incapable of understanding something on my own. He would just give me books and demand results. Being clear-headed again, Lith joined the conversation. By the way, why your father didn't teach you all these exercises beforehand? It would have given you quite an edge, and I don't think the academy would care. Uriel shook his head again, sighing. Oh yeah, just because my father is an archmage, I have all the knowledge of the world at my fingertips. He said, gritting his teeth. I wish it was like that. Until my great-grandmother became a mage, ours was a family of commoners. The two things she passed down on his bloodline are the spite for nobles, no offense. He said, raising his ensign of apology toward Freya. None taken, she replied, while actually shivering with fear. The headmaster's words were finally clear to her. People like Lith would resent the nobles that abused their authority, and so would magic bloodlines. That's why the king is so hell-bent on changing the system. She thought. Over time, us nobles are isolating ourselves from the masses. If it keeps up like this, soon the status of noble will be like having a bounty on your head. In her hard-working nature, Uriel continued, in my family, the less you do, the farther you get from the line of succession. Some of my profligate siblings are as good as disowned, with no money or authority of their own. The reason why I am the heir is because of my talent and efforts, and I could lose the title any time if I start to slack off. When I asked my father to teach me the secrets of the academy, do you know how he replied? Uriel made a stern face, speaking with a low, harsh voice, mimicking Archmage Dyrus' demeanor. Son, your grandfather was just a noble, not even a mage. My foundations and resources for magic were nothing compared to what I gave you. If you cannot achieve as much as I did despite all that, teaching you is pointless. For our Craston family to prosper, you need to be able to walk with your own legs. Getting unfair advantages make you lazy and reliant on others' help. There are no shortcuts in life to achieve what really matters. Now, go back to work. The whole table giggled. Uriel had got so immersed in his persona to yell the last part, drawing on him the looks of their neighbors. Realizing his slip-up, Uriel had become red, so Lith asked Freya about her tutor to cut him some slack. I asked her countless times. She sighed, but she always replied that our money was buying her services, not her loyalty, and that she had no intention of taking the smallest risk with a mage association for such a little sum. Freya scoffed. With the amount we paid her, we could have probably built a fortress. What about you, Quilla? Quilla was wolfing down her second serving of lasagna, looking at Lith's steak like a hungry tiger. The mouthful she had taken was too big for her to talk, so they had to wait for her to be able to swallow. I had no tutor, she explained, while trying to wipe the sauce off her face. The healer of our village had been killed by some bandits, so his books were available for everyone. I was an orphan, too weak to work in the fields, so I began studying them. Once I understood magic, I became the next healer, until the duke that was managing the rebuild of the village heard about me. He built a house for me, and when I became old enough, he recommended me to the academy. You know the rest. She returned to give her meal all the care she could. That story is really impressive, Uriel said, but at the moment I'm so amazed by the amount of food you are eating that I cannot think about anything else. I swear, she wasn't like this yesterday. Freya said, it's no use crying over spilled milk. Lith replied, besides, after lunch we will have our first Forge Master lesson. I can't wait to get my hands on it. At lunch, Quilla, Uriel, and Freya tried to join him once again, and this time Lith didn't send them away. He was curious to see what they had to offer in terms of knowledge and power. Instead, he ended up swamped in small talk. Lith had completely forgotten what high school conversations were like, how teenagers mostly talked about boys, girls, or whine about their teachers. Seriously, Freya stabbed her lasagna like she had a personal vendetta against it. What kind of professor just puts you in a room and demands that you figure out everything by yourself? How big of a jerk can she be? Lith listened on and off to her, so when the topic at hand became his area of expertise, he was ready to answer the question he had just misheard. At least a double D cup, he thought. By my maker, don't you dare say that out loud. Soulless Mind scolded him. I bet your family hired a tutor for you. Uriel chimed in, shaking his head at her remark. Yes, why? Only tutors spoon-fed magic. My father never explained anything to me unless I was incapable of understanding something on my own. He would just give me books and demand results. Being clear-headed again, Lith joined the conversation. By the way, why your father didn't teach you all these exercises beforehand? It would have given you quite an edge, and I don't think the academy would care. Uriel shook his head again, sighing. Oh yeah, just because my father is an archmage, I have all the knowledge of the world at my fingertips. He said, gritting his teeth. I wish it was like that. Until my great-grandmother became a mage, ours was a family of commoners. The two things she passed down on his bloodline are the spite for nobles, no offense. He said, raising his ensign of apology toward Freya. None taken, she replied, while actually shivering with fear. The headmaster's words were finally clear to her. People like Lith would resent the nobles that abused their authority, and so would magic bloodlines. That's why the king is so hell-bent on changing the system. She thought. Over time, us nobles are isolating ourselves from the masses. If it keeps up like this, soon the status of noble will be like having a bounty on your head. In her hard-working nature, Uriel continued, in my family, the less you do, the farther you get from the line of succession. Some of my profligate siblings are as good as disowned, with no money or authority of their own. The reason why I am the heir is because of my talent and efforts, and I could lose the title anytime if I start to slack off. When I asked my father to teach me the secrets of the academy, do you know how he replied? Uriel made a stern face, speaking with a low, harsh voice, mimicking Archmage Dyrus' demeanor. Son, your grandfather was just a noble, not even a mage. My foundations and resources for magic were nothing compared to what I gave you. If you cannot achieve as much as I did despite all that, teaching you is pointless. For our Craston family to prosper, you need to be able to walk with your own legs. Getting unfair advantages make you lazy and reliant on others' help. There are no shortcuts in life to achieve what really matters. Now go back to work. The whole table giggled. Uriel had got so immersed in his persona to yell the last part, drawing on him the looks of their neighbors. Realizing his slip-up, Uriel had become red, so Lith asked Freya about her tutor to cut him some slack. I asked her countless times. She sighed, but she always replied that our money was buying her services, not her loyalty, and that she had no intention of taking the smallest risk with the Mage Association for such a little sum. Freya scoffed. With the amount we paid her, we could have probably built a fortress. What about you, Quilla? Quilla was wolfing down her second serving of lasagna, looking at Lith's steak like a hungry tiger. The mouthful she had taken was too big for her to talk, so they had to wait for her to be able to swallow. I had no tutor, she explained, while trying to wipe the sauce off her face. The healer of our village had been killed by some bandits, so his books were available for everyone. I was an orphan, too weak to work in the fields, so I began studying them. Once I understood magic, I became the next healer, until the duke that was managing the rebuild of the village heard about me. He built a house for me, and when I became old enough, he recommended me to the academy. You know the rest. She returned to give her meal all the care she could. That story is really impressive, Uriel said, but at the moment I'm so amazed by the amount of food you are eating that I cannot think about anything else. It must be Vaster's tonic. Lith said, she is shorter than me by a good head. Supreme Magus. Chapter 69, New Specializations. As soon as everyone finished eating, Lith left with the excuse of needing to prepare the final details for his first Forgemaster lesson. The actual truth was that having a conversation with them about anything but magic made him want to rip his ears off. Damn, now I remember why back on Earth I never took a babysitter job, unless I was desperate for money. Kids are so annoying, always worried about what others think of them, obsessing themselves with the stupidest things. While he was walking toward his room, he noticed a group of 4, 1 girl and 3 boys, that had pinned another girl in a corner. Before Lith could walk away, the bullying quickly escalated in a beating. Lith never stopped walking, he just threw a glance of them, curling his upper lip in a disgusted expression. Shouldn't we help her? 4 against 1 is unfair. Solus asked. Life is unfair. Lith replied, I don't know, nor I care for her. Besides, what could I do? Even if I saved her this time, as soon as I turn my back, they would beat her twice as hard for revenge. If she is so stupid to prefer getting beaten instead of taking a ballot, that's her problem. I don't plan on opening an idiot shelter. Back in his room, Lith took a long bath, discussing with Solus what they had learned from the book and how far it was safe to reveal his talent and mastery. Soon the first gong resounded, indicating that 15 minutes were left before the beginning of the next period. Lith flew at full speed, discovering that the lesson would not take place into a classroom, but inside the Forge Mastering Training Hall, right beside the Alchemist Training Hall. When Lith landed, both the doors were still closed and many people were waiting outside. The students were mingling together. For what he could understand, the two specialization courses would take place simultaneously, allowing people to meet before and after the lesson. I'm really interested in the Master Alchemist course, Solus said. I think it would be a perfect complement to Forge Mastering. Who knows, maybe we could even fuse them together, obtaining powerful single-use weapons for when we are out of mana. Lith's interest was piqued. Yeah, it would be great. Too bad I cannot afford another specialization, that would mark me as a S-rank student. Besides, I can't be in two places at once. Solus' mind shrugged. That's not a problem, since there's two of us. I'll piggyback on one of the students with my shape-shifting abilities. We'll get two specializations for the price of one. Wish me luck. See you later. Before Lith could stutter a surprised reply, Solus had already left his finger. She turned into a snow-white blot, using the crowd as a cover, while she got under the robe of a kid with a Master Alchemist textbook in his hand. Lith was so shocked that his mind went completely blank until the professors arrived and opened their respective doors. Lith followed her inside the Forge Master Training Hall, still incredulous of Solus' sudden departure. Only the mocking laughter of one of his classmates managed to woke him from his daze. Luckily, it wasn't Lith the target, but another student that was whining about having forgotten his book. Lith immediately regained his focus. Keep calm, old man. SH*T happens. This is just a small setback. We'll get her back in a couple of hours. Thanks to their mind link, he was still able to perceive Solus' presence in the next room. Just like her was able to keep moving since they were less than 100 meters, 110 yards apart. But because of the distance and the magical nature of the White Griffin Castle, they weren't able to share their minds as usual. It was like being in a crowd in a club event. They were still able to communicate, but it required effort. He could perceive that Solus' mind was paying attention to something. The other lesson seemed to have already started. Hello, boys and girls. My name is Professor Leica Wainmeyer, and I will be your instructor in the path towards becoming Forge Masters. My class will be different from all the others you follow, because Forge Mastering is different from any kind of magic you have ever learned. You have just moved your first step in the 7th department of the White Griffin, the crafting department. Professor Wainmeyer was a woman in her early 30s, 1.65 meters, 5 feet 5 inches, high, with long black hair with shades of red held up in a chignon. She was wearing skin-tight working gloves that highlighted her long and nimble fingers. She didn't have a robe on, so it was impossible to hide her soft, luscious curves. Professor Wainmeyer was better endowed than Nailier in every aspect, and despite she wore no makeup, that made her heart-shaped face stand out even more. Her demeanor was less flashy and jovial than Nailier. Her calm and composed attitude were those of a mature woman, not of an exuberant girl. Lith could empathize with his male classmates that were gulping nonstop while staring at her with dumbfounded expressions. Lucky me, Lith thought. Seems that my heart is too little for more than a crush at a time. I couldn't bear acting out as an idiot again. Wainmeyer paid no attention to the agape mouths and the bright red faces. Her students were barely teenagers. She was used at their first meet reactions. So many mages are so fixated on elemental magic that they never mention the arts of crating to their disciples. So, I applaud you for choosing a specialization too often inglorious and underestimated, instead of making things blow up with fire and lightning like most of your peers. Contrary to what you may have heard or imagined, Forge mastering doesn't require a forge, a hammer, or ingredients. Sure, some proper magic-imbued items like mana crystals or the fur of a magical beast or monster can improve the results, but that's material for another lesson. Let's start with the basics. Who of you went ahead and learned about forge mastering from our book? It was mostly a rhetorical question. The books had been delivered just the day before, and between the classes and the self-study, she wasn't expecting much. Yet a couple of hands were raised. The early bird gets the worm. Good. Describe to the class how a generic forge mastering spell works. She was pointing at a 15-year-old boy with red hair, the only one to have raised his hand beside Lith. First I need to draw a circle and, he actually has skimmed the first pages and had raised his hand to make an impression on the professor. He never expected to be questioned. Wainmeyer shook her head. So typical of teenagers, always thinking with the head in the pants first. At least this time, I got only 2 posers. She thought. You with the mean eyes, mind to step in? Lith ignored the remark, replying promptly. Forge mastering requires drawing 2 magic circles, one inscribed into the other, with a series of magical runes between them. The number and type of runes depends on the nature of the enchantment to apply. The circles must be perfectly drawn with no imperfections, and even their radius matter. It must be as close as possible to the size of the item that is going to be enchanted. Wainmeyer whistled in surprise and approval. Very well said. Where's your book, by the way? It's all in here. Lith tapped his temple with a right index finger. No way I take it out. Until it's in Solaspedia, I can quote it word by word. He thought. Really? The professor raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Then do you mind drawing for the class the dimensional amulet circle? Page 22, diagram 4. She sneered. While everyone was flipping their books, Lith closed into Wainmeyer, who pointed to him a flask holding a pungent smelled liquid. I wish Solus was here. She would be laughing like a madwoman, mocking me for my know-it-all facade. For the first time in so many years, Lith felt alone, and he didn't like that feeling, not one bit. The room was so silent that he could listen to the steady beating of his own heart. There was no voice in his head, cheering for him or trying to make him laugh. Everything felt pointless and hollow. With a series of gestures, several drops of the liquid flew in the air thanks to water magic, splashing on several points of the perfectly smooth, white stone table between Lith and the professor. The internal and external circles took form simultaneously, one drop moving clockwise and the other counterclockwise. The innermost circle had a radius of 10 centimeters, 4 inches, while the other had a 15 centimeters, 6 inches, radius, leaving about 5 centimeters, 2 inches between them for the runes. Only after completing both circles and checking that there were no imperfections, Lith moved the remaining drops, forming one of the 13 runes at a time, devoting all his focus on each one. When he finished, Professor Wainmeyer clapped her hands loudly, and, after a second, the class unwillingly joined her. 3, she said. You weren't pretending, you really studied. Sorry if I doubted you. 30 points for your performance, and 10 more as an apology. I guess I should have expected as much from Manohar's and Marth's new friend. At those words, all those who were planning about revenge or how humiliating Lith without incurring in the ballot immediately took a 180 degrees turn. It was already hard hiring Manohar as it was. If angered, there was no telling how he would react. Not to mention that being the royal healer, he held an enormous amount of influence and political power. He just didn't care using it. It was better not to rattle his cage. If I asked you to, would you be able to continue the explanation? Yes, Lith answered, but I hadn't the time to go much further, plus I don't believe I have fully grasped the contents. My exposition would be lacking depth and true knowledge. The first part was a lie, just to avoid standing out too much. Reading 20 pages wasn't much, but the whole book was another story. The second part, instead, was the truth. If books were enough, anyone could get infinite specializations simply by going to the Academy's library. Humble and honest to the boot, worthy of a forge master. Another 20 points for you. Lith, feel free to gather around here, everyone. Since your classmate has gifted us with a perfect circle, it would be wasteful not to use it. I'll give you a practical demonstration of forge mastering. Supreme Magus. Chapter 70A, 3rd Specialization 2. Professor Wainmeyer opened a desk drawer, filled to the brim with cheap-looking pendants. We buy them in stocks, just like the rings, she said, picking one at random. The only way to differentiate the various rings is by the stones embedded within. Red for dimensional items, blue for Tier 1 magic storing rings, yellow for Tier 2, green for Tier 3. Tier 4 magic storing rings and above are not available in the prize haul. As it is, it's just your average silver pendant. She placed it at the center of the innermost magic circle. After that, she called for help via her communication amulet and waited for her assistants to come. Fun fact, dimensional amulets are usually preferred to dimensional rings, since most mages prefer to have as many magic storing rings as they can. We still have to discover a way to use something other than rings for instant casting. The door of the classroom opened. A man and a woman dressed like the academy's staff stepped in and took place beside the magical circle, starting to chant the same spell. With each cast, the space within the circle was filled with pure, non-elemental mana, to the point that the air inside started to crackle and pop with power. The energy became dense enough to lift up the amulet from the table. To use a blacksmith analogy, the circle acts as a magical furnace, withholding the stored mana within and saturating the item that has to be enchanted. The circle must be perfect or the mana would leak, leading to a defective product. She explained, the higher the mana density one creates, the better the item will be. But that also means that the Forge Master will consume a greater amount of mana for the enchantment. If the Forge Mastering spell used is weaker than the mana accumulated inside the circle, it will have no effect. A true Forge Master must always be aware of her limits. Balance is of the utmost importance in our line of work. If the mana density is too low, the item will be useless. Too high, and it would cost so much to not have a market value. Unless you do it for yourselves, of course. When the assistants stopped chanting, Wainmeyer stepped forward, gesturing the students to move away. Then, she started casting several consecutive spells. Both her hands and voice almost never stopped. One by one, the runes that Lith had drawn between the circles started moving from their original position, taking place around the amulet. They formed an energy sphere, absorbing the mana from the surrounding space and injecting it in the amulet. When the last rune completed the sphere, all the available mana had been compressed to the point of being barely able to enclose the pendant. With a final spell, Wainmeyer fused the sphere with the amulet. The runes shined on its surface for a few seconds, before disappearing forever. Only then she took the amulet in her hand, showing the class the result of her efforts. This little thing here is a top-quality dimensional amulet. Its value is about 340 points in the prize haul and above 300 gold coins, if you were to buy it with cash. The idea of so much money condensed is such a little thing made even those born in wealthy families gasp in amazement. It was enough to build a manor and buy its land. Furnitures and pieces of art to furnish it would take at least another amulet, though. Now, here are a few things that books don't explain and that you may have missed during the whole process. I'm especially referring to those that paid more attention to my chest rising and lowering rather than to my brilliant performance. She glared to some of the male students, whose faces turned to a bright purple, while squealing excuses and apologies. Lith felt compassion for them. If it was Nailier instead of her, he would probably be in their shoes. The female students, instead, made fun of them, calling them perverts and other non-endearing terms. Professor Wainmeyer was fuming. There was only so much she was willing to bear, even from teenagers. She took pride in her talent and deep expertise. Being treated like a slab of meat was the worst insult anyone could do to her. She covered her chest with her arms before taking a deep breath to calm down, in order to continue. Not everyone is able to become a Forge Master. That's because, together with the War Mage, is the specialization that requires the greatest mana capacity. While for a War Mage it determines how much destruction they can bring, without a huge amount of mana, A Forge Master cannot create the most powerful enchanted items in our repertoire. Mana capacity is needed, not only to overcome the high mana density required for a great item, but also because every single rune requires its own spell to be engraved in the object. Each spell is relatively simple and short, but you must need to be able to cast them in a rapid succession without delay. This because as soon the magical furnace is loaded, the mana tries to escape, and even a perfect circle can only hold on for a while. Usually, after 10 seconds, the circle destabilizes and the mana begins to leak. This means that I had to cast 13 spells, one for each rune, plus another to permanently imprint the energies in the amulet, for a total of 14 spells. Each of them was able to overcome the mana density, and I had to do everything within 10 seconds, or I would have just wasted a lot of mana for nothing. Bear in mind that once an object is saturated by mana, if the Forge mastering process fails, it cannot be repeated. The energy remnants from the previous failure would still linger, making any further attempt a waste of time. Even this castle is the product of the work of countless Forge masters. Every single stone has been enchanted before assembling them as you see it today. Otherwise, it would be impossible to imbue with magic something this big. And that is just the first requirement. The second is that a Forge master must be a jack of all trades, no matter if she is a master of none. In my line of work, I need to be proficient in all the 6 elements. You will also need patience, love for research, and a strong build. Manipulating this magnitude of energies is not something pipsqueaks can afford to do, not without incurring impermanent damages that would accumulate over time. Lith, Rose's hand. Yes, I can understand most of the items I saw in the prize hall and link their properties with the 6 elements. But I don't get how warp steps and dimensional items work. What element do they belong to? Excellent question. The answer is to all of them. The only force that can bend space and time is gravity. Powerful Forge masters of the past discovered that air and earth magic are the bare minimum to create such powerful gravity. But to stabilize it, to make such items not only reproducible, but also to allow fine control over them, all the elements were required. It's a field of research that has never gone dry. There are still so many things to explain. I think I understand. Lith thought. They need the electromagnetic waves from the lightning to resonate with the gravitational pull Earth magic generates, and enhance it to bend time and space. Fire and water magic probably allow to avoid side effects, like the formation of vacuum, overheating, or freezing while creating such powerful gravitational force. I can't even fathom what darkness and light are used for, thought. They didn't exist back on Earth. Science can't help me with them. During the rest of a lesson, Professor Wainmeyer proceeded to explain how they would manage the rest of the course. She wouldn't allow any of them inside the training hall again until they had learned the theory behind Forge mastering. Having students messing around with magic circles was too dangerous, since high-density mana was highly volatile and could cause huge explosions if not controlled properly. After that, they would need to memorize all the basic runes and how to combine them, until being able to produce all the basic enchanted items. Only those who passed all the tests would be admitted to the 5th year, learning how to add multiple properties to a single item. By the end of the lesson, Lith was fuming like a volcano, ready to explode. Being in the first row helped him to better understand Professor Wainmeyer's teachings, noticing the finest details about how to draw runes. At the same time, though, he was also able to feel the pressure coming from all his classmates standing behind him. In normal conditions, he would find disgusting the idea of being surrounded by strangers, hearing their whispers and being subject to their glares, yet he would bear it all. But since his mana core and body were at odds, constantly fighting and messing with his mind, it was much harder for him to control his reactions and hide his emotions. It was Soulless voice and presence that helped him, paying them no heed, using their bond to soothe his most violent reactions. In the last 2 hours, though, they had been separated, and now Lith was forced to wait for her outside the training hall, since the Master Alchemist lesson had yet to finish. It was really irritating for him, standing alone in a crowd for the umpteenth time since his first life. Even during high school, Lith had always been different from his peers, focused on paying the bills instead of goofing around. Seeing their carefree attitude, how easy it was for them to relax and make friends, made him green with envy. Suddenly, the alchemist training hall opened, and a small insect came out of it, reaching Lith's leg unnoticed and then turning into a liquid, going back toward his hand. Sorry it took so long, but everyone made so many questions that the professor forced everyone to stay behind. Want to grab something to eat? Solus asked. Good idea. Lith anger dissolved like snow on the sun. Supreme Magus. Chapter 71, Change of Plans. Before going to the cafeteria, can we please go to the library? I need to copy the whole book to be able to follow properly the next lessons. Solus asked. How do you plan on doing that? My Forge Master schedule is full of theory. I doubt we will cross the alchemist again. That's why I stole a schedule from an airhead kid. We just need to make time so that you can give me a ride back and forth. Now I'm strong enough. Surviving 2 hours by myself is easy as pie. In a corner of his mind, where Solus couldn't read unless she willingly searched for it, Lith added, Wish I could say the same. On the road to the library, they shared their memories of the respective lessons. Yet Lith omitted all the parts where he suffered from loneliness and isolation. In his mind, it was a sign of weakness, something to be ashamed of. By my maker, another hot teacher? Even a male professor from the alchemist class was quite a sight for sore eyes. The girls wouldn't stop staring at his asterisk as every time he turned around to write on the chalkboard. Do you think that it depends on their mana cores, or is it just a marketing move on the headmaster part? Both are possible, but I believe the latter to be more likely. Young minds are easily swayed around, especially if their hormones are properly channeled. Back on Earth, my medium school music teacher was so hot that all the boys in the class learned how to play at least an instrument properly. Some even started listening classical music, just to impress her. When they reached their destination and opened its double doors, the Academy's library turned out to be exactly as Lith had imagined the prize hall to be, except with books instead of magical items. The bookshelves were full to the brim, forming corridors between themselves. The room was so big that Lith suspected they had made it with dimensional magic. At the entrance, a clerk in his mid-20s asked if he needed help. Luckily, the library had been organized well, and with the clerk's directions, Lith was soon back with a Master Alchemist textbook and all the Tier 4 magic books he managed to carry with him. On every shelf there was a tag, stating that the use of dimensional items was prohibited, and Lith would never risk getting banned by such goldmine. I'll borrow these books, please, he said. The clerk was shocked by the amount. It was more than the average person would borrow in a whole year. Sorry, sir. The max allowed is 3 books at a time. Lith clicked his tongue, picking the book for Solus and a Tier 4 spellbook each for the War Mage and Battle Mage specialization. He was eager to find out what spells of mass destruction looked like and how to improve his battle spells. Cross-checking Lith's profile with the books of his choosing, the clerk inwardly smiled. Sigh, so young and naive. He is clearly biting more than he can chew, but at his age, everyone dreams of being a genius. Back in their room, they spent all the time before dinner copying the books. They had long prepared for the mammoth task, bringing with them enough empty books and ink in the pocket dimension to put the Encyclopedia Britannica to shame. Solus' task was the longest one. She needed to copy every single page, while Lith would just make an abridged version of each spell, copying only hand signs, accents, and a short description alongside its name. That would make possible for him to recognize those spells on sight. So when facing another mage, he would have the opportunity to take the necessary countermeasures. It would also allow him to reproduce them with true magic without being discovered. At dinner, he sat once again with his fellow healers. As much his heart cringed at the thought of their company, he wouldn't be at the academy forever. Lith needed reliable connections in the outside world too. Besides, he had just discovered how lonely he really felt without Solus. He needed to get back in touch with his human side. The mood at the table, though, was gloomy. Freya kept stirring the food in her plate, just nibbling from time to time. Quilla wolfed down her food again, but there was no joy in it. She kept avoiding their gazes, like she expected to be scolded any second. Lith was gripped by his inner conflict. He would have much preferred being alone with Solus, yet he needed to get a hold of his emotions like the adult he was. Now that he had a cool head again, he had realized that even Professor Wainmeyer had called him mean eyes at their first meet. Solus had proven to be right all along. He couldn't keep glaring all his life. He had to make peace with his inner self, or at least learn again how to control the emotions that showed on his face. To achieve any of that, he needed to be around people, either learning to appreciate their company or at least to fake it. Uriel had the impression that someone had died, and he was the only one kept in the dark. "Freya, how was your day?" he said, trying to break the ice. "Terrible. It's just the second day, and I needed help to succeed in Nailier's class and in my Mage Knight specialization. Don't get me started about Trask. I don't know if it felt worse, scoring so few wins, or his smug grim every time I lost to a commoner. Why that stupid tutor of mine didn't focus more on your magic. I feel so stupid and insignificant. I have always considered myself as someone talented, special. Yet now I am just another noble that everyone makes fun of, either because of my looks or my lack of skill. I am so tempted to give up, but I'm the first person in my family to get accepted in one of the 6 great academies. I cannot waste this opportunity. It's perfectly normal to feel that way." Uriel replied, "I didn't fare any better today, and my father is an archmage. But for Nailier's class, I learned that it's better to swallow my pride. I didn't hesitate to ask for hints during my warden specialization, since time is part of the grade. What about you, Lith? Why are you feeling so down? I heard you aced your forge mastering class, gaining quite some points. You should be walking on air. Don't let yesterday's bad memories ruin your day." Lith put down the silverware, trying to collect his thoughts. Being harassed is never pleasant, but I faced worse. I'm not worried about that. As for my success, I'll admit it was quite pleasant. If I dismissed it saying things like it was nothing much, I'd be a lying hypocrite. But like Freya, it's my first time too being away from home, surrounded only by strangers. It helped me realize that I spent so many years hunting in the wild that I forgot how to act like a human. Be honest with me, do I glare a lot? Every second. Yes. Always. The consent had been unanimous. Lith didn't trust them, so he had shared with them just a secondary issue. He was actually talking about his real worry with Solus, to make his expression match his emotions. As much as it pains me to admit it, I'm worried about the future. Now I have everything planned out, but what if I succeed? I have no purpose outside making me immortal. And at the end of the day, is it even worth it? Rena has already left, Tista will sooner or later marry, and my parents deserve to finally have some happiness and time on their own. But where that leaves me, outside my family and you, I have nothing and no one that I love. I can't live my life for them. Not only I would become a burden for them, but it would also aggravate my problem. Sooner or later, everyone will die, and I will be left alone. What worth could possibly have a world devoid of joy? Oh, Lith, you are really hopeless. Solus was really moved. He had actually put her at the same level of his family, outside of Joe context. You're just 12, yet you already worry about something that will happen decades in the future. I told you back then, and I'll tell you again, give this world a chance. Over time, many things can happen or change. Focus on the present. Whatever problem you'll have, we will face it together. Trying to control and predict everything is a desperate endeavor, and it will eat you from the inside. My father always says that from great power comes great isolation. But don't worry, Lith. That's what friends are for, to shed a light in your darkest days. Uriel patted him on the shoulder, trying to console him. In another moment, Lith would have sneered at him, pushing his hand away. But thanks to being able of making small talk with strangers again, and mostly to Solus words, he managed to actually relax his expression for the first time since in the academy. Thanks, Uriel, he said with a smile. Friends, Then why are you consoling me and my small problem, instead of Freya that has much bigger issues? Not to mention, he completely ignored Quilla. Friend my ass, you were just trying to suck up to me. What happened to you, Quilla? Lith asked. She followed his example, taking a pause from eating to talk easily. Honestly, this academy sucks hard. It's even worse than my village. Before becoming a healer, I was considered a burden because I was too small and weak. After learning magic, since I was much stronger than my predecessor, everyone started treating me like a monster. Even as a child, I could tell that they were afraid of me, of what I could have done if I wanted revenge. I always felt different and alone back home, so I decided to come to the academy, hoping to find others like me, to make friends, to have a magical family that could understand me, someone to actually trust. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Instead, my bubble burst from day one. Everyone here pushes me around, calling me names like cockroach, skank, and, after I started taking the tonic, even pig. Supreme Magus. Chapter 72 Mock Exam. In the following weeks, life at the White Griffin Academy became more hectic by the day. After the lift spell, Professor Naylor made them learn more educational spells with increasing difficulty and restrictions, putting the students to test at every lesson. Professor Trask started making use of all the available rings in the training hall, giving them military-trained soldiers as sparring partners. They were equipped with enchanted armors and would use a different weapon every lesson. The students, in turn, could only use one element, based on the scenario Trask had devised for each training session. After every defeat, their partners would teach them footwork and point out their mistakes. The Master Healer lessons went without a hitch. The divide between Professor Vaster's favorites and the rest of the class became so wide that soon no one dared anymore to hope stealing their spotlight. The only thing left for the other students was trying not to fall too much far behind and placing their bets about who would come out on top. Most of the Forge Master courses took place in a classroom. Professor Wainmeyer, or one of her assistants, taught them how to differentiate runes based on the elements and how to combine them to obtain different effects. Solus was enthusiastic about the Master Alchemist lessons she kept taking and promised Lith a big surprise. She had quickly finished copying her book, and now the two of them would raid the Academy's library at every visit. As for the private lessons, they went smoother than Lith had expected. After a month, Quilla had already mastered 5 kinds of silent magic, while Freya and Uriel were struggling with the 4th one. And normal first magic requires hand signs and magic word. Silent magic, just the word or the signs. Perfect silent requires only gestures to better direct and control the conjured effects. Her learning rate was terrifying, worthy of someone that managed to enter the White Griffin with no mentor. Lith suspected her to be a genius and kept a close eye on her. Thanks to the tonic, she had grown of 5 centimeters, 2 inches, and had gained 10 kilos, 22 pounds. She was still thin, but her mana core had already evolved to deep cyan. Over time, he had managed to gain their trust and confidence, or at least so he hoped. Lith decided to teach them only silent magic, keeping the secrets for perfect silent magic and multi-casting for himself. He wanted them to be reliant on him, not dependent, or would dampen their growth and self-confidence. Not to mention, he had no desire to give away such precious secrets and get nothing in return. Lith had proved them that they could trust him. Now it was up to them to return the favor and show their usefulness. It was exactly a month after the beginning of the private lessons that all the 4th-year students were summoned by the headmaster in the main hall at the ground floor, right after breakfast. Several professors appeared as soon as the gong that signaled the nearing start of the lessons resounded. They opened multiple warp steps, bringing them to their destination. The abrupt change of their routine left them confused. They had started that day like any other, preparing the spells and the books for the daily courses. "Hello, my dear students," Linjo said when the last warp steps closed. "I hope you enjoy breakfast, since it will be the last decent meal you'll get for a while. At least, if you're good enough. Today, you will start the mock exam to prepare for the trimester's finals. You will be split in groups of 5, according to the specializations of your choice. Each group will be composed by 2 attackers, 2 defenders, and 1 healer. Your current evaluation will affect how your group will be formed. The duration of the exam is 1 week. It will take place in the forest surrounding the White Griffin. The only thing that's required from you is to survive as long as you can. Don't worry, it's a controlled environment. The professors will rescue you in case anything goes wrong. Questions?" Several hands were raised. Lith's was among them. "Lith from Lucia, speak freely." I thought there would be no tournaments or competitions. Lith said, "Why this change?" Linjos chuckled. "It's no competition. The forest is really big. Different groups will go in different areas. The chances of meeting are nigh zero. And even if it happened, a team disrupting another would be immediately stopped, with devastating effect for its members' grades. I forgot to specify that you will be constantly monitored, so beware what you do or say." His voice became cold during the last phrase, searching in the crowd for the most troublesome figures. Then, he pointed to a girl. "Histy Coffer, speak freely." Lith recognized her. She was one of the last placed in the healer class. "Isn't this setup too unfair? Forests make no favors. If the groups are formed based on the evaluations, isn't it like dooming those who are still struggling to failure?" She was, of course, speaking of herself. There wasn't a single topic where she shined, yet. "You misunderstood my words." Linjos shook his head. "The groups will work on equal footing. What I meant before was that they have been assembled so that all the groups have the same rank. I would never allow such a pointless exercise. This is an opportunity for you to socialize and learn to rely on each other. The test is meant for the whole team, not for the individuals. If the kingdom will ever call for your help, you won't get to choose who to work with. You'll need flexibility and solidarity." Murmurs filled the air. The students who reputed themselves good were already cursing their trashy teammates before even knowing them, while the bottom feeders were praying the gods to give them someone that would lead to an effortless success. All hands went down at that point, so Lith raised his own once again, while the sorting had already begun. "I'm sorry, Headmaster, one last question. I get that this is a team effort, but what if someone falls to a beast and gets saved by a teacher? Can he get back in the team, or does the whole group fail? She will be considered to have died and returned to the castle. If only one member remains, a group is considered as wiped out. Needless to say, harming your own group is forbidden. You have to solve your differences, not escalate them." Suddenly the air was shaken by a furious bellow. "What do you mean I am in the same group of this commoner trash?" Curious, Lith asked to Linjos, who explained to him she was the one on the top of the battle mage specialization and was referring to a girl that was quite far behind her. "Thank you for pointing it out, young mistress," said Professor Binlow, the one in charge of the battle mage classes. The girl put up a big, satisfied smile. Finally something was going her way. -50 points for questioning orders, and another -50 for having the gall to say that to my face. He yelled at her like a true drill sergeant, making her cower. Without discipline, there is no victory. An arrogant leader who disrespects her soldiers can only lead them to defeat. Besides, who's trash? Have you ever fought something in your life? How do you know how she reacts to danger? Or how you do? Real fights are different from the classes, and usually those who flap their gums more are the first to fall in battle. Now shut up, unless you want to lose another 50. Having lost half her points in one go, she obeyed. Lith ended up in a group of 3 girls and a boy. He didn't know any of them, so he tried to do his best to act friendly, like he did with the healers group. In the last month, he had regained quite a bit of his social skills and lost his edgelord demeanor. When Professor Trask opened their warp steps, he was ready to move forward when one of the girls grabbed him by the shoulder, forcing him to a halt. "Professor Trask, you haven't told us who is the leader. The chain of command must be clear." Lith face-bombed inwardly, while Trask, with his usual sass, did it openly. "Good gods, are you deaf or what? This is a group exercise between people that don't know each other. It's up to you to decide who is the leader, and is a choice that has nothing to do with grades, status, or prestige. A leader doesn't just yap orders around. She will also bear the responsibility if her team fails. Is it clear?" He glared at the nearest girl before pushing them all through the dimensional door. Once inside the forest, all Lith's senses went on alert. It was a completely unknown environment. He could rely on the books inside Solaspedia to recognize plants and animals, but they were of little use for survival. Magical beasts would not give him points for his expertise. They would only try to rip him apart, dooming him to failure. He was looking at the tree barks, while sniffing the air with his heightened sense, trying to ascertain the nature and kind of the local predators, when the worst noise possible reached his ears. "We still have to decide first who's in command," said another girl. F***ck me sideways. "How can anyone be such a bonehead? If they keep up like this, we'd better surrender," he thought. All his efforts to talk sense into them ended up in failure. They accused him of trying to steal the spotlight again, like during the common classes. Lith had even opened his speech, saying he had no interest in being the leader. He just wanted them to be quiet and start moving. That just made them angrier, yelling at him to stop ordering them around. In the meantime, a few dozen kilometers away, the ruler of the forest was taking its first morning nap, snoring soundly. One of the giant front paws was pressed against its eyes, shielding them from sunlight while enjoying spring's warmth. With each of its breaths, the world energy would enter its body, nourishing and strengthening the mana core, pushing it forward to the next evolution. Numerous small birds scampered on his curled, massive body, chirping boldly. Nothing would dare attacking them while on the highest throne. "Boss! Boss!" An enormous ree, its height at the withers reaching 2 meters, 6 feet 7 inches, with a golden fur with shades of red and yellow, approached galloping. The birds gave it no heed, continuing their business. "Wake up! It's that time of the year again." The Scorpicore's body shook up, suddenly alert and clear-headed. "Oh gods, no. I'd swear I had cubs until just a few months ago. Finding a decent mate is such a hassle. Not to mention how much care those adorable fur balls require. Thanks, Maruk, but I think I'll hard pass. I need some equality time." If a living human soul was allowed to spectate, he would see a re-facepaw itself in frustration. Not that. I mean the man-pups from a Maid Mountain have invaded your turf once again. The Scorpicore stood up on its four, stretching its spine and front legs with cat-like movements, forcing the birds to fly away. "You moron. You should have said that earlier," it growled, towering above the ree like an adult with a child. "Finally some fun. Alert all the dens. I hereby declare the game season open." Supreme Magus. Chapter 73 Mock Exam 2. The Scorpicore was a monster big enough to make any sane man willing to face it rethink his life choices, no matter how brave he was. Its shoulder height reached almost to 3 meters, 9 feet 10 inches. It had a scarlet red fur and mane, with shades of white, black, blue, and yellow. Actually, there were also red shades, even though only an interior decorator could have noticed them. The monster had the body and the head of a lion, bat-like membranous wing coming out from his back, and the tail was that of a scorpion. From one of its pocket dimensions, the Scorpicore took out a gold-rimmed pince-nez that as soon touched the snout, grew big enough that each of its lenses became the size of 17-inch screen. Let's see where the nearest playgrounds. Thanks to the magical glasses, the monster gained an ability that closely resembled Solus's mana sense, paired with the ability to zoom in like a telescope. One group is near the green spring, another in the river clearing. Despite the great distance, it was able to locate the groups of 5 unknown mana cores, identifying the students' drop spots. Order and chaos. These humans have no imagination. Everything is identical to the last time. Where's the fun in that? While grumbling about mankind's lack of originality, the Scorpicore started sending teams of 3 magical beasts to intercept the humans and banish them from the forest. Rules of engagement. Maruk asked. Same old, same old. Make a roar, growl, *P on them, whatever. Let them somehow notice your arrival. Otherwise, everything will be over before we can say order up. As long as the headmaster doesn't break the rules, we'll play along. The who? By the great mother, Maruk, you are an excellent second in command, but you need to start to pay attention to humans' hierarchies. The headmaster is the boss of the castle, the thing you call Maid Mountain. It had almost finished dispatching the cleanup teams when it noticed a pleasant surprise. Wait a minute, there's one group of 6 mana cores instead of 5. I call dibs on that. What's a mana core? Asked Akron, a hawk evolved in a magical beast the size of a small piper plane. You're too young for that, Centaur. Survive another 20 years, and I'll teach you how to evolve again. Boss Scarlet, you're making no sense. We're already at the pinnacle, right? Centaur tilted its head diagonally in disbelief. Yeah, right? and I was a born Scorpicore. No dimwit. Magical beasts are just a step. Before evolving into Scorpicore, I was just a SHYF and C-Chap 50, and before that I was a cute and cuddly house cat. Scarlet rolled on its back, exposing the giant tummy to the sun, purring like a muscle car. Despite all its efforts, it was more disturbing than cute. "You were joking, right?" asked Maruk. "No, I'm not. It's not like only you forest folk can turn into magical beasts. And if you keep doubting my word, I'll rat you out to one of my dragon friends that once was a lizard. I'm sure he will be happy to have you all for dinner, with some good red wine." The various magical beasts preferred swallowing down their incredulity. Boss Scarlet told them the most ridiculous stories all the time, yet every single one of them turned out to be true. "Maruk, Termin, Centaur, enough chatting, follow my lead." With a single flap of its wings, the Scorpicore took off. Only Centaur was able to follow it, while Maruk and Termin, a Sinji, boar-type magical beast, could only stare up. "What a D***CK," they said as one, while the Scorpicore was laughing its A***s off. "Have you seen their faces? This joke never gets old. They're too serious. They need to learn how to sit back and relax. When I was your age..." Centaur stopped listening to the boss rantings, just nodding from time to time and giving a random answer. Meanwhile, Lith's group was still arguing. Everyone wanted to be the leader, to prove themselves being as good as the so-called top-tier students. Lith could only think of them as four caged hungry dogs with only a piece of meat. The problem was that the cage restricted only them from harming each other. It offered no protection from real threats. Every second they spent yelling and arguing was like setting up the table for all the beasts in the proximity. He had already tried all the diplomatic approaches he and Solus could come up with, but with no result. Him being a top tier made them dismiss all of his proposals as attempts to rack more points at their expenses. Sick and tired of their childish behavior, Lith summoned a strong gale that took them by surprise, making them fall but first on the ground. "Listen up, you idiots." If being nice didn't work, he could as well return to his original demeanor. "Do you see that and that?" He pointed at several claw marks on different trees nearby. "Those are not rustic decorations to embellish the landscape. Beasts use them as territorial marks, meant to warn intruders they are trespassing in their turf. If you take a second to look away from your ego, you'll notice that this area is being contended by several magical beasts. Each of them is capable of leaving claw marks the size of a book, and your rantings are alerting them all. This is a group survival test. We are supposed to get along, put aside our differences, and work as a team. I want anyone watching us know that if we get wiped out before even an hour, it's all these idiots' fault," he said, looking around, having no idea where the magic cameras could be. The speech, especially the last part, worked like a charm. After getting back up, they didn't even complain about the surprise attack. They reconsidered their actions from the beginning and prayed the gods to turn back time and give them a do-over. Being the gods otherwise busy, the timeline kept moving forward, and so did Lith. "I am no leader. I always hunted solo. But one thing I know, in a dangerous environment, the key to survival is being as stealthy as possible. We need to find a place where to hide during the day and easily defensible at night. We must leave before." The high-pitched shriek of bird of prey filled the air, while the ground started trembling below their feet. Lith stopped talking, immediately taking the 3 fake potions out of his dimensional pocket and gulping them down. He could now activate fire, earth, and air fusion magic without arousing any suspicion. And by infusing himself with said elements, he has just become faster, stronger, and tougher. See Chap 19 for more details. Before he could finish drinking, Centaur swooped down, kidnapping the cutest of the 2 black-haired girls from the group and taking her up in the air. "What a moron," the Kron thought. Still defenseless despite my warning. 4th years are the worst opponents, barely offering any resistance. Cursing whoever professor had picked his teammates, Lith could only watch the Kron getting higher and higher, supporting its flaps with powerful updrafts. "I wish I could run away and let them get what they deserve. I hate teamwork," Lith thought. Everyone else was still in a daze, refusing to accept reality. "What the F*** are you doing?" Someone must take flight and save her. With her arms locked in the talons, she can't use magic. Lith wanted to beat them to death himself. A monster, another monster. The high-pitched, little girl-like voice actually belonged to the only other boy of the group. He was pointing at a black mass, as big as a carriage, approaching at breakneck speed. It was Termin, the Sinji, joining the fray while announcing his presence, causing small quakes as he closed in. F***CK you all. If you want to stay on the ground, take cover while I... Lith realized that talking was useless. The two girls had fallen on their knees, hugging each other, while the boy, judging from the repugnant smell, had said himself. Now I get why Trask was so hard on me and them the second day. It was all for naught. Lith thought. A Sinji was a tough opponent, and Lith could only use fake magic. He needed to keep his 3 rings charges only for desperate situations, being all 5 of them still in play. He racked his brain, searching for a solution. Wait a minute. Usually Sinji are limited to the use of water and earth magic. I can exploit that. Magical beasts do not control all elements. Termin was unable to escape its born nature, charging straight toward the prey. It saw an evil-eyed kid starting to chant something, so Termin activated one of his best defensive spells, Mountain Body. The Sinji knew all too well how predictable was its attack pattern, so he never underestimated an opponent. Mountain Body raised its body weight and defense to the limit, making it impervious against weapons and magic alike. Chant all you want, kid. You'll never finish your spell in time. I'm too fast. It will be your requiem. Termin inwardly sneered. Yet the chant ended right after it started, and Lith began a new one, while a small yellow orb flew in collision course with Termin. What an idiot. My earth magic is the perfect counter to air magic. Zap me, push me, whatever. It will never work. When the two collided, nothing happened, not even a small spark against its hide. The Sinji started to think that the boy had misfired out of fear. Then, Lith completed the second spell too. Brezza Reale. He had invoked the training spell lift. Suddenly, Termin felt like a gentle caress on its belly, yet it managed to push it several meters in the air, like he was just a balloon. Then a second and third push came, making it rise above the 3s. Hidden between the bushes, Scarlet was watching the whole scene, giggling under its whiskers. Termin, you idiot, the first was a basic float spell. It wasn't meant for damage, but to make you weightless and set up for another quick spell to take you away from the ground and make you helpless. Pride goes before fall. Listening to the boss explanation, the Sinji understood what had happened and started laughing at itself. Damn, such a feisty brat. I'll keep you for last. He yelled at Lith, that unable to understand animal speak, ignored the beast's oinks reciting his third spell. One of the greatest advantages from Forge mastering was that he had trained chaining short, simple spells for over a month, making him able to move his fingers and mouth nonstop, no matter he was using fake magic, like before, or using the true one. Lith reconsidered lift value, since it allowed him to keep pushing away the Sinji even when he was casting another spell. After he finished casting his true magic flight spell, he rushed to save the girl. Centaur was slowed down by her weight, and everything had happened in barely a few seconds. He was expecting Termin and Maruk to have the situation below under control. When he perceived a magic perturbation in the air currents, it was too late. Lith had coupled the flight and slipstream spell, making him faster than a bullet. He had scarce knowledge about magical beasts, but he remembered well how despite their big sizes, the bird's hollow bones made them frilier than they looked. So instead of using a spell that could be easily countered by the opponent's air and darkness true magic, he just combined his speed with the hardness and the explosive strength from fusion magic to land an uppercut right under the beast's beak. Because of his almost vertical trajectory and the fire generated by the friction between his fist and the fast air currents, it looked exactly like a dragon punch. Supreme Magus. Chapter 74 Mock Exam 3. Centaur's head snapped back on impact, losing control of its flight and letting the prey go. To make things worse, Lith quickly snapped his fingers in succession, generating several flashes of light and booms near the Kron's head, making it blind and deaf. Damn, I took my sweet time enjoying her screams, and that's what I get in return. I was no cron, more like a sitting duck. Now I can't even get where's the up and down. If I crash land because of a pup, the boss will never let me hear the end of it. Lith would have liked to keep striking the iron while it was still hot, but the black-haired girl was plummeting like a brick. Cursing her stupidity, Lith swooped down with a swing motion, first down then up, to avoid breaking her ribs during the catch. The rescue was successful, but judging from the smell, Lith understood that she was relieved from fear on several levels. "What the heck were you doing?" he yelled in her ear, thinking how ridiculous were in real life those romantic moments in action movies, right after the hero saved the damsel in distress. Between the smell and the impending danger, there was no space for romance and tender one-liners. The only thing they both wanted was a safe haven and a hot bath. Don't you know first magic? Why did you let it drag you around like a sack of potatoes? More importantly, do you know a flight spell? She nodded while holding him tight with both arms and legs, like she was trying to get inside his clothes. Then go ahead and use it. My spell is not meant for two. I can only glide while carrying you around. Once that thing recovers, we will be doomed. Do something. Remember they are watching us. Free from the grip of fear, she realized that the whole staff of the academy had been spectating at her humiliating performance. The girl became purple from head to toe for a second, before letting him go and chanting her flight spell. "Let's get the others and retreat. In the open we are too disadvantaged." They both quickly returned to the ground, pulling the other three back on their feet and literally kicking their *SES to force them to recover from the terror and get them moving. "Take flight fast," Lith yelled. "We have no hope of shacking them off on foot. But keep close to the ground. The Kron will turn us in mincemeat if we try to fight in its element." To his teammates, Lith's words sounded those of a strong and experienced leader that had full control of the situation. The reality, though, like the professors could assess while facepalming, was that he was just remembering them common sense. "This year's batch is awful," said Scarlet in its communicator amulet. "They always are on the fourth year." Linjo's replied with a sigh. "Remember our pact, and don't be stingy. I want their weight's worth in meat, and I mean the good stuff, no bones or nerves. And tell your servants to play by the rules. You don't want to see me getting ugly." Linjo's had the communicator in conference call mode, so everyone could listen. The professors didn't like being called servants, but they understood very well that in the wilderness the strong ruled above all. The Scorpicores helped guarantee that no student would be seriously harmed before being rescued. Not to mention that such a powerful guardian defending the academy was worth far more than just meat. They were truly blessed by having a monster at their disposal, reasonable enough to be useful, but stupid enough to not understand its true value. After closing the communication, Scarlet had a smug grin on its feline snout. "Imbeciles, I don't care about the meat. I would do it even for free. Your stupid lessons allow me to train the magical beasts in anti-magician tactics. They use us as sparring partners, but that's a game that two can play. Another bonus is that when the fifth-year students train in the forest, I get updated about the tactics they employ and the spells they teach. I bet they sleep much better at night, believing me a dumb monster that only wants food in its belly." Meanwhile, Maruk had joined the fray and was rapidly catching up with Lith's group, using air magic to move faster and his sense of smell to not lose their traces. Lith was on the verge of tears. This experience was a full-blown disaster. He was sick and tired of playing babysitter, but what choice did he have left? He slowed down, detaching from the group, appearing beside the Ree. It followed a quick exchange of spells, since Lith never allowed Maruk to get close to him. He kept moving in all the three dimensions, gaining a tactical advantage since the magical beast was only relying on its legs to maneuver around. Lith wasn't trying to harm it. He used only Tier 1 and 2 spells in quick succession, with the aim to ruin the opponent's focus and slowing down its movements. "Who the heck is this pup?" Maruk thought, gritting its teeth in raising frustration. "It's like he learned how to fight from Marie. He anticipates almost all of my moves. But that's impossible." In the Tron woods, Protector's ears were burning. Lith used a fine mist to detect incoming invisible wind blades, while moving around with no pattern to avoid lightnings. After stumbling on a conjured mound, Maruk finally lost it, jumping with all its strength, trying to catch the pup with the jaws. Imbecile, that's what I slash you was waiting for. You can't dodge in midair. Lith and Scarlet thought as one. Checkmate spears. Lith yelled, releasing the Tier 3 spell stored in his ring. Thanks to various experiments, he had learned that he could store even charged-up true magic spells, as long they didn't exceed the ring's capacity. Hence, he was able to unleash his most powerful spell in its empowered version in a split second. F***CK me sideways. Maruk whimpered when dozens of ice spears as thick and long as small trees encircled him from all directions, before crashing against its body. Their mass was too big to deflect them with a simple air barrier, and fire would need time to melt so much ice before rendering it harmless. Desperate, Maruk used its strongest attack, Flaming Tornado, on itself. By combining its best fire and air spells, Maruk used the strong winds to deflect the spears from its vitals, hoping for the scorching hot temperatures to smooth down their deadly extremities. When the tornado disappeared, Maruk was alive and well, but its body was beaten and battered with countless small wounds. Between the spell and its thick fur, the spears hadn't managed to pierce, but they still hit like a truck. Lith wasn't there to gloat or to deal another blow. He had already returned to the group, yelling trivial instructions. Use the fist magic darkness spell conceal, you idiots. Do you think Ari's nose is for decoration? Hide your smell now. He took out some old clothes from the pocket dimension, turning them into shreds with air magic, and sprinkling them with the sweat he had always forgot to throw away since the run to Professor Vaster's first lesson. Then, Lith threw the shreds in the wind, hoping to create multiple false leads for the magical beast to follow. Dash. Not to be the Lith of the situation, but I don't think your group will last a week. Solus giggled at her own joke. No **T, Sherlock. I bet we'll be wiped out by tomorrow. Tomorrow is too soon. My bet is full annihilation within 3 days. Deal. They kept flying for about 10 minutes before feeling safe enough to take a break. The group had come across a small hill, about 10 meters, 33 feet high. With the backs against something solid, they could finally catch their breath. Lith scanned the surroundings with life vision, allowing himself to relax only after finding nothing stronger than a normal beast in the surroundings. How many hours do you think have passed since the exam start? Asked the boy, looking around like a cornered mouse. Less than one, Lith replied after checking the sun's position. But it felt so much longer, said the tallest of the black-haired girls. All of them had a dejected expression. There was no trace left of their previous, overbearing pride. Lith brought the index finger against his lips, remembering them to be quiet. Then he started circling around the hill. The other four promptly followed him, forming a single line. Dash. The ducklings are so cute, Mother Goose. Solus said. Lith made a complete lap, checking for caves. They had been lucky, there was none. A natural cave was too much a convenient asset to be left vacant, and he couldn't afford to drive off wildlife with the risk of being exposed. After choosing a spot devoid of grass or vines, he used earth magic to create an artificial cave by condensing the porous soil and turning it hard enough to hold the improvised ceiling. At the same time, Lith erected small stone pillars to support the whole structure. It wasn't much, but still big enough for all of them to sit and rest comfortably. While the others were looking at him in a daze, he added more pillars along the walls. He wasn't an engineer and preferred to be safe rather than sorry. The boy walked toward Lith with a big smile and holding out his hand. I'm not going to touch any of you until you have cleaned yourself properly. I suggest using darkness magic. It will clean the dirt and remove the smell. After everyone was cleansed, Lith used first magic to close the entrance with a thick layer of earth and to light the inside of the cave. Then, he pretended to cast a spell while activating Hush, generating a small air dome. Thanks to that, no sound nor smell can escape, so we can talk freely. I'd say that our introductions are long overdue. I'm Lith from Lusha, and I'm supposed to be the healer. His voice was exuding sarcasm. Several kilometers away, Turman and Mruk had finally collected all the cloth shreds, destroying them to not be swayed anymore by their strong smell. Centaur landed near them, ready to report. Can't find them anywhere. It's like they disappeared. Same, replied Mruk. Aside from these things, I can't smell them any longer. Boss, we need your trinket. Scarlet scoffed. That would be unfair. It's you versus them. I'm just enjoying the show. You'll wait until afternoon before resuming the search. You need some time to heal properly, and they deserve a little rest. Supreme Magus. Chapter 75, Day 1. Not even an hour had passed from the start of the mock exam, and Lith was already tired and vexed enough to seriously consider the idea of throwing in the towel and return to the White Griffin. His teammates were so embarrassed that despite each of them opened their mouth more than once, not a single word came out. No matter what apology came to their mind, they all sounded too little and too late, even to them. First, they had ostracized him. Then they had ignored all of his warnings until it was too late. He was the only reason why they hadn't get instantly wiped out, despite all their undeserved confidence and embarrassing performances. The two that had previously lost control of their bladder had a particularly hard time watching the others in the eyes, and could only thank the Academy's forge masters for the self-cleaning uniform. Imbizandabra. The first one to muster the courage to speak was the boy, once again holding out his hand. This time Lith shook it, but barely, his anger still smoldering. I'm a warden. He corrected himself, laughing nervously. Vissen was a 15-year-old, 1.63 meters, 5 feet 4 inches, high with brown hair and chestnut eyes. He had a regular build and a small mole right under his left eye. As such, my specialty is a sturdy defense. Wardens can conjure several kinds of arrays with any element. We can even alter the landscape if needed. In time of war, a warden can easily build makeshift bridges and siege towers. We are the only defense an army has against war mages. In times of peace, instead, our role is to build dams, castles, roads, whatever the kingdom needs. Let me show you. Vissen casted an unknown spell and placed his hands against a wall. Then he casted another, moving around the stone pillars and strengthening the whole structure. See? First, I checked the stability of the ground. Then I fixed things so that the cave now is safe like a natural one. He kept smiling, hoping to have proven his worth. Usually Lith would be impressed, even taking a mental note to check out warden spells. A warden that cannot even stop a Sinji despite seeing it coming from a mile away. What the fuck has to smile for? Right now, it took all of his willpower to not strangle him on the spot, so he just nodded in response. Then the second one, the pissing duo, stepped forward. My name is Milnocratic. I'm a war mage. She was 15'2", 1.60 meters, 5 feet 3 inches, high with shoulder-length black hair. She had a fully developed, slender body, but her round face had too many childish features to call her beautiful. She was pretty at best. I know what a war mage is. My mentor is one, too. Lith cut her short. She became red from rage, but managed to hold it in. I can shoot down a magical beast with a single spell. She continued with a stone-cold voice. You wish. He sneered inwardly. My name is Floria Ernez. I am Mage Knight. She was the tallest of the group, 1.76 meters, 5 feet 9 inches, high, with chin-length black hair and the build of a professional swimmer. My specialty is defense too, but unlike a warden, my skills are better oriented at covering a smaller R or a target. Mage Knights are also trained in the use of weapons. She said, opening her robe and revealing an estoc hanging by her side. Hi there, and thanks. I am Belie Ulfar. As a battle mage, I'm a jack of all trades, or at least I am supposed to. According to my professor, I should be able to hold my ground alone in every situation or to support any team member needing help. But consider my performance so far. Either he is bad at teaching, or I'm a slow learner. She was 1.7 meters, 5 feet 7 inches, high, with long blonde hair with shades of black held up in a ponytail. Her honesty was refreshing for Lith. All the others were still kind of stuck up, flaunting their skill like it was actually worth something. For a moment, he thought about lashing at them, reminding how useless they had been in an actual fight. But then he decided against it. Calm down, old man. Rage will not get us anywhere. Besides, it's likely we are still being watched. They can lose as many points they like with their foolishness, but there is no reason for stooping down at their level. He said to himself, yeah, remember what Shakespeare said. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Solus chimed in. Oh, another thing, this is what I think about the test. While listening to Solus, Lith took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. He extended his hand to every member of the group. They shook it immediately. Okay, let's forget what happened before. Let me share with you what I think of the current situation. At those words, the other four stiffened up their expression, expecting a scolding or for Lith to brag about himself. First of all, never underestimate a magical beast. Their intelligence is almost a human level. If you treat them as dumb beasts, you'll fail fast. From the faces of his teammates, he could see that they were doubting his words, but had not the courage to say it openly. I fought several of them in the past. Some I killed, others I ran away from with the tail between my legs. It's not just in being smart. As you have seen yourselves, they can use magic in a different way, with much shorter casting time. With all that had happened, they had missed that part. His explanation not only made perfect sense, but also sent shivers of fear down their spine, making them feel even more weak and insecure. I will not lie to you. If they weren't crippled by the inability to use more than 2 elements, I doubt I could ever defeat even one of them, Lith lied, belittling himself not for acting humbly, but to make them realize the strength of their enemy. And to be completely honest, I believe that we would have already been wiped out if it wasn't for the fact that they are just playing along with the headmaster's plan. What do you mean? Floria quickly regained her cool, intrigued by Lith's words. Think about it, he said, rephrasing what Solus had told him earlier. This is just a bigger and improved version of Professor's Trask exercise on the second day. Didn't you find odd that the magical beasts announced their presence before attacking? What sense does it make shrieking before swooping down? The Sinji had no reason to perform that quake. It could have softened the ground and make its charge silent as cat steps. Also, why attack one by one instead of all together? They're clearly playing their part according to a script. Milna scratched her head, thinking it full gear. That's why the monster bird kidnapped me, instead of biting my head off or ripping me apart with the talons. I thought it was just playing with me before going for the kill. But this does actually make more sense. Lith nodded. No one would send unexperienced teenagers in a dangerous and uncontrolled environment. If they're so certain to be able to rescue us, it means they have some kind of deal with the creatures. But that doesn't mean we can't fail or get severely injured. Otherwise, why adding healer? To last for a week, we need to pool our resources and skills. In my dimensional amulet, I have some food, potions, and my hunter kit. What about you? An awkward silence fell in the cave. No food? He asked in disbelief. Well, the canteen is open 24/7. I had no reason to store any. Floria replied, keeping her head low, fiddling the ground with her foot. What about the potions? Never bought one. Milna said, they are cheap, but I can't waste my points in one-use items. I never got why they sell them. They're useless. The others nodded at her words. Lith scratched his head, resisting the temptation to pull out his hair. Useless? How do you think I was able to cast so fast? To hit the cron so hard to force it to release you, without breaking my arm? He wanted to add more, but only swear words came to his mind. What the heck do you have in your dimensional items? Tell me at least there's something useful. It turned out they were mostly employed for storing books, feminine products, and personal items, like jewels, money, and family mementos. Vissen even managed to surprise Lith with his properties. I have only school books, and, he whispered in Lith's ear, other kind of books, for research purposes. I can't have them lying around, so I always keep them with me. I can lend them to you if you need to relieve some stress. Lith didn't know if to laugh or cry. He hadn't heard that phrasing since browsing online comics back on Earth. He took out a plate of freshly baked cookies, stress eating them to calm his nerves and hasten his mana recovery. Thank you for listening to Supreme Magus, chapters 46 to 75, an audiobook by Fate's Reader. If you enjoyed this chapter set, don't forget to subscribe and like the video, and leave a comment recommending the next audiobook you'd like to hear. For easy navigation, make sure to click the playlist on your screen so you can quickly return to the last chapter you left off. See you in the next chapters.